All right, welcome back, folks. It is Monday, local time, once again. So it's reset day for Neverwinter. And we're gonna hop back into Neverwinter again. Today is week 3 of Mountain of Flame, mod 26. Last week we had the pleasure of doing the new dungeon in advance. Learned a few things about. I'm still not that great about knowing if they actually changed too much, but it's the repurpose of Lair of the Mad Dragon. And we had some very interesting approaches for the second boss. I forgot what the second boss's name was. Well, I'll try to gather that this time around. Also, I didn't mention this. However, this module, I'm not sure if this is going to be a permanent thing, but I have set this for maybe 5 modules now, and coincidentally, I have no affiliation with Cryptic and the content creator scene at the moment or anymore. It's kind of nice to see that there are 2 things that changed with this mod that I had a concern over. It wasn't really that big a deal. That is the artifact set, like the weapon set that is available through campaigning. I mentioned this last week. Got moved from milestone 6 to milestone 5, which can be acquired at week 6 if one consistently goes through. I hope that stays input, in my opinion, because honestly, in terms of the continuum of a 10-week campaign, somewhere in the middle seems like a great place for a campaign-oriented related weapon set. So in the future, maybe the dungeon will have a weapon set, right? Like the last module, and then the campaign will have a weapon set, which that weapon set is accessible within the campaigning period of the module, right? In addition to that, I totally glossed over, because I was so caught up in the dungeon moment, that this dungeon, Lair of the Mad Dragon, is individual looted. So I like this approach because we don't necessarily live in a social platform that has once normalized like loot rolling and loot sharing. Oftentimes the reward process ends up feeling about the same without the necessary like political thing jostling that you have to do prior to doing a dungeon run or finishing a boss, like negotiating, hey, can I have this because I already have this, and then someone's going to get the short end of the stick in the negotiation, right? And that actually has led to a few experiences with random people kicking other people because one person is more important than the other, like a tank, for example, and recruiting another person for like, oh, the loot roll, like the boss drops a weapon set or a weapon and you get what you get now, which I don't know, that's a social norm. It might be something that they do every other module. However, for this module, Lair of the Mad Dragon is individual loot. So basically every player just rolls on their own through an RNG system. So instead of having to bridge and seeing what the loot is, which is something that is done in other well-established games, maybe a lot more longer legacy games, I imagine maybe Final Fantasy 14 still does this. I pretty confident maybe World of Warcraft still does this. But generally speaking, the newer modernization ones, they're largely independent loot. It removes the separation of negotiation, and you are still basically rolling from a loot table. Only this time you're looting and rolling against the dealer, right? The system. So I kind of like that. it's a really minor thing in the long run. You can still normalize like loot rolling and loot negotiations. In fact, sometimes when you have, here's the pros and cons. If you have a closed knit group, it might statistically favor you, right? However, much like many of my live service experiences, I like interacting with random people. So I have no legacy with pretty much anyone I run with, and this little like weird negotiation thing that can hit cultural differences. So I've already encountered that multiple times when I was running last module, when we're squeezing in as many runs of the Imperial Citadel. So that's cool. I don't know if it's a permanent thing. The reason why I came to mention that, because I was reminded that was a topic of conversation when I do my dailies each day, in like the Alliance chat and whatnot. So that's pretty sweet. All right, so now we're gonna hop in. I just wanted to make mention that that's probably it's a subtle deal to a lot of people. However, it's a pretty big deal to me. Also, the summer festival is happening, which is usual. I don't think there are any notable changes to the summer festival. I hope you're having a good time. Anyways, relax and enjoy the festivities. All right, so let's see this milestone. Right, let's go and head into this milestone. The last time we checked, we're helping out Heartleaf. Rehabilitate Mount Oatnell, right? Grabbing seedlings, planting seedlings, removing corruption from kindlings, and etc. So let's see what's happening now. What was the dwarf's name? Something, it reminds me of Barney. Darney? It's Darney. Yes. Alright, so new guy. Oh, the historian. Right, we can repeat. Gamath and his allies, or all we've done will be ashes. In cataloging the ruins the other day, I came across something peculiar. Never mind, it's just a human body, far more recently deceased than one would expect to find when looking at ruins and relics of ages past. The remains bore the markings of the Ashmedai, along with a directive written in the infernal script. It charges the cultists to secure passage to the heart of the mountain, and then send word to a contact who dwells beneath the Cathedral of Helm. There, they were to arrange for an artifact known as the Hex Locust to be brought to the Hotenau. I fear that these cultists wish to harness the power of Majera in pursuit of their infernal schemes. I need you to travel to the area beneath the Cathedral of Helm and seek out this Hex Locust, defeat all who guard it, and then destroy it. Only then can we be sure that Hotenau will remain undisturbed. Man, there's a lot of name dropping there. I am not familiar with any of those. Ashmedai, Majera, Hex Locust. Good old fantasy. Let's see if we have any. Wait, is that it? Wait, is that really it?
You can't stand the heat. Get off the volcano.
Whoa, you need to calm down. Do we not have any? Alright, so we grab our weekly. What's
Do not
this?
stare too deeply into my eyes, for you will become lost in time. Let's fill another page in your chronicles, shall we? A heroic rush into the fiery depths of an active volcano to rescue hapless miners. Perhaps they dug too deep, but no one deserves the flaming death as they faced.
Interesting. I kind of thought the historian, I thought they would swap out the historian. So this must be the weekly when you entered. Right. So this is just a weekly, or when to get to this location, and then we have our
One
2
day,
floats.
my
Oh,
tree
here it
will be
is.
the heart of a great forest. Thank you for everything you've done, adventurer.
Oh,
But you should not take root here, as the dwarves need your help. Just down the hill is a dwarven historian by the name of Thrimble. Would you speak with him? I know many things trouble him.
okay. Yeah, we just spoke to Thrimble.
I am sorry. I was distracted by the warm wind. Was there something else?
A warm wind, lady. Do you know where you are? All right. Okay, here we go.
Yes? Ah, the Dryad sent you, did she? Kind of her to direct you my way. I can certainly use the assistance.
Yeah, we kind of just spoke. Okay.
Yes, my friend?
All right, the history of Hope now.
General Ignazar's Archons will need to regroup after the blows you've dealt them. This presents us with an opportunity to gather vital information. It is my belief that Gamath seeks some source of power beneath Mount Horton.
I hope you like jamming
Although I
too.
cannot say what it may be. The carvings and relics found amid these Delzoun ruins could provide vital clues. And now is the best opportunity to recover them. I'll mark the locations on your map.
Respin's working.
Yeah, Gamath.
Our work in these ruins has been greatly impeded by the actions of General Ignazar and his army of fire archons. The ruins serve as the battlements of a fortress, from which they send forces to attack any who oppose Gamath's plan to release their ancient master. It is time for a counterattack. Eliminating enough fire archons may give us the opening we need.
Ignazar. That's a familiar name.
These ruins
Okay.
have endured for thousands.
All right. So we do have some tasks. Let's turn in these
Thank you for
and grab 2 new fresh ones in case they get finished along the way.
Spread here and destroyed my forest home.
Yes,
Many
yes, yes.
nature spirits tried to take refuge in the trees themselves.
All right.
Sadly,
can't
as
stand
the
the heat,
trees
get
burned,
off the
the
volcano.
spirits became twisted and angry. Creatures known as kindlings. I hate to see them suffer so.
All right.
Did you release the angry spirits within the charred trees?
Yes,
And
yes.
set them to
Yes,
rest?
Heartleaf.
They are
yes.
no longer what they once
She has
were.
telepathy too. All right. So history. Is there like Is there a reading here? No. Okay. We're just retrieving fire archons. Those count, right? Yes. That guy just say you deserve the searing flames of truth. Alright. Where's this? Okay. One way in, one way out. Where are we going here? Don't mind me, don't mind me. Okay. Oh, hello there, Piggy. Big Rider. Okay. Friendly? Oh, no, not friendly. Also not Archons. Okay. Alright. We gotta bop some archons. So let's do the repeatable.
I can't just let you run into trouble.
Actually, go to a less populated instance. We have the time.
Can we take a break?
I should break out the rapid mount. Alright. What do we have? Sprites and kindling? Kindling doesn't help. Oh, and not a lot of archons here, huh? Okay, perhaps this is a conflict of interest. Well, archons here. Take care of the sprites, I suppose. No, there are archons here. We're good. Hello there, cat. How about you feel the searing flames of truth? Uh-oh, that's weird. They reset after engaging. Okay. Two more. We don't need to complete those. Back.
No understanding
Execution has been a disaster.
Uh-huh. I hear ya. But I gotta go. I like lifted up my hand and it wiped my mouse. Oh no. Wait. Am I stuck? Nah, I don't think I'm stuck. I don't know, we're fine. I lifted up my hand and I accidentally swiped my mouse right off. That's a panic moment right there. Oh yeah, you can totally die. Yeah. There aren't boundaries. Yep. Right into the lava I go. Alright.
Let me see what you've recovered. Yes. This is very interesting. You've helped uncover some deep lore. It seems there really is some great and evil power buried beneath Mount Hotenau.
Alright.
Excellent. I had already deduced that you were a skilled combatant. Now the Fire Archons know it too. Hopefully this will give us a moment of reprieve, however slight. For that alone, you have my boundless thanks.
Okay.
General Ignazar commands his Fire Myrmidon army from deep within Fireguard Fortress. From that position, they can easily strike anywhere near Mount Hotenau. The need is clear. If there is to be any chance to stop Gamath, General Ignazar and Fireguard Fortress must fall! If
Fair enough.
only we had more time to study these ruins.
That's fine. Just gonna kick General Ignazar's face in, you know? What's the solution for an adventurer to do? Violence. Classic. Alright. Just gonna storm the gates. Go in here. I can tap this guy. Thank you for the currency. What? Alright. Alright, let's head in here. Okay. Very, very familiar texture layout. Okay. Okay. Alright. We just slay him. That's it. We just slay him. Alright. Okay. Hunky dory. Moving right along. Alright. Don't mind me, totally missed. Okie dokie. Was that you? No.
Embrace the flames.
Pass. Not quite a fiery guy. I do like this layout though. Okay. Nothing personal, guys. Okay. Yeah. We're going maximum. Yeah, we're always maximum. We can make it more intimate, you know. Like here's a smaller FOV. Oh, and whenever you leap, it does this like fish ball eye thing, yeah. Too. Alright. General Ignazar. Wait. Yeah, it stretched for a moment. Yeah, it's the FOV for a specific skill. Yeah, it does the stretched out, warp periphery thing. Yeah. There are people kind of like that can make people nauseous actually. So sometimes people prefer to remove. I don't actually know if that's an option here, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Heckin' butthead. This thing right here. Yeah. It's supposed to be a warped perspective because you're really high up in the air. There is another one on another tune later. You'll probably see it. It goes in and out over and over again. I deactivate. There's camera shake in this game too. That's another FOV thing. But I turn off camera shake after a while. Played this game for far too long to have camera shake. After you hit everything, there's a lot of camera shake. It's cool for the impact and the feel, you know, in the first 100 hours or so. But then after like 3,000 hours, no more camera shake, please.
General Ignazar served the primordials in their war with the gods back at the dawn of time. To think I would see the day he met his end and shake the hand of the person who brought him to it. It is rare that a historian is present when history is made. Thank you for that opportunity.
You're welcome.
Yes, my friend?
Oh, he has...
Our Delzoun ancestors had a once great nation, and we still have tales of their achievements. Delzoun heroes are often honored by statues made in their likeness. In our local excavations, we've discovered a number of these ancestor statues, which, unfortunately, were toppled in the recent cataclysm. Would you honor our ancestors by ensuring their statues are upright?
Yeah, I do eat. I got carried away with typing, so I didn't eat a snack after the run. So now I'm eating. Indeed, human. Can confirm.
Darnay spoke to you of the sad tale of the Ashen Miners. These were once members of our expedition, who were reanimated as charred undead monstrosities, doomed to walk in the shadow of Mount Hotenau. But these cursed dwarves were members of a clan once. I wish to give closure to their loved ones. Lay to rest any Ashen Miners around the charred woods, and return with any mementos you can find. These I can record in my journals and send on to their families.
Alright.
We should be studying these ruins, not fighting among
So I think that's actually the whole thing. Oh, and then we get to repeat the Ignazar thing too, right?
Into my eyes, for you will become lost in time. I recall the time you entered a terrible stronghold of stone and flame, known as the Fire God.
Wow.
Therein a powerful elemental leader known as General Ignazar, imbued with a fiery malevolence, commanded his minions on behalf of Gomoth. But you were undeterred. You entered the fortress and smote the general, freeing the spirit from the armor and back to the elemental plane of fire. Let us revisit that time, shall we?
That is a great, like, older English word. Smote. Just smote something in the past tense. That is a very esoteric exception word. To smote something. Or to have smoted. To smote something. Like, I even said smote it. Like, smote is not... Smote is the past tense. Kind of funny. Let's see. So we don't even need to do repeatables today. If we get to repeat all those things, that's really fast. Like, holy heck. So if we do the shadow caverns, okay, you still have to do like 1 pair. That's pretty sweet. Oh yeah, this is gonna go fast. So you have to do, okay, so you have to turn in 2 pairs. So that's not too bad. Let's do that. Oh, and we're in the repeating phase now. So let's go and no more dialogues. I kind of like the effect that the effect filter that I have over the historian. All right. Go. It's some meditatory sound here. Okay. So we complete the shadow caverns, right? Shadow fire cavern. I'm guessing it's the one. Yeah, it's this. Then we get 50 currency. I'm pretty convinced last time this was not available until you reach the second milestone. It's nice to have this here. We get 25 immediately. And we get 50 base. Float the activity, which gives us 75. And we can choose to do the heroic encounters for another 25, or we do 3 sets of repeatables for 30 and float 1. And next day would be 3 sets, float 2. Not too bad. It's actually quite quick. Yeah, it's only 30. I'm still only 30 minutes in, even when I spent the first 15 minutes making commentary on how rewards are distributed in the dungeon. Very nice. Okay. I haven't decided if I want to take an extra day away from streaming so that I can prepare for the trip this coming weekend. Or actually, the quote-unquote weekend starts on Thursday. I have to be downtown on Thursday. Day starts at noon. Get to see all the rascals come in, enjoy their Japanese culture away from their Japanese culture abroad, I suppose. Talk about anime culture. Oh, it's a, well, anime is the main thing. It's more turning into a appreciation for the Japanese culture abroad. Kind of hard to say that you have to be into anime to appreciate the Japanese culture at Otakon. It's more of a celebration of Japanese culture in general. I was told there's also a Matsuri this year on Thursday, so I'm gonna have to see what they end up doing. The convention is from Friday to Sunday, a 3-day convention. However, it was tradition back in the day, because of where it used to be, to hold a pre-day Matsuri, or Matsuri, so a festival, right? So it's kind of like on the outside, and apparently they're bringing that back. have no budget for it, I suppose. The last time was a couple years ago, actually. Though Matsuri had a sumo wrestler. And a chance to look and spectate, just a fun thing about sumo wrestling. Oh, right. It's just the one. I need to finish the other ones. Whoops. Oh, I have to go there. Never mind. I have to return to this location anyways. I have to go up. Oh, and that's right. Now we have 2 sets of repeatables. So technically, we only have to do 1.5 set. But we can float the other 2 immediately. Oh, I like this structure. That's a bonus from me. It lines up quite well. As opposed to making like the commanders a requirement. Last time the arena was the requirement, which can be a little bit rough, I would say. You still have to. So this is definitely much more of a solo friendly thing. So we repeat this. Actually, I think we can just. I don't know if there's a campfire, but we're just gonna run towards the end. I have no idea if there's a campfire. I wasn't paying attention. Pretty sure there is one. Yeah. Enough distance? Ah, I saw it for a split moment. Okay, fine. Can I hop on this without while it's moving? Yes, I can. Run! Ignore the mobs. Just run to the general. Wait, can we? Oh, no. Oh, bad idea. They don't de-aggro. Oh, you can avoid some of the mobs. Run to the end. Yeah. Can't jump on this staircase. While on this staircase. Run! Coming through. Friendly. That's not the target I was aiming at. Oh, come on. No space. Let's go. Ah, they're too close. The gang's all here. Yeah, this one goes right quick. Right quick. I think you have to clear these guys. Yes. So I have to hit the... Okay. Alright, take 2. Let's go. Alright. Oh, went a little bit more smoothly. Oh wait, while we're here, we can do these things. Wait, what is that pointing to? Oh. Are they really gonna patrol into me? Friendly. Friendly. Yes. We're restoring some statues. Nice. Alright. That would explain those guys. Okay. Three statues. And we have to take out Ashen miners. Liberate their spirits. Okay. And that's in the same location. Go over here. If we float 20, it's almost an instant complete after the 3 weeklies. However, when we float the activities for next week, that's an instant complete after the 3 weeklies. I think this structure is really fast, which is great. Tony the Tiger has very little on this. It's great. Alright. Alright. Oh, right. I'm supposed to pick up mementos from these guys. I haven't had cereal in quite some time. Man, I could use some these maybe like a cinnamon honey like wheats. Oh man. To crunch on. How many mementos do I have to collect? Like the kindlings. Okay. Friendly. Okay. Okay. Got that. Still need mementos. How many mementos do you... Come on. 20? I'm feeling 20, right? Oh. Okay, we're good. Alright. Why have I disabled raids? Because I don't usually do content that's very consistent. So usually it creates a very awkward situation. I usually network consciously on my own. Sorry about that. Apologies in advance. Been doing this for a while. Raids can lead to a lot of miscommunication. Okay, right. Oh, no, we're not turning that in. Throw these on. Okay, so we're gonna do these two because these two are quicker. So now we hit 100, right? And then we're gonna take care. We're gonna float 2. We're gonna float 4 for next time. So lava, wrap around. What do we have? Spikes? Spikes. Okay. Oops. Why are you guys standing right in front of there? Come on. I wanted to do this friendly. Okay. Yeah, still only below 1 hour. Below 1 hour, even with the introduction. So this will go very, very quickly. Grab these spikes. And now we can roll the dice on a dungeon run. Someone gave up there. That's interesting. That's a weird place to give up. At the end of the BHE. Is this a void space? It is not. Okay. Okay. Alright. I needed those spikes down there. Oh, no. Just kidding. That guy is completing. Oh, you know what? If that guy is... No, never mind. Alright. Yeah, we're done for this tune for today. Very nice. Super quick. Alright. Off to tune 2. We have our Justicar. We'll go very, very quickly. Alright. So, what's the plan? We turn into Heartleaf things. Go through the Historian thing, which leads to the Flame Guard Fortress. Ignazar. Repeat Ignazar. And the Shadow Caverns. And 1 set of repeatables. Pretty solid. Let's try to get it under 30. Perhaps? Mayhaps? Next week it's even quicker. Right, we'll pick that up. Sure. Okay. Alright, so we do have to complete this. Although the pathing more ideal this. Also have to take out Archons. Right. And let's go. Yeah, good old Justicar. I think there was a patch notes regarding the second boss in Lair of the Mad Dragon. No longer can like randomly TP off the platform or something, which that was discussed in the random group. In that run last week. Now I'm kind of curious if the ads are also prevented from spawning. And that guy just literally ran in circles to put me into combat. Amazing. You heckin' butthead. Courtesy these days, I tell ya. Okay. Pretty sure I still have to take care of Archons. No problems. There's a deficiency of Archons in this immediate area. Very, very noticeable deficiency. Probably because that other dude did the same thing. I don't think Flame Spikers count. Dang it! What the? Oh my gosh, dude. Alright. What happens when questing areas share? Oh yeah, I forgot. It does take me back there. Sprites and what? Seeds? That's a 5-minute loss right there. Does I have to like back travel again? Need to complete this. Okay. That person was doing the same exact thing, even though there are only 3 of us in the instance. Feels bad, man. Oh, I could have taken out those flame spikes. I have to. Dang it. Bit of a loss too. Actually, there are 2 here. Might be just enough. Come on. All 3 of you drop 1. Do it. We only got 3. That's about average. That's very convenient though. 4 flame spikes right in front of camp. Alright. Okay. Uh-huh. Yes. Off to the fortress we go. Yep. Here we go. No hard feelings. Just want your clay. That sounds a little weird. Yes, their clay. Want their essence. Okay. Alright. Here we go. This time we can definitely run the entire gauntlet. Because just tank things. Complete disregard. Complete disregard. Wait. So we have to wait here. Just probably work. Gather them all up. Cutting line of sight. Yeah. Where'd you guys come from? Alright. What? Oh my. They really do follow you all the way. Okay. Alright. No death. I thought I would clip through the floor. Ooh, can I? Oh! Okay, no one saw that. I thought I could just cover the distance, but... Wait, how do I... What the heck, man? This takes me all the way back here? Oh, I got punished hard. Oh, man. Dang. Alright. I should have targeted the guy further back. So he just covered the distance. Dang it. That's awkward. Okay. Fine. Can we gip this guy very, very quickly? No. Too late. Too close. Where did Regis go? Alright. We'll try it again. Ooh, can you, you probably can. Nope. Death. No, this takes me all the way back to the beginning. Alright, you can't do that. You literally just plop. There's not enough verticality. It slam right into the ledge. Oh my gosh. Alright. Can't do that shortcut. It slams you right into the pit. Alright. Enough shenanigans. Trying to cut corners. Okay. Let's try this corner though. Wait, are there mobs? Ah! Okay. I jumped and I forgot that there aren't any mobs there anymore, so I didn't have anything to charge to. That little mob was too close to the edge. Alright. No more. What the? Dude. 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 Well. So much for saving time. I spent like 3 times the amount of time. Well. Live and learn. Live and learn. Okay. The walk of shame. Multiple walks of shame. Eh. Alright. Now that I basically just blew like 10 minutes. Let's try not to do that anymore. We still got the salty run back on it. Really? Where were you? I was just hiding in the corner. Alright, don't walk through that. That actually hurts a lot. This is the slowest part because of single target damage. Here. Regis, please. Hit him a little bit more. Regis, please. Alright. What is even in these things? Okay. Same deal. Okay. No. About the same distance. Alright. Alrighty. So now we have that repeatable. Do the fire guard again. Sprites. Memento. Go to the fire guard right away. Oh, it's 10 mementos. Alright, let's try not to spend like 10 minutes running backwards. Time. Okay. Yeah. We missed the 30-minute mark by a long shot because of the back traveling. From all the shenanigans. I don't think there's a way to cut line of sight early. Nope. Oh, wait, no, you can't. I thought maybe you can get on that rock and perhaps leap over. Yeah, man. Okay. Should be good enough, right? There we go. Alright. I don't trust those shenanigans. We're not doing it. I was gonna try to tag the big guy across. Not doing it. Okay. Gangway. Not doing that either. Gonna fall into the pit. Okay. I have to get rid of these guys. Too close to the door. Ah. Okay. All right. What the? Come on. I think clearing them as you go is still about the same. Running to the end and then getting constantly delayed, about the same effect, really. And I have no idea where Regis is. Regis is just gone. Stuck in an environment somewhere. Yep. Yeah, that's what happens when you have an environment that has verticality. Your active companion just gets stuck somewhere. That takes up time too. Because it's also combat advantage. Lacking combat advantage. This guy doesn't have that much HP though. Okay. I can Regis. Alright. To the caverns. Actually, you know what? Oh. I was thinking maybe like I drag the entire place with me. If that works, I can try it. So let's just drag everyone. I don't know if they're gonna reset. Let's see. Let's just drag them all. Seems okay. We're only interested in that big red guy. Yeah, as long as the big red guy follows us, everything will autocomplete when we destroy them. Yeah, no, they're still coming. Alright. And we chill here. Nice. Yeah, we can drag all of them. It's all good. Although I can only do that with this character though. Guy's a bit girthy. Oh, there's still friends left. Okay. Good talk. Alright. Up we go. Turn these in for 50. Complete sprites. 2 sprites, mementos, and then whatever the 2 random after. Sprites. These mementos don't really drop very well. Like 2 per group. Yep, that person's doing sprites, so basically all the sprites are taken. Yep. Gonna take a while for them. Oh wait, there's one. Person must have completed their quest already. Good. I just need 2. If this one's here, and the one at the bottom level is probably still around. Okay. Yep. Oh, don't forget to grab the mementos. Okay. Alright. Alright. Not bad, not bad. Oh. I think it's easier just to change instances to get back to the campfire. Right? Nice. Alright. Grab our 50. Wait. Wait, I missed one? Oh. Oh, the statues. Oh. Wait, where am I? Yeah, we'll do the statues then. And grab 2 more of those. Oh, no. Relics. Friendly. Friendly. Don't mind me. Friendly. Stop. Come on. Just a lonely historian. Okay. Please. Alright. Not here to smote anything. Smote. That's not grammatically correct. Alright. Give me this. Alright. Yes. Neverwinter, indeed. Alright. Okay. Change instances to get back to the campfire. 2014. Oh, hey, that's pretty close to the beginning. Within the first year. A little over a year. A year and a half. What do we have? Barry remains for the other task. What am I interacting with here? $11 hours. Quite a modest amount of time. Back in the old days. For the old days. 11 hours is a lot of time nowadays in Neverwinter. The time has decreased significantly. Okay. Oh, Archons? Okay. Yeah, nowadays, 10 hours might be probably a 4 or 5 month module. So, don't really require more than 11, probably. It's a live service game now, so, it moved to a live service, like, module-based kind of thing quite a bit ago. I'm gonna say 5 years. In like 5 years plus, maybe. Three more Archons. Alright. Instance change to get back. This is the last MMO, like MMORPG? Or do you not play game? Do you not partake in other things that are MMOs? All right, last tune. Let's go. Tune number 3. I don't know if you know what I mean, but MMOs. Back in the day, MMOs might refer to MMORPGs, but nowadays, MMORPGs are the least type of MMOs. Yeah, times have changed. You know, like the most common massive multiplayer online games are not even MMOs anymore. I'd be surprised if I see a new one very often and have that one last as long as the already established ones, like, you know, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy. I guess there's still like the Old Republic, Elder Scrolls, Neverwinter, PSO2. They're all like 5+ years old, if not 10 years old now. And then every new one gets, I think the most recent one, I'll give the nod to the most recent one, is probably New World. New World is probably the most recent one, only because you have backing of Amazon, right? But every time I hear like a new MMO being announced, you start to wonder if they question the decision making. For every one MMORPG that you might see, there's like 3 or 4 battle royales with like some vignette storyline or something. Or a hero shooter. What do you play nowadays? What are you enjoying nowadays? Now that you have left your MMORPG life behind. You just play VR chat. I mean, that is one way to invest in people. I have often been I am currently still a proponent of investing in people. MMORPGs used to be the old VR chat. if you know what I mean, right? So that's actually pretty poetic. It's probably the modern day MMORPG. VR chat, that is. Because MMORPGs served as that platform before they separated. And that at some point gaming and chatting became separate things. Real talk though, now that's a deep cut. Now like some of the most super streamlined MMORPGs actually reduce the chatting to nothing. Like everything's automated, groups are always put together, and when you talk, you get shunned for talking a lot of times. So it's weird. It's a different life. I'm not saying Neverwinter is like that. Neverwinter is the age population of Neverwinter is actually on the older side. Like we're talking about Warcraft, World of Warcraft side of things. I'm a World of Warcraft legacy player. Like I don't play World of Warcraft anymore, but I was at like a vanilla to Burning Crusade. It's difficult to not be playing in MMORPG and have some ties with World of Warcraft at an early age, if you were like my gen, I suppose. Very difficult. Not be somewhat experienced with that. What am I looking? Oh yeah. I picked up many skills there, so I enjoyed the game. Was the first time I've ever found that helped me lose weight. It taught me to dance hip hop, started me on the American Sign Language. Yeah, wait. Boone, you're the one that has a master's in American Sign Language, right? Or was that someone else? I've met a lot of people recently, and I'm starting to get everything, all the details mixed up. Basher, sorry. I meant to say majored. Sorry, the word I meant to say was you majored in American Sign Language. Sorry, I was thinking of an entirely different word. That's you, right? Yeah, okay. That explains the VR chat thing. Because I thought it was super neat that you found a way to utilize a very underappreciated, right? A very underappreciated skill for those who communicate by that means. It goes without saying, it's kind of weird to say this, but learning Japanese, right, is actually kind of like sign language if you think about it from the perspective of pragmatism, right? It's more like a trend, and that's kind of neat. I really respect people who find that it's not necessarily always about the pragmatism, but finding how it's useful, like being creative about engaging in something that you really enjoy. I suppose I don't really have to say much for that, considering that I'm playing Neverwinter online. The immediate question I would get is, why don't you play Elder Scrolls Online instead? Or why don't you play Final Fantasy 14 instead? You know? Yeah, I could, sort of. I figured out my niece is learning Norwegian Sign Language in kindergarten and found that a bit wholesome. Aww. I have a question about sign language, because I don't know any sign language. is the distance between sign language as desperate as, like, say, Chinese dialects? So, like, if you were to communicate with your niece, right? Is there enough dialectic? I'm gonna use the word dialectic. Dialectic similarities that you're able to learn using your American Sign Language in order to bridge Norwegian Sign Language? Or is it almost entirely unintelligible in the same way that languages, like spoken languages and written language? Norwegian Sign is a complete different language than American. I could only understand. Okay, so it's very, very much similar to writing and speaking. Interesting. I haven't thought about that at all. Did your niece know that you know sign language? American Sign Language? That sounds like we're going down an entirely different rabbit hole. But a really, really interesting perspective rabbit hole. Is your niece Italian? Oh, dang it! I've got to take the herbs. Heckin' herbs. Okay. I taught myself a bit of You taught yourself a bit of Norwegian sign, but no, she doesn't really know. She's very young, so doesn't really grasp work and stuff yet. Oh, okay. Oh, that young. Okay, okay. I suppose, in other words, you're not that old yet, which is, depending on how you feel about it, a good thing or a bad thing. I don't mind being considered older, on the older end. Is there, do you know why your niece picked up Norwegian Sign Language? Is she Norwegian? I'm still a youngster, I always will be. Well, all of us can most definitely choose to be young, even regardless of our biological age, right? I wouldn't be doing the thing I'd be doing if I didn't consider myself quite intellectually healthy. Our noggins are a marvel. Our brains are a marvel in its own right. Ageless if one wants to be, or attempts to be. They just teach it here in daycare nowadays and kindergarten. Norwegian? Oh, right. That's right. You're the one that posted that ridiculously cool picture of your outback when you touch grass yesterday. That's right. That's right. That was a heck of a flex. Your Norwegian outback. Like, are you at a high elevation or something? Because that picture seems suspiciously, like, high above the ground. Like, high above ground level. Oh, wait. Have you met Sub-Zero already? I don't know if I introduced the two of you. Sub-Zero is kind of busy with his sort of midlife crisis. Maybe not. He's Norwegian as well, and he has an interest in learning Chinese. whenever he got it. Okay, okay. Yeah, he hangs out over here. There is a chance he was around when I was talking to you on the YouTube side of things, but he's pretty chill. I kind of hard to describe, but he is in university as well. He kind of described where he was before, or like where in Norway he was. He did some I'm guessing some electrical engineering related things, and then now he's like pivoting to like circuits or something. He's working on it, trying to establish a portfolio so that for the future, like making products. I think he's working on a custom PCB of some sort. I want to say he's a city person, so he mentioned being in the city. I don't know particularly which city. There's a few people that I've met that want to learn Norwegian. So I would say I live like 80% up north of Norway. I see. I think he mentioned westernly. I don't know about his position north and south. Someone else was talking about like Norwegian accents, right? Like dialectic variances and stuff, and he just happened to be around. That was the last conversation. He's kind of a slacker. No. Possibly around your same age. Something like that. Possibly. He's like pivoting to a master's or something. I don't remember specifically what it is. He told me about the last time we talked. Told me about how college works. How college like payment and stuff. There was a long discussion about college and payments. Like the comparing and contrasting educational mentality about formal education between Norway and the United States, or at least my perception of my general impressions and perceptions when I worked in the American education system. Oh yeah, at work today, I had some Norwegian I was talking to on the phone, and I could not understand their dialect, so we swapped to English. Yeah, that's exactly the type of conversation that we had recently about the Norwegian regional dialects. Yeah, it's something that is kind of relatable to Chinese, of course, and it was very common to talk about it since Sub-Zero was Norwegian, so you kind of get like that mutual feeling, like, oh yeah, let's just speak English because no clue. Although I guess in Chinese, that's my parents would do the thing like, oh, do you speak Fujianese? And then it's like, oh no, you don't? Okay, we'll just use Mandarin. So there's still that too, even in the Chinese thing. For me, it's more like, yeah. Do you mind if I respond to you in English? Like, it's okay. You can continue speaking in Mandarin or Fujianese, if you will, or even Cantonese sometimes. But I'll probably respond in English. So in a way, it's kind of interesting because my parents understands more English than they speak, right? It's the reverse for them. So oftentimes it would be two people outputting different languages, but that doesn't mean we don't input. We don't understand the input. That's kind of your usual relatable experience when you're juggling more than one language. It's a difficult thing to describe to perhaps people who may grow up in a country with a nationalized language. However, it's kind of relatable, very relatable to people who grew up in a country that has incredibly diverse dialectic differences, and then the dialects create that same feeling. We're like, all right, let's just go to a common language. Which common language do you want to use? You know, like English is pretty safe, so you can default to English, which is kind of nice. It's like, which common language do you want to use? I'm very connected to different languages. I would say from when I was growing up, my dad is French. Oh, okay, your mom is Norwegian. My stepdad is Danish, but live in Germany most. Yeah, you mentioned your stepdad and Danish in Germany. I see. I see. So French, Norwegian. So where does Italian fall in all this? I kind of remember you. Was it your uncle? I don't remember. Wasn't there a family member that you mentioned had something to do with Italian? Actually, maybe I'm getting you mixed up with someone else. Yeah, I might be getting you mixed up with someone else. However, where does Italian come into the picture? Yeah, I totally understand your feelings about being basically expected of, like, very comfortable in interacting with multiple languages. Me too. Me too. It's one interesting experience, I would say, is sometimes I forget that I'm responding English to someone speaking a different language. So like if someone spoke to me in Spanish from time to time, I'm like, okay, yeah, and then I would respond in English, and I'm like, wait a minute, they're speaking Spanish, but I didn't quite process that they were speaking Spanish. I just happened to be very used to hearing Spanish, so it's not my response doesn't make sense. It's that I'm not sure if that other person speaks English. However, I naturally defaulted to whatever was more efficient in responding to the language. I grew up with around a substantial population of people who speak Spanish. I don't have any family that's Italian. No. Okay, Italian just came from one of your online friends. Okay, so we exchange, I suppose, and I've been in Italy. You've been to Italy and met lots of Italian people I'm still connected with. Oh, well, that's great. You have access to, you know, the gold standard. It's nice to be able to connect with peeps who speaks your target language. I would say I could find someone who speaks Fujianese, but they're my parents. That's about it. And let's just say, when we speak Fujianese, it's all business. It's weird to have casual. It's a cultural thing, I suppose. Pleasantries and casual conversation is not within my parents' social norms. Of course, I could press for that. I don't think it's quite necessary. And now your coworker, yeah, you mentioned that just now. We just had that discussion. You discovered that your coworker is interested in Italian. That's so awesome. I haven't tried yet. It's gonna be a little bit. In some way, I do have people who I hang out with regularly because of this whole streaming thing. But I haven't spoken to them yet in Chinese or Japanese. Like we haven't graduated to that level of friendliness yet. But it's definitely available to me now. I know quite a few people who enjoy finding opportunities to speak the target language, which happens to like the target language being Chinese and Japanese. Although Chinese, I'm not too concerned about. I do have people around me in IRL. I'll eventually take care of that. Honestly, learning the vocabulary and reading the vocabulary is pretty much the predominant motivation. I don't really need to orient myself over like conversational grammar or conversational like listening. Heard far too much of that already. Don't really need too much more input. Which is nice. It's definitely different from Japanese. We can kind of, if you're learning Italian, we can kind of sort of do some shenanigans when I go back to Spanish. There's some shenanigans between Italian. I would say the relationship is kind of like Japanese and Chinese. It's loose, but it's also fun to talk about when someone knows Spanish and someone knows Italian. Like, if one person knows Italian and one person knows Spanish, it's kind of fun to talk about because you can kind of sort of guess at each other's things. The way Japanese and Chinese interact with each other. Like, it can be way off the mark sometimes. But it's those moments that you like, hey, can I say something in Italian? What do you think? And then you get to practice like indirectly, sort of, and that's kind of fun too. That's kind of the way I'm engaging with Japanese and Chinese. People who are learning Japanese right now, they like to guess at the Chinese characters and whatnot, and we kind of share that. And since I'm learning both Japanese and Chinese, I get the benefit personally. They're benefiting me because I get reminded about Japanese. I did notice that today at work because my coworker knows Spanish and she was like, oh, this is the same word. Yeah, the Romance languages are quite connected. The reason why I noticed that is because in Neverwinter, the vast majority of the population are outside of NA. NA is actually the smaller region. It's actually the European region. So you see a lot of French, Italian being typed into the chat. And a lot of times I'm like, I don't know Italian, but I can at least know that they're saying something that I have to do, where I have to go, what they want, what questions they're asking. And then since they have to put in like sometimes English words as placeholders, you kind of get enough context. And it's largely because I still read Spanish in the context of video games. So whenever someone types that, it's also the same for Portuguese. Portuguese sometimes comes up a lot, especially in Neverwinter. So you can kind of sort of like guess at it. It's enough to say like, okay, I kind of get what you mean. There's enough context, so you know what to do. Fun times. In terms of time, not too bad. Right, so we completed those, and then we float the things once we go to the guard again, the flame guard. Oh, I might have turned in an extra thing. That's fine. Okie dokie, what is this? Disrupt fire portal. Oh, yeah, these things. Your goal language to learn one day is Arabic or Russian? Oh, that's interesting. Those are your big targets. How, what interests you about those particular ones? There's certainly a departure. Dude, why is that guy putting the dude right in front of the entrance? I need to get in here. That's such a troll move. Putting the commander right in front of the entrance. I don't think it's intentional, still. It prevents me from zoning. So we might as well complete these things while we're at it. One eternity later. A lot of your friends grew up with was Arabic, and your roommate for the longest time was Russian. I don't know, Russian has just always interested you through games. Like, oh, okay, Daisy. And all the road signs were in Russian, so when I just sat down and learned the Russian alphabet so I could read out the signs. Oh, okay. Oh, you really are connected with a lot of different languages. I don't have most people in my life are predominantly monolingual with like incredibly pragmatic, serviceable use of other languages. Like my parents have incredibly just serviceable English. And everyone else is largely monolingual. There are a few acquaintances that I had in like college and stuff. They're not like personal. I'm no longer like connected with them or kept up with them. Can you please? That person was trying to get in here. Wow. Okay. Okay. It's kind of an interesting thing now. Although you do have to keep in mind that I guess if my friends, if any of my acquaintances now, they're gonna probably file in on the whole I'm too old to learn a new language kind of thing. Probably. Or like it takes a really significant amount of time, and my friends and people who are acquainted with me are not at that age anymore where they kind of have that luxury to do so, and they all work professionally, so time is of the essence. I do have to say though, some of my best friends, they are in the Warhammer 40k hobby, and they've been doing it ever since like as when they could, like just as old as language learning, I suppose. And they had many events in the Scandinavian, I want to say Finland. They have a event, no, it's either Norway or Finland, I don't know which one, but there is a fairly interesting scene for 40k in the Scandinavian countries, but I or in Scandinavia in general, but I don't really know where they went. I have no idea. It's one of the three. I think there might even be times where they went to more than one. I can't keep it straight though. Now that is a universe with endless learning. What is the... Are you familiar with 40k? You know what I'm referring to. I guess it's trending now as well, so probably if you didn't know, probably know now. Games Workshop's Warhammer. I didn't even bring up Warhammer yet, even though we were talking about World of Warcraft and MMOs and stuff. Didn't even talk about 40k or fantasy. Warhammer Fantasy. Yeah. There's like a... They go over there for like some sort of conference. Like hobby convention stuff. They've been doing the arts and the crafts part of things, painting, conversions. They're in the fine arts, but they're scientists. Just that's their hobby. So as opposed to like language learning or something. When they have free time, they're gonna be doing model work. Models, painting, conversions. They have a... they've been in that craft far longer than I have been in most of the hobbies that I have. They write a blog, a podcast. It was really deep. I haven't caught up with him on how all of that is going. Meanwhile, I keep saying they because they happen to be brothers. The friends I'm referring to happen to be identical triplets. I met them in college. So all three of them are scientists, and they continue to be scientists. We met in college, continue being friends until then. Yeah, at first look, yeah, for sure. At first look. At first look. They kind of differentiated from each other to some extent now. But on glance, if you meet them still, you would need to rely on certain things initially. that is not your, you know, your conventional way of differentiating between people. All right. I'm gonna grab these things. Watch the lava flow. I want to see if we can catch a dungeon run before switching over to language learning. We had identical twins in the class above me in primary and couldn't tell them apart until I got to know them. Yeah. It's kind of like it's weird feeling. It's kind of like language learning, right? At some point you're just like, what do you mean they're the same? I don't know if you reach that point, like all of a sudden it's like, you know what, they're really different, but at some point it happens, but you don't know when it happens. Like I kid you not, when I get a phone call from one of them, right, I know who it is. Like at some point, like there was always that question where like, oh, how do you know? And then, you know, I'm just, they're walking up ahead and then another friend asked me like, oh, so which, you know, all three of them, can you name which one's which? It's like, yeah. It's like, how do you know? Their hair is like identical from the back. Like, what do you know? Like, you know, I it's hard to explain. There's something. I did try to explain it though. And it's kind of like language learning, where you start explaining it and then everyone's like, oh, I see, but it's things that they don't pay attention to yet. And it's a really fun like mental exercise. After a while, you just get so used to identifying things in a different way. Oh yeah, no idea when that happened, but happened somewhere down the line. Exactly. It's one of those things like, oh, this language is incredibly nuanced, and then all of a sudden one day, if you've done it long enough, you just like it's that's it. Well, how do you know? It's like, let me think about it for a moment. Okay, it's magic. Yeah, there were some fun times. It's the same with English for me. One day it just clicked. Yeah, the inevitable moment. It's like, oh, okay, well, that works. Neat. Although I find it incredibly fun to try to figure out how to explain it. The moment is so fleeting and it's so gradual. Like, it's that moment of transition is so quick, but at the same time so gradual you might not even notice it as well. And this whole language learning thing has been my attempt to try to capture those moments, or like when it happened and all that stuff, because I feel like it's very indescribable. I still remember playing games and using Google to translate here and there that was typed in chat. Oh yeah. Now I know you don't play games too often anymore. Now the thing that I do in my spare time is I like watching content in different languages, so like Japanese and Chinese. And when you scroll down, right, in the YouTube comments, they're usually, in the vast majority, is in the target language or the language of the target audience. And now YouTube has this convenient Google Translate button for each of the comments. Like, you don't even have to like open another window to translate anymore. You just click the button right on the comments. So now lately, if I wanted to listen to like a Japanese song or a Chinese song, I just scroll down, and while I'm listening to it, I'm also clicking on the comments and looking. First I like try to read it, and then I just click on it. It's right there. Like, oh, okay, I got that part, I got that part. Oh, this is kind of neat. It must be this part. And that's what I've been doing. That's the new, quote unquote, new thing that I've been doing. It's so convenient. So now you're like Google farming, Google Translate farming while you're listening to whatever content or video. Like if you're listening to a podcast and you're trying to immerse in the podcast and it's getting regular, you can also still scroll down to the YouTube comments, and then there's a translate button right built in. I think that might be something for established streamers and content creators. I'm not sure if it's going to be on everyone, but the content that I watch always built with that. So I thought about sharing that kind of experience. That is a really wonderful way to interact. I also thought about seeing if there's a plugin or something where, since I'm making content, I can embed it into the Twitch chats, my Twitch chat feed, or embed it into my YouTube feed. In fact, if YouTube had any, if they're offering feedbacks like to the influential people out there, having Google Translate embedded into your chat feed so you can like have one-click access the same way, that would be super awesome. Because then not only as a language learner, it works double time. You can see the original text, you can see the original message, and you have instant access to swapping it over, so you can make an attempt to read whatever they're saying, and at the same time immediately get to see what the Google Translate approximation is. That would be pretty sweet too. I think that Google Translate YouTube comment thing can definitely work in a chat setting. Live accessibility to seeing the two phrases back in the two like messages next to each other, and then you can kind of appreciate how there's some loss in translation. Like it would normalize how it feels to have a loss in translation between languages as well. So it can make like different language very comfortable. People might feel like it's a little bit more normal for this stuff to happen. I know before VR chat, before they introduced an anti-cheat, there was clients with like useful mods, and I remember one of them was like converting audio to text. I see. And I remember the deaf community felt so hammered down with that when the anti-cheat got introduced. Oh. What came of it though? Was it okay? Did it become useful in the long run? Like to lead to changes and stuff in the long run? Audio to text. Oh, that's unfortunate. There weren't any alternatives. Yeah. I think emotes can be an avenue. Emotes can definitely be an avenue, like a more developed avenue for signing, for sure, in the future. It's almost already natural for those who aren't deaf, if you know what I mean. So that could be a interesting bridging thing that can be implemented. All right, I'm gonna move some lock boxes. We're gonna open some lock boxes before we find us a dungeon run. Because gotcha. Not really. I don't really see it as gotcha from my perspective. It's more of an upkeep thing. Get keys. Gotta use them. All right. So how many do we pick up? It's either 70 first, or I think it's 75 keys first, or whichever come first if we get the top reward. So how many? Oh, whoops. I moved the box to the wrong character. Just kidding. I'll move it to our barbarian here. Got 22 boxes. That's as vigilant as I can be. I just pick up boxes or run over boxes. They have to be happenstance. Alright. 22 boxes. How many have we opened already? Where is it? My inventory is a disaster. Where in Carmen Sandiego? Where in Carmen? Oh, here it is. Okay. So what number are we on? All right, let's just open. Let's go. We're at 26. Okay. It's below average. That is below average. Below average. That's okay. Above average. Below average. Average. Below average. Average. Ugh. Oof. Ugh. Okay. We're having a below average day. 10 more to go. Ooh, man. This is a stinker day. Alright. That makes up for it. So we're kind of hitting above average. Not bad. Kind of hitting above average in total. That's okay. Still above average. Alright. Yeah, we kind of landed above average. Which one is this? Defense and critical avoidance. Okay. So what? We have like... What number are we on? Kinda looks like a little before 50. So we'll try to open a few up to 75. At some point. Did we get anything nice? Alright, now time to switch to our other. One thing you figured out lately is with ChatGPT, I can practice any language with it as well on your phone. Indeed, yeah, LLMs are fantastic bridge. I just ask it first in English, for example. Can we hold a conversation? Yep. There is an entire pipeline that is mapped out by a lot of people, actually. You can probably find there's legitimately prompt setups for trying to establish, like train ChatGPT within a session to deliberately practice having role-playing conversations. So you probably come across some of that in the future. It's something that I do plan on doing. Not so far into the future, actually. So there are already people who have a whole set of prompts, and also ChatGPT, at least even in the near future, the refinement for input as well, like mic input and whatnot. So you can actually also do it in a different manner. There is a clever way you can do it with writing as well, like handwriting. Have an extra bridge where you use your handwritten inputs, which then would be transcribed automatically, recognizably, because you would need to have a specific fidelity in your handwriting as a monitor to be transcribed and then used to interact with the LLM. So you can actually practice both speech construction and handwriting if you wanted. I don't know how camera works though. Not sure yet if someone found a clever way to convert camera work so that you can sign in camera, and then that transcribes into a medium that can communicate to an LLM, and then vice versa. So that's also a potential in the future. I haven't ever seen a demonstration where if you sign towards one way, at least that, and then in response, the LMM can possibly like clip together things to sign back. It would take something like Sora protocol or something that would have to generate an image, and I don't think ChatGPT is equipped with that yet. In the future though, it can be very possible like to do it locally, because it's actually relatively not as compute heavy as one might think to generate static images. So they could like a LLM can probably be able to stitch together static images of people's signs in order to demonstrate, or they can have a array or matrices of stocked signs and then be able to collect them back and then feed back the images in the correct sign order, right? Although I'm still not sure about camera input. There is definitely mic input, and handwriting input that you can do to use as a input for interacting with LLMs. And it's only going to get better, right? It's only going to get faster over time. What do you want, Windows? Okay. Yeah. And I'm about 4 or 5 months out of working on my own prompts and stuff to use for Japanese and Chinese. All right, let's see if we can find a group for this dungeon. I'll probably go as a healer, honestly. Could certainly tank it. Actually, what am I? Guess I should replace this, huh? What would I replace it with? Oh, I can replace it with that. Alright. Yeah, camera for signs. Possibly. That's at least my what I would see as a potential future. Interesting applications of LLM. Okay. So I'll give it till 7:30 local time. Local time in the game is right underneath the minimap. Maybe 7:30, then we switch over to language learning. I don't see any beeps. Oh wait. Oh, that's masters. I don't think. Spend time doing master. At least not yet. Take a look. Let's take a look. Look at rings. These are master rings. Oh, they're both available in advanced and masters. Rings. I need some rings. Rings based on max missing health. That's not great. When you're healing combat, that's okay. Very, that's DPS. No. I guess that's fine. Rings are. How about these guys? Based on maximum health. That one's okay. Whenever you critically strike an enemy. When you damage an enemy with your power, you have 10% chance of dealing. That's okay. Actually, that's not too bad. What is this? Heroic encounters? Oh, it's buy it on pickup. So we can't buy it. I wouldn't mind just grabbing that on a tank. It's not too bad. Gotta get going? Yeah, take care. Sleep well. Need to make some food? Oh, okay. Eat, enjoy, and then rest well. Thanks for the conversation, Walter. Good luck, good luck. Long work day. Eat and work. Doesn't look like we're gonna have any luck. Oh, that's a cutie. Okay. Come on, folks. Step right up. Looks like we might be out of luck today. No fish in the sea. We'll do a random queue. Wrap up the day. I think. I wonder how much this artifact is going for. What was it, magma? That's expensive. Interesting. What about the rest of the equipment? About 200. 250 average. I might buy a set for just healing. That's about it. Just healing. I'll replace that. Looks like we're out of luck. Alright, we'll hop into one thing. Oh, yikes. Yep. We'll hop into one thing. Wait. We'll hop into one thing and then check again. Just kidding. They're gone. That seems about right. Okay. Just kidding. Let's see if it changed. Okay. Doesn't look like it. We can hop into this. No dice today. I mean, I guess it's kinda late. No one's interested. Presently. Alright. Give me a short one. Oh, okay. Very short one. Alright. I'll still make an exception. We'll look again after this. This one is very short. So we'll see if there are any people willing to do Mad Dragon after this. I'll just gather them up for the peeps. That guy missed the stairs. Okay. All right. This part we have to wait. Only because you want to get rid of the portals first. Or we're gonna chill. Alright. Let's see if we can. Oh no, there's some peps over here. I was gonna try to open the door beforehand. Wait. Nope. Off we go. Something instantly hit me. Okay. Right. Let's absorb these hits first. Those guys are overscaled. They tend to hit really hard. Every variant of them. Even in scale content. Okay. Off we go. Okay. Group here. Where are you guys? There we go. Okay. Hmm. Wow. That's very unfortunate. Oh boy. Well, that's definitely one way to get punished for that. Something instantly hit me off into another pop-up. And then there was a ping that robbed me of my one input. And then obviously they just basically watched me time out on the ground. Oh, that's a unfortunate set of circumstances. Basically, no. It is this moment that I get to decide if I want to do something about what just happened. And I won't. Neither can get through the door. Hmm. Hey, if you need to pick yourself up, you might as well pick yourself up, right? It's mutual. The feeling is mutual. Oh, 7:30. Yep. Hmm. Someone actually picked up the tank, so that's kind of nice. Silver lining. Lesson learned. You gotta learn somehow, right? I'll take that. All right. Let's see. Let's see if we got any takers. We'll wait another 5 minutes. I'll give it another 5 minutes. Bonus rewards. Hooray. Oh, I'll take those powders. Ooh, 100 Signia powders. I'll take that any day. All right. All right, we'll put 5 minutes on the clock. I don't really think it's going to change. I do really want to grab a hold of this. So perhaps Mad Dragon isn't that popular. Hmm. All right. Well, that's a wrap for today. Yeah, I'm gonna switch over. Wasn't too bad. It was a very chill day. Let's do some tally. So what do we have? It's back to like traditional form. So you have your weekly heroics, right, and your activities. However, you have 250s as well, the Shadow Caverns, Shadowfire Caverns, and the Fire Guard thing for each moving week, right? And then you can float 20, which are the 4 dailies, if you manage to land on 4 dailies or repeatables. So in a way, that's 70, and you do 2 cycles of 20. And you can constantly float 10 because you can turn in 2, right? If you get 50, immediately you'll get 70 every day, or every week, and you'll get 25 for the activities because activities is halfway complete, right? So you'll get 75 every other week immediately from weeklies, and then you get 20 for the 4 repeatables. That will leave you with 1 extra left over. No, yeah, it will give you 1 because you'll do the 4 again and you only turn in 1 of them. Oh, then you float 3. That's not too bad. Otherwise you do heroic encounters. So it's back to like the usual form. Not too bad. I didn't see any new milestones. Let's actually double check. I didn't see any new milestones. Like a story related question mark anywhere. Let's go look around momentarily. This is as usual. I kind of like that they went back to doing another instance based task, which was the Fire Guard Fortress. Not too shabby. I would say 30 to 45 minutes per character. Faster every other week, maybe. Let's see if there's anything. 4th milestone. So there's something on the 4th milestone. We're on the 3rd right now. Okay, so they skip over milestone 3, which we won't see. Yeah, so you go straight to over here. All right. Good enough. All right, that's a wrap. I think it's about average. I don't think. Yeah, nothing really sticks out. Average. 5 is a 5. No, 5 out of 10. Average, middle of the road. Pretty chill. I think it's kind of alarming in some way that the dungeon running even around this time of day has already fizzled. I still see quite a bit of activity though, here and there for the dungeon run. I'll probably try to run it some other. I almost feel like we should start with a dungeon run. Earlier in the day, I already saw some. I might flip it next time. Alright folks, there you have it. Another 5 day week. Like, everything seems to work, right? Everything seems to work. There's no outstanding bugs. There's no like drop in quality or anything. There's no increase in quality. Right? No extreme volume changes. Alright, there you have it. Thank you for watching. If you're gonna watch this later, thanks. Thank you. And see ya next week. See you next week on Reset Day. All right, we're gonna go right into it. Welcome back, folks. It is day 166 with Duolingo Japanese. Once again, Maku desu. Minasan konnichiwa. Yokoso. So yeah, we're still in this unit 36. Unit 36 is pretty chill. It seems like they're taking a change of pace for kanji forward stuff. Let's see, remember stuff. I remember that we picked up 3 different things that I glanced over the previous day. So let's review them. Unit 36. It says discuss a meal. Not quite it. Alright, so kanji stuff. Yeah. Ocha. Omizu. Put O in front of this stuff. Sakana. Old. How did that work? Okay. That kind of looks sloppy. Let's try again. Yeah. Yasai. Yasai. Hmm. Wait, that's the wrong one. Gyunyu. 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 Hmm. 1, 2. Oh, right. Random stuff. Oops. So, ego. Ego. Something I forgot yesterday was a breakup now. Oh. Oops. Oh my, onamai wa, onamai wa, onamai wa, nan desu ka? Onamai wa nan desu ka? Alright, now let's do some grammar points. We had chodo, 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 and nope, that's not the right one. Oh wait. Yeah. Dewa or Kewa? I think it's Dewa. Yeah. Dewa. Oh no. Pretty sure it's Dewa. Dewa and Dore. No. Yeah, Dore. Dore and Dewa. Other meal stuff. Let's do right. Taberu. Nomu. Arigato. Oh no. Oh. Gochiso sama deshita. Gochiso sama deshita. Got time again. We can review time. G. And hun or pun. Ichiji, Niji, Sanji, Yoji, Goji, Rokuji, Shichiji, Hachiji, Uji, Juji, Juichiji, Juniji, right? Juniji. Ga Ipun, Nipun, Nihun, Sanpun, Yonpun, Gohun, Dokpun, Nanahun, Atpun, Juhun, and Jupun, right? They threw in Ima. Ugh, that's a disgusting looking Ima. Ima. Actually, pretty sure Mainichi. Foods. Yasai, ocha, mizu, sakana, niku, Alright. Why? I'll throw in another food item. Tamago. Tamago. Is there any other food items that we have with kanji? No. No, not really. Oh. Let's go Hando. And throw in Asagohan. Bangohan. Which makes sense for the evening. And then oops. Ugh. Save me. Need more space. Gotta make this chunker longer. And Hirugohan. I think that's pretty good. Good enough for unit 35. I mean 30, 36. 35 was convenience store. Convenience store stuff. No kanji, but no categorized kanji. But we do have okane. Okane. And oops. Holy, what happened? Aitemasu. Okay. Convenience store, convenience store. Ohashi. Obento. Apuramen. Kopiki. 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 Oops. Scan. Kite. Kite. Gamu. Dekiru. 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 Hmm. Copy suru. Copy suru. Atatameru. Atatameru. Ochira desu. What am I doing on Duo? I'm recalling my vocabulary from the last 2 units before I start my Duo lesson for the day. Ochira desu. That's not the right one. Right. 少々お待ちください. Hmm. 大丈夫です。大丈夫です。 There were two other phrases here somewhere. And more predicates. Ikitas. Ikitas. Otsuri. Otsuri. Neji Bukuro. Bukuro. How many is that? 1, 2, 2, 7, 11, 15, 18. That's kind of low. I think we can get 3 or 4 more. I'm forgetting. Those are some repeats too. No mae no. Dozo. Dozo. Wakarimashita. I think that's good enough. Alright, we're good. Yeah. Good. Alright, let's go into our personalized practice. Philippine Jin. Philippine Jin desu.
Philippine Jin. Philippine Jin.
Philippine Jin desu.
です。
タバコは全然吸いません。
タバコは全然吸いません。全然吸いません。はい、全然。
フィリピン人です。
フィリピン人です。
タバコはあまり吸いません。
タバコはあまり吸いません。
先週渋谷で面白い店を見つけました。
うん先週渋谷で面白い店を見つけました。先週
来週一緒にカナダでパレードを見ませんか？
来週一緒にカナダでパレードを見ませんか？来週一緒にthat's more of an English thing, but that's fine. They wanted it in a very specific order. So the only thing that messed up was the together. They want the would you like to go together here? But that I disagree. That's an
先月
English
原
thing.
宿で可愛いカフェを見つけました。
先月は先月原宿で可愛いカフェを見つけました。Yeah, that happens every once in a while. It's a 50-50 flip. I disagree with the grammar there. It's both grammatically correct. Kawaii cafe. 原宿で先月
タバコも吸いません。
タバコも吸いません。
毎年祖父母にクリスマスプレゼントをあげます。
毎年祖父母にクリスマスプレゼントをあげます。Okay. Christmas プレゼントを祖父母に毎年
いつも誰にプレゼントをあげますか？
いつも誰にプレゼントをあげますか？いつも。That's such bad phrasing.
先週少し中国語を練習しました。
先週少し中国語を練習しました。Okay, they just decided to avoid some prepositions. Alright, sure. 先週少し中国語を練習しました。I guess that works too. Yeah.
毎日仕事の後、筋トレをします。
毎日仕事の後、筋 筋トレをします。筋トレをします。毎日仕事の後、仕事の後、筋トレをします。
1日に1回筋トレをします。
1日に1回筋トレをします。1日に1回筋トレをします。
先週何時間スペイン語を練習しましたか？
先週何時間スペイン語を練習しましたか？先週。
来週韓国で友達と会います。
来週韓国語韓国で友達と会います。Totally misread that. 来週韓国で友達と会います。会います。友達と韓国で
来週一緒にカナダでパレードを見ませんか？
Yes, I don't agree with you, but that's fine. It's either or. Oh wait, maybe I made another error. Imasenka. Oh, maybe I did make another error actually. No, it's a different error. At least I might have wrote C. I might have wrote go instead of C. Now I'm kind of curious. I might have made a mistake on... I wrote go. I think that's the error. Now that I think about it. I think that was a legitimate error. I'm pretty sure I might have said go instead of C. They might still accept it. Let's see. Oh no. I'd like to see a parade. Yeah. On retrospect, I'm pretty sure I wrote go. I picked up go instead of C, so it's incorrect. I'm pretty sure this is still fine. Actually, I should have moved my together back there just to see. No, I got the verb incorrectly. I got the predicate incorrectly. The moment I saw C next to go, I'm like, yeah, never mind. That's just an interpretive thing. It's still an English thing though. Let's see. 3年生2年生1年生何年生4年生 Oh hey, I think they fixed it. I think they adjusted that. 4年生 Because it keeps saying 4年生 before. Or very strongly implying a 4年生 Maybe it's just this particular voice. 3年生 We'll see. 1ヶ月に3回フライドポテトを食べます Oh no, they're not gonna go in with it. 1ヶ月に3回 3回フライドポテトを食べます。フライドポテト。fries, French。3回、1ヶ月に、
1ヶ月に3回ハンバーガーを食べます。
1ヶ月に3回ハンバーガーを食べます。
福岡のクルーズツアーに行きました。
福岡のクルーズツアーに行きました。福岡。福岡のOkay, I guess they wanted it this way. Sure. 福岡のクルーズツアーに行きました。Okay, sure.
去年姉と千葉の海に行きました。
去年姉と千葉の海に行きました。行きました。千葉の海に姉と
去年日本の SF 映画を見ました。
去年日本の SF 映画を見ました。日本の SF 映画。去年。
浅草で歌舞伎を見ましょう。
浅草で歌舞伎を見ましょう。浅草で
1ヶ月に2回。
1ヶ月に1回。2回。正解。2回。
来月も歌舞伎を見ます。
来月も歌舞伎を見ます。来月も歌舞伎を見ます。来月Yep, that's what I'm talking about. This stuff is no. It doesn't it really doesn't matter. Like I disagree with this, but that's fine. You can
携
take your
帯を
hearts.
たくさん使います。
If I didn't make the Go or the C swap, I think together would also get marked incorrectly. 変えたいをたくさん使います。Wait. 携帯 を It's 携帯をたくさん使います。 Yeah, that one is very, very incredibly disagreeable.
そうですね。静かなレストランに行きましょう。
そうですね。静かなレストランに行きましょう。そうですね。
家族とクルーズ旅行に行きました。
家族とクルーズ料理に行きました。家族と。
そうですね。近いのでこのレストランに行きましょう。
そうですね。近いのでこのレストランに行きましょう。そうですね。近いのでレストランに行きましょう。このレストランに行きましょう。書くので。
4時間ぐらい携帯でゲームをします。
4時間ぐらい携帯でゲームをします。
来月も歌舞伎を見ます。
Yeah, this is disagreeable, incredibly disagreeable.
Get more with Super
Duolingo owes me 1 heart. That one I absolutely disagree with.
船にカラオケバーがありました。
船にカラオケバーがありました。Okay, sure. ありました。カラオケバー。船に
船にジムもありました。
船にジムもありました。船にジムも。
ビールも全然飲みません。
ビールも全然飲みません。全然。ビールも。Yeah, see now you have this problem where do you put the either? Let's just put it at the end.
駅の近くは便利ですか?
And then there are situations where you don't put it at the end, and I disagree. It means the same thing. I mean, like, it generally generalizes to the same thing. However, there is a nuance to it, but you can't actually tell from the Japanese. 駅の近くは便利ですか? What the heck? Is it convenient near the station? Ugh. Yeah, 駅の近く。
毎日晴れでした。
毎日晴れでした。Okay.
専攻は何ですか？
専攻は何ですか？
渋谷駅の近く。
渋谷駅の近く。
ビールもあまり飲みません。
ビールもあまり飲みません。Just gonna put it at the end.
お酒も飲みません。
お酒も飲みません。
専攻はビジネスと中国語です。
専攻はビジネスと中国語です。中国語です。Okay. Oh no. See. Oh no, that's not business と I missed the と business と中国語です。Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I'm okay with that.
ケンさんは2年生ですか？
ケンさんは2年生ですか？ Okay. But this is vocative? It's vocative.
花さんも今2年生ですか？
花さんも今2年生ですか？ Vocative. Ima. Uh-oh. Well, I guess that's fine. I swear, Duolingo. I swear. Okay.
誰に CD をもらいましたか？
誰に CD をもらいましたか？誰に CD をもらいましたか？ Honestly, I probably do a turn of phrase here and just interpret as who gave you that CD? Not who did you get the CD from? Yeah, that's probably what they want. Yeah. Or from whom did you get the CD?
去年パートナーに花をもらいました。
去年パートナーに花をもらいました。去年
北海道は毎日曇りでした。
北海道は毎日北海道は毎日曇り。Oh, 曇りでした。あ、曇りでした。Hey, kumori. That's kind of weird to look at. Kumori with deshita. Kind of reminds me of a predicate. Oh, maybe it is. Oh, no, maybe not. Okay. Discuss meals.
花さん、ありがとう。
花さん、ありがとう。
花、ありがとう。さん。花さん、ありがとう。
ありがとう。Oh, I forgot boku. I totally forgot to write boku in the review, in the recall today. That's fine.
これ。
これは僕のコーヒーです。僕。
花さんは英語ができます。花
さんは英語ができます。
できます。花さんは英語ができます。
花さんは英語ができます。You want 私？
私
はお茶を飲みます。Sure.
どれが水ですか？
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 大きいリンゴください。
大きいリンゴください。
ご飯は食べません。
ご飯は食べません。
は食べません。
ジュースは飲みません。
Weird. You're weird.
お水をください。
お水をください。水をください。
ご飯を食べます。
ご飯を食べます。ちょうど。This is
渋谷。
Oh no. Can you put ちょうど No.
では
渋谷行きましょうか。渋谷に行きましょうか。Where is 渋谷？
渋谷に行きましょうか。
What happened with お名前は何ですか？お名前は何ですか？お名前は何ですか？花さんは英語ができます。
花さんは英語がますでき。どれを飲みますか？
What the wait どれを飲みますか？What? Man. Okay, that's fine. どれを飲みますか? Or see, you can actually get away with which one you drink. Maybe. I don't know about that one.
私
私はたくさん食べます。Okay. 私はたくさん食べます。Right. Okay. Now this unit has been very weird. Very, very weird. Then we get to time. 10時10分です。
012 012
Okay.
年話1分木曜日は
9時19分です。9時19分です。9分です。
電車山田お金9月1分
9時です。
9時です。
Okay.
今は5時15分です。今は10 15時15分です。今は5時15分です。
今は5時15分です。
今
8時18分です。
8時
Oops.
は18分です。
7時半です。
7時半です。
牛乳
を飲みます。
飲みます。
Let me guess.
私は
Sure.
8時8分です。
8時8分です。8時8分です。じゃあごちそうさまでした。
ごちそうさまでした。
5時45分です。
5時45分です。5時45分です。
今は7時ちょうどです。
今は7時ちょうどです。7時。ちょうど。You better not do it. Okay.
肉と野菜を食べます。
肉と野菜を食べます。肉と野菜。Okay. All right. Review. 英語。
英語。
英語。ご飯は食べません。ません。
年。半。話。1分。
木曜日。お名前は何ですか？
1分。山田。電車。9月。
お金。お水をください。
牛乳は飲みません。
牛乳は飲みません。
飲みます。
Okay. このリンゴはいくらですか？
リンゴはこ
のリンゴはいくらですか？
では、ごちそうさまでした。
Okay. では、
ごちそうさ
までした。
でした。
では、ごちそうさまでした。ごちそうさまでした。
今
は8時18分です。
8は18分です。
肉と野菜を食べます。肉と
野菜を
食べます。肉と野菜を食べます。
野菜を
肉と魚は食べません。
肉と魚は食べません。肉と魚。Oh, interesting. That's a good point. I do not eat meat or fish, as opposed to Anne. That's a good point.
Dore?
Oh no.
それ
はどれですか？
です。
です。それはこれ、どれ？それはどれですか？ I don't know about this one. This one is like,
9時半ちょうどです。
9時半ちょうどです。9時半ちょうどです。
12時頃に食べます。
12時頃に食べます。Going pretty well, Kat. What have you been up to lately? Chilled at the park? Very nice.
Introducing the Duolingo.
Do you ever bring like a sketch pad and go to the park and sketch something at the park? I always imagine myself doing that if I had a park nearby, but I had to drive to a park. I live in the suburbs. I have to like drive everywhere. Been trying to get your body moving. Oh, okay. 3.5 kilometers. Oh, that's nice. Walking's nice too. Walking or running. You just usually watch TikTok and chill? Alright. 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 Okay, so we want to complete our kanji section today. There was an update to Duolingo, but I don't know what the update is. Haven't seen the update. So the only way I know that there's been an update to Duolingo on desktop is when you go to practice, and if these numbers become gigantic again, something got refreshed. Every time they update, the notification of something new gets refreshed, at least in my opinion. So something in the back end changed. I don't know what though. All right, so let's complete these, and then we're gonna switch to Chinese. Okay, yasai.
Yasai.
Yasai. I got Bob today. You wanna discuss a Duolingo trait? Here's a Duolingo trait. What is it? Say I went. No. How do I? It's something like I went to. Let's say I went to somewhere. I went. It doesn't really matter what the sentence is. I went somewhere. Right. Wait. It's even more than that. I also. Oh, no. It's actually, it deals with the also. I went somewhere last month, for example. Last month. Too. Right? So if you place 2 here, I went somewhere too last month. That's incorrect. And I'm still not quite sure if, and this is translation. So you were given the Japanese prompt. And it is actually not that clear. So the way I wrote 2 here. So I went somewhere too last month. Right? But 2 in this way has to be at the end of a sentence. However, they might accept last month I went somewhere too. And I'm using placeholders, obviously. This seems like a very unnatural English phrase because it is. I'm just using somewhere as a placeholder. Yeah, so 2, this type of 2, I don't use this type of 2 very often. I really don't use this type of 2 very often. And it's adverbial. It's generally at the end. But when you're translating, you might be placing it in different places. English natives how made the language so because it's hard to know what's wrong and right. Not gonna lie. Yeah. Well, it's not even English. I know you English natives make things confusing, but there are too many. There are lots of significant English speakers now, so each of them have different preferences, if you know what I mean. So English groups have become so myriad that everything goes off. Because like if I were reading it in Japanese, I would put the 2 not at the end. I would put the 2 in the middle. So English natives would likely put it at the end. In fact, I actually think in this very specific case, English natives are more used to using 2. I don't like using 2. I would use also. So instead I would say I also went somewhere. But that wasn't a choice, right? That's not a choice. And if you put I too went somewhere and you put commas there, like here, you could make a funny like in creative liberty right thing, but I would use also. I also went somewhere. And Duo does translate to also or to. The thing is, you can't express I also went somewhere when 2 is your only choice. So then that shows you know, that tells me that I obviously don't use to very often, because oftentimes I don't know where to place it. And you might be thinking, well, that's kind of obvious if someone like a native or someone said, well, it's obvious. It's always grammatically correct at the end. That's not true, because you have to translate expressions too. So you could say something like, fish, two, please. Right. This is the translation input for sakana mo kudasai. If you place the two at the end, it'll be wrong, because fish, please, two doesn't make that doesn't translate. But if you think about it this way, it still says fish, please, also. Yeah. So you could say this is more of a Japanese thing or a Chinese thing, really, because I would still put two in the middle of a sentence because of the way Chinese and Japanese go about it. Putting two at the end is weird. Oh, and I said when I'm speaking, I also do either, and neither different too. Either and neither, they're supposed to go, a lot of times they go at the end of a sentence. But I don't think I use them properly as well. In English, I'm saying like my speaking patterns are not the grammatically correct. And this reminds me that my speaking patterns are not grammatically correct. That's what I mean by learning English again. It would be really interesting to see what it's like to use Japanese to learn English, because I think the stuff that we're discussing now has a lot to do with how we're engaging with our target language. I don't know if you ever got nailed by this, Kate, but this is also true when you say like konnichiwa, like Ken-san, right? Ken-san, konnichiwa, right? Konnichiwa. So Ken-san, konnichiwa would be fine, but if you submit this, they're gonna say it's hello, Ken. And there was a time, there's some prompts you're going to get it wrong if you don't reverse the order. If you don't reverse the order. So in Japanese, if Japanese is Ken-san konnichiwa, right? Or you address the person first, and then you say the thing. And then English is the reverse. It's a weird thing, but I kind of agree with them. Not that it's wrong or anything, like wrong or right. If you say it either way, you're still going to conversationally communicate the same, very similar meaning. But there is a cultural thing here. Not that it's a grammatical thing, per se, but this happens too. And oh, I don't know if you noticed this since you're using the Chinese course. Names are not reversed. Names are not reversed. But in the Japanese course, they will be wrong. They'll be marked as wrong if you get their names reversed. And I think it might also have something to do with honorifics. So honorifics are always attached to a specific name, like a specific part of the name. So they want you to be aware of that. Meanwhile, in Chinese, you don't have that. So if you say 我叫 Zhengming, right? 我叫 Zhengming. Then you say my name. You can say my name is Zheng Ming, right? This would be wrong in Japanese if it was, I don't know, Tanaka Ken-san. Tanaka Ken-san. Right? And then you wrote Tanaka. You submitted Tanaka Ken. That would be marked wrong. Because it's Ken Tanaka. In English. Yes. And it's actually the same in Chinese, but you don't have to swap it. You don't have to swap it in Chinese. You keep the same order. If you swap it, actually, if you want to try, you can swap it and see if they mark it wrong. I'm actually very curious. I haven't tried. Like every time Jiangming, right? Jiangming comes up. If I submitted Mingjiang, would they mark it wrong? Because this is a negative result, right? I just remembered that you have to flip the name one of the times. I'm like, oh, you don't have to. But I didn't. In Japanese, you do have to flip the name. Not that it comes up too often. It actually doesn't come up that often. It was just an observation.
Yasai.
They usually just stick with one name, so that's fine.
Yasai.
Oh boy. That stroke is too close.
Yasai.
That's triggering both of them.
Yasai.
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 It's all part of the growing pains of learning a language.
Yasai.
Or having multiple languages you're so used to.
Yasai.
I do it in Chinese too. I do it in Fujianese as well. When I hear myself doing it sometimes, where I move some of the adverbs and move some of the adjectives around because of English. My parents still understand me. Well, most of the people I talk to still understand me. It's just the order would be in unnatural order, or like a different order because of English. It's not a way to discourage anyone from doing it anyways. So the reverse is still true. I'm positive that occasionally I would put like a counter before, like which one goes first, like hui die somewhere instead of jai hui, right? Jai hui, because in English sometimes you can flip verb phrases in the reverse order. Like adverbial stuff can end up being at the end or the begin, like after the verb or in front of the verb, and occasionally I can flip them around, like 在住 instead of 住在, kind of thing. I definitely hear those, but it's not disruptive enough for people I talk to not understand what I'm saying. They just get flipped every once in a while. And in English, also probably, perhaps, lots of the adverbial things get flipped every once in a while too. So you get so used to, like, if you get read back Japanese, then you start doing it in the Japanese order, and sometimes it doesn't work with English because English is like it can't decide every once in a while. So interesting.
Eigo.
With all that said, Duo can't take my hearts from me. Oh. I typed eigo. Yes, plus Japanese is SOV order, right? Yeah, Japanese is SOV. They want to be different. Eigo. SOV.
Eigo.
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 英語。
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 I still think people may over exaggerate how much structure can disrupt someone who already understands the language very much, if you know what I mean. So like it's a little bit dramatic, but I think a lot of the situation comes from the idea that if you only do one thing, which is like use one language, you get used to anticipating things, and when that anticipation goes awry, everything else falls apart very easily, right? A well-oiled machine can hit a brick wall when one thing falls off. Meanwhile, a scrappy person who's like just barely getting by juggling things, they might be more used to being on their feet, right? So when I hear English in SOV, it's not a big deal to me. You can still understand the language. However, if you took it from a perspective of someone who's not used to knowing or being used to other different ways of ordering ideas, then yeah, the first couple of times, or only the few times they encounter it, is going to be wildly confusing, right? Because they're not used to it. They're not used to the idea that English could be SOV, but not really. Yeah. And I don't think it will take too long. Even, like if you were to be interested, if you were Korean, I think so. I don't actually know. I don't know enough about Korean. We could ask Blair later. Yeah, you just after a while, I think for me it took about a month, and then it became really regular. So later on, when people start speaking English, like they did these skits where you would change the English to SOV, right? So what if Japanese was spoken, what if English was spoken like Japanese, and you still can understand it? The thing is, though, to me, it's safe to say that when you spend time in it, then it becomes more. So I'm not saying that if you learn English really well, that immediately it'll become comfortable. But at some point, it does become pretty comfortable when you get used to it. I think the point I'm trying to make is people really underestimate how good they are at adjusting to things when they really want to, right? Don't sell yourself short that when you see like SOV all of a sudden, you're like, well, I'm never gonna get used to that. Like, you said that when you learn to walk. You said that when you learn to ride a bicycle or something. You said that when you learn to drive a car. Like, it's don't sell yourself short as a human being. It's more like, are you discomforted enough not to learn anymore, right? That's kind of the thing. What is this? Oh, ego.
Ego.
It's very disheartening when I hear people constantly selling themselves short. Like, you did a lot of things that you didn't want to get used to, and you still can do it. So you're good to go. I think there are way more complicated things than swapping up SOV. I mean, not that that's not complicated, but you've done it lots of times in your life. And even a 13-year-old has done a lot of things in their lives that they had to get used to. It's something that needs to be learned just like anything else. Yeah, really. It's our emotions that are the ones you must negotiate.
Gyunyu.
And of course, physical limitations. There are such thing as physical limitations, but we're not really talking about those at the moment.
牛乳
牛乳
Like, I'm okay in accepting that you can't fly. Like, all right, I'm fine with that. Like, not fly and, you know, just by flapping your arms. I'm okay with that. That's fine.
牛乳
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 Maybe this won't be true in the future, but for now, I think we're okay with not being able to fly unaided. Not being able to fly unaided.
僕
Boku.
僕
僕
僕
僕
僕
I'm trying to in the next couple of days I'm trying to
僕
go to bed 1 hour early and wake up 1 hour earlier because I do need to make a trip. I have 2 more days, so I can shift 2 more hours.
僕
Gotta get down to the city. And get down to the city before noon.
僕
And I have to liberate time for the drive.
Get more with
Yeah. That doesn't mean I didn't sleep. I slept earlier. But I didn't sleep then. I slept at 4. Not to dox you, but I thought you were in the city? No. I'm in the suburbs. Suburbia.
野菜
I made a comment about need to drive like 15 to 20 minutes to get to a park. You can't walk to a park. Although, with that said, walking outside and just walking around is fine too. You're in a neighborhood, so you just walk around, or all you see is houses as far as the eye can see. And then if you finally get out of the suburbs, then all you see is farmland. So that's kind of where I live.
Yasai.
I spent half my life in the city though.
野菜
So it's a bit of a mixed bag in terms of experience.
野菜
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 I'm from the city too. Let's go sprawling copy paste houses and bad infrastructure. Today I learned apparently Mako seems to be membrane in Japanese. Oh, like the word membrane? Oh, interesting.
野菜
I had no idea that's what it meant. Membrane, huh?
野菜
Yasai. Yasai.
I actually don't know what the full name means as well.
野菜
Oh, I know what the full name means. So, the surname that I adopted Maku from is Makunochi. So Makunochi is it's a type of bento box. It's a very specific type of bento box. So in the bento, it has very specific things. I forgot what's in it. But Makunochi. This is the surname. It got shortened just so that it becomes an alias. So I used it as an alias. But Makunochi is a type of bento box. I think it might have eggs in it. It might be like a midday type of bento. Oh. Nah, Google's fine. Google Translate does work.
牛乳
I was just having a little too much fun laughing at Google Translate. Oh, which by the way, is Korean SOV? Blair? Neither Pat nor I prefer to look at it. We just wanted, well, I took the initiative to just say we should ask you.
牛乳
As opposed to looking it up.
牛乳
Because you know, Google. Just kidding.
牛乳
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 New.
牛乳
New.
牛乳
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 It is? Okay, cool. Oh, there you go. Confirmation. Now it's 100%, right?
野菜
Unless Blair is going in for the long con.
野菜
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 Have you ever got long con before?
Yasai.
As a joke? Has anyone ever long con
Yasai.
you as a joke? Like by a friend or something?
野菜
A long con.
野菜
That would be hilarious. I know, right? I don't
Yasai.
mind it, but I haven't. I think I
野菜
I don't know. The longest con I've
Yasai.
ever done was something dealing with my name. Like how my parents received how my parents gave me my name, my first name, and my given name. That's the only long con I've ever done, but it only lasted like less than a day. Why is there a spicy pepper in my chimichangas? Why not? Oh, not a spice person though.
牛乳
I see.
Gyunyu.
牛乳
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 What the heck?
牛乳
Now I want to
Gyunyu.
eat.
牛乳
I already had a snack. We're fine. No need.
牛乳
No need. New.
牛乳
牛乳
牛
But you
乳
see, Kat, Blair is learning 2 languages that are
牛
SOV.
乳
牛乳
So does that mean you're going to pick up an SOV
Gyunyu.
language? One of us.
牛乳
One of
Gyunyu.
us. One of us.
牛乳
You know? You know?
野菜
Yes, okay. I mean, oh yeah, true.
野菜
Yeah, you're keeping you're right. You're right. True.
野菜
True.
野菜
野菜
Fair enough.
野菜
Although
野菜
I can't relate, but I'm a lava person. I like eating my lava. So
野菜
I feel like if we had
野
a
菜
if we were next to each other, Blair might just run away from the smell of spice
Yasai.
from my food, my lava food. I feel like my food would scare Blair.
野菜
Ooh, you have gimbap. You don't like spice either? Oh man, you guys really are twins. I would be giving you all the hot peppers. I'll try one bite and die. Yeah, I like my. What about kimchi? Are you okay with kimchi? That's kind of spicy in a different way. Like there's a lot of tang, the tang spice in kimchi. I'm guessing it might be a little bit strong for you, Blair. Usually when I think of gimbap, right on top of right on top. You just place kimchi right on top. Go in. Anything goes with kimchi. Just stack of kimchi on there. I want to try kimchi so bad. Yeah, it has a tang to it. So tang is like, in my opinion, the other type of spice. So it's not like hot spice, or it's not like that traditional hot spice, but more like very tangy, stingy, like very, very stingy. Yeah, it's pickled. Yeah, it's that pickled tang, and it's not for everyone. People don't, it's a hit or miss when it comes to either fermented or pickled things. That tang can be, people can be very sensitive. Oh, you like pickle stuff? Dude, then kimchi. Although you might want to make sure the kimchi doesn't have like Korean pepper flakes. I kind of like my kimchi to be also a hot type too. I forgot what it's called, the Korean pepper flakes. But sometimes kimchi is prepared with that. Oh, you're okay with Korean pepper? Well, yeah, kimchi. Is it just because you can't find kimchi? Kimchi. I wouldn't survive in... what's the first character? Oh, is that the... Wait, what is... Oh, what does that stand for? Oh, that's how Chengdu look like. Interesting. Yeah, haven't used the character those yet. For spicy food? Yeah. Well, anything Szechuan would blow your ears out, would it not? Yeah, Szechuan. Yeah, anything in Szechuan province. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to Asian Mart this Friday. Yeah, kimchi. How do I best describe kimchi? Kimchi is like perilla leaves, really. Only like it just goes with things. I think kimchi is like a more fancier bread in this case. Just goes with everything. You see Szechuan, you run. Oh, totally should go to a Szechuan house. Fire, the joke is, do you want lava with your fire, and maybe a side of magma. Burns so good. Also fiery bum at the end.
Yasai.
They're also known for pandas. Yeah. I'm entertaining the idea of doing animations.
Yasai.
Oh, okay.
Yasai.
Have you done animations before, Blair?
Yasai.
I haven't done any animations
Yasai.
myself.
Yasai.
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 Every time I hear yasai, I think of psych. Like, yeah, psych. Okay. Chengdu is a very beautiful city, also very progressive. That the Sichuan province isn't the place with the cyberpunk city, right? What was the name of the cyberpunk city? And where is that located? If you know what I mean, cyberpunk city. Yeah. Yeah. Dongxing. Oh, it's in its own province. Okay. Now that place, that is something else. I would love to see that place live. It has such an interesting topography with its natural landscape too. Due to political stuff or something. Oh, okay. Like it's one of those things like the technology and the architecture is sculpted around the natural landscape, so it makes it look so incredible. It's not like they like terraform the entire, you know how a lot of times they would flatten the entire terrain just to accommodate architecture, but they went above and beyond and designed architecture around the terrain. Chengdu and Chenghe are on your itinerary. Very nice. Wait, did you tell me when did you plan on going, or was it just like eventually at some point?
Introducing the
Yeah, it's incredible to look at. That city is really incredible to look at. It's a technical marvel, really. And then you have like the Mediterranean, right? And then you have things like the Mediterranean, like Venice, for example. And then you have like the coastal regions, you know, like in Spain, like around here, around the peninsula area. Like there's so many interesting worlds. And then you have like the incredibly outlandish stuff in the middle of nowhere. And when I mean the middle of nowhere, I mean like the Middle East and stuff, where just have what was the country that is basically only its own country, in that everything in the country was white, and it's like incredibly exclusive. I don't remember what it. I want to say it's a stan. It's a stan. Maybe like it's not Kazakhstan. Turkmenistan? Not one of them. The way the city, it's pretty wild. So different. It's one of the stands. I don't know which one. You don't have a set date, but within the next couple years. Constantinople playing in your head. Maybe 2 or 3 years. Gonna save a lot of money because my itinerary is huge. I'm planning to go over 6 cities. Ah, okay. Yeah, hold up. I think I can find it just based on like context clues I can provide. Maybe I'll enter. No. Dang. That Google search did not work. It is, oh yeah, Turkmenistan. It's the capital of Turkmenistan. So it was Turkmenistan. Oh, actually you can. Apparently, Blair. I actually literally said only white city in country. Actually, I wrote white city buildings. Country. It is Turkmenistan. It's the capital of Turkmenistan. Ashgabat. Ashgabat. I know. White city. I know. But we have AI now. All right. Calm down. It's Ashgabat. Or however you pronounce it. This. It's the capital city of Turkmenistan. You should check out some pictures of that city. It has some interesting backstory. Some very interesting backstory. Ego. Yonhun. Wait, is that right? It's
Yonpun.
That's not right. Pretty sure it's Yonpun. Okay, so that's a typo. Yonpun. That's a typo. Ego. Yonpun. Sensei.
学生。7分。4分。英語。
Yeah, it looks like it kind of looks like a lot of the metropolis of Singapore. Yeah. Singapore proper. Very elegant. Also known as the City of the Dead. Yeah. And it's because I don't know if you know, but the city itself is not populated. You had like it's a really deep cut. Yeah, Singapore is incredibly beautiful indeed. There's like it's a city not to be populated, Blair. So that's why it's referred to as, it has like a nickname of City of the Dead. Like there are actually very, very few people in it. It's like some might even say it's like a modeled city by someone who has a lot of money. So it's a ghost city. Like when you go there to like visit or tourists or try, it's not like a tourist spot. It's like very exclusive. So when you walk in there won't be anyone around. It's there for you to look at the city as a form of art. That's kind of the you know what else is really beautiful that I do want to see because it's an architectural marvel? The Taj Mahal in person. Let's not forget about the Taj Mahal. Yeah, it's a rich person moment. That's interesting. I mean, marble buildings probably, yeah, they're not purposely made to live in. Yeah, so marble buildings, everything has to be white. And when you enter there, I think you have to dress in white too. Like everything in the city has to be white. I don't think you have to dress white. I think just everything in the city is white. That's how I came across it. I'm like, what? It was a clickbait title, so I was like, what does that mean? It's the same thing about what you just said. Like, you can't just type white city into Google and get it. I'm like, yeah, me too. I would think that as well. Until I encountered that. It was a YouTube short, so not that I found it on Google or something, like a Google search. Okay.
4分
Yeah, that's not correct.
英語
Like on my ego.
10分
10分 That's correct.
学生 先生。4分。
4分。分。
Okay.
10分。英語。4分。日本語。先生。
日本語。英語。
英語。
英語。なんかお前英語。
大学。
大学。大学。Where are you?
英語。
英語。
5分。
5分。
4分。
4分。
学生。
学生。Oh no. They probably have it entered incorrectly. So we're gonna go with 4分. Oh, I mean, 分. Sorry. I totally messed that up completely anyways. Yeah, they have it entered incorrectly. Regardless. Okay. Alright. Oh, and this is suspicious too. Why are there 2 of them?
語り、話。語り、話。
Are you serious? Okay.
語り。
So katari is not necessarily correct either. So katari is a little bit of a miss here too. I tried looking it up on katari. It's like, And then
話。
Yeah, hanashi is the other one.
語り。
But I can see why they have both of them, but they both, yeah. Let's just pick the one.
英語。
There you go. We're not gonna talk about that.
夜。
Yoru. Yoru.
英語。駅。
駅。
語り。
語り。Okay.
10分。
You'll probably encounter these. My duo has given me go to sub in for wow, now that doesn't use it in the lesson. Oh, you mean ga? Raccoon moment. Ga? Why didn't they use it right away? That's interesting.
Go.
Ego.
語り。
Okay. Katari. Oh my gosh. Stuck on this.
語り。
英語。
Ego.
語り。英語。 先月。半。日本語。
Oh no. Okay, we're almost there.
日本語。
英語。
日本語。
金曜日。英語。何曜日。9月。日本語。
Go. 日本語。
Sounds weird going backwards.
に。本。
ご。
英語。
ご。
英語。9月。何曜日。水曜日。日本語。
Alright.
4分。
4分. It is 4分. So the audio is correct. The writing is not.
半分。
半分. Yeah, that's a good one. 半分. 4分.
5分。4分。8分。半分。
半分。分。分。
10分。
半分。
半分。半分。
4分。
4分
半分
半
1分半分
Oh, hanbun. Oh. Alright. I had a thought and then I didn't pay attention to what I was doing.
3もう同じホテルに泊まりたくないです。
Ugh. Tomaritaku nai desu. And all the way at the end. Yeah, I thought of something immediately and I was pausing for a moment. I was thinking of something else. And right then, I don't want to stay at the same. 同じホテルに泊まりたくないです。Okay. Pretty aggravating right now.
Chairo.
Today I encountered two things with Duolingo that I'm like, whatever. It's pretty meh because it's about English translations and where adverbs go. 姉は日本語の先生です。Okay. Chairo no something. Neko works.
もうホテルに泊まりたくないです。
かわいい猫が4匹 Okay. 4.
お皿はベタベタでした。
Okay. お皿でした。ダイニングのお皿。
おいしいサンドイッチですか？
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 親切店員の優しい店員さん。
9時半にお茶を飲みます。9時半9時半にお茶を飲みます。
に
お茶を飲みます。
Let's see. Okay. その部屋に猫が4匹います。
4匹います。
Oh, big cats.
大きい。
はい、弟はサッカーのコーチです。はい。
弟はサッカーコーチ。サッカーの Where the heck?
サッカーのコーチです。
Okay. Okay.
じゃ
あ
店員
さんを呼びましょうか。花さんもアニメ、花さんも富士に 9時にアニメを見ます。
は3も9時にアニメを見ます。
もう同じホテルに泊まりたくないです。
I don't like you either. Okay. Alright. We need to get at least 2 hearts because the whole idea of having to start over because of a heart deficiency, not cool. Not cool.
ギフトショップ。
ギフトショップ。
大阪は静かな都市ですか？
大阪は静かな都市ですか？ Not particularly.
カバン。パンダの赤ちゃんもいます。
パンダ。Wait, パンダの赤ちゃんもいますよ。There are panda babies too. Okay. 赤ちゃん。
Okay.
毎日花さんと遊びますか？
毎日は花さんと遊びますか？毎日。ラーメンや。
毎朝午前4時に起きます。
毎朝午前4時にあります。起きます。Sorry. 起きます。I basically just went through all the combinations in my head. 毎朝午前4時に起きます。4時午前4時に毎朝午前3時に起きます。
ナオミさんと遊びますか？ナオミさんと遊びますか？
Okay. ギフトショップにかわいいイップルno キーホルダー買いました。キーホルダーを買いました。キーチェーン。
週末は本を読みます。
します。
週末。
Oh, that took a while. Not in kanji.
週末は本を読みます。
本を。
週末は本を読みます。
読みます。Okay.
この
ラーメン屋は本当ににぎやかですね。
週末は野球を見ます。
週末は週末は
野球を見ます。
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 田中さんのカバンですか？田中のカバンですか？ Is it? Hold up.
田
中さんのカバンですか？ Okay, that's fine. 渋谷は静かところじゃないです。
渋谷は
Shizuka.
静かな。
静かな。静かなところ。ところじゃないです。
じゃないです。
Okay. Alright, let's go back and do the one exercise left. Okay.
4分。
4分。
半分。
4分。
半分。4分。10分。8分。5分。
分。半。
半分。半分。
4分。
Okay.
4分。
半分。
半
分。4分。
分。
1分。50分。4回。
Alright. That's a wrap for Japanese. We have 10 minutes left over. So pretty good. My eyes are adjusting. We're adjusting. Gotta get 1 more hour earlier tomorrow and then the day after. Got 2 more days to move my sleep schedule up a little. So then I can like head out at 8 or 9 to get down to the city. A different city in a different state. Alright. So what is the take-home message today? Take-home message today. Architecture is amazing. I'm just kidding. Take-home message. Sometimes you have SOV. Sometimes you have SVO. Sometimes you have also floating everywhere. You know. Also, I'm just rattling off. You know, it's all part of the experience, right? When you go back and forth. I think going back and forth constantly is different from always thinking in one thing. My natural melatonin cycle. Indeed. What you call it? Yeah, the take-home message is I don't think messing up or wiggling around when it comes to going back and forth between language is a bad thing, actually, in my opinion. Or it doesn't have to be a negative thing. Although Duolingo certainly makes you feel like it's a bad thing. But that's besides the point. Alright? In the long run, it just reminds you that you think rapidly, very rapidly in multiple languages. Although there is something to be said about the elegance in which people stay in one context and not the other and whatnot. I personally don't do that. Like, I'm not one to naturally rest on one perspective. It is something else when you see someone who, like, here's the cut, right? Here's one of the cuts. There was a time when I said that if you learn it, I always had imagined in my experience self that when I learned Japanese, that I may go through kind of like a personality like renaissance or something. I don't know what to call it. But I think the more I'm doing this, the more that I think it was naive to think that for myself. Now, for many people, in my opinion, for many people, it was going off my impressions, right? My impressions. So when people talk about how, oh yeah, when they learned a new language and they lived in it and they immersed in it and whatnot, their personality changes, right? Like, or like it's like a code swapping, where when someone talks, suddenly their motions and their hands and their gestures and stuff become swapped. Like you kind of see it in interviews a lot of times, right? And you can kind of see that in a subtle way for individuals who are already multicultural. I want to say you can kind of see it in a subtler way, but it is very noticeable when it's their like second culture, so to speak. So they like transplanted and immersed. Like it's super extreme to notice when you see those interviews where someone moved to a different country for a very long time and then acquired its language and all that stuff. It's very noticeable, right? And then they still retain the, I guess, the cultural identity and the stuff in between, from their previous place. So a lot of times in these interviews, you see someone who clearly speaks American English, then they move to Japan for like 10 years, and then whenever they swap to speaking Japanese, you can see like their mannerisms, tones and stuff may have also swapped too, but it might be a lot attributed to the language. I think for myself, it hasn't been, oh wow, I spelled naive incorrectly, but alright, it's fine. Naive. I think I'm gonna go on a limb right now, tentatively, much like most things. I think I tend to not do this. I tend to create a hybrid. So lots of times in the long run, like for example, it doesn't even have to be culture. It could be something like, oh, what if I played a certain video game for a really long time, like OS, right? Did I become entirely embedded in like the OS community? The answer is no. And I think there was a romantic feeling that like, oh yeah, maybe my Japanese voice will be different or something like that. And people always talk about, I still remember saying this in like 2 or 3 months, where someone else, a very popular content creator, suggested like, hey, your Japanese voice is going to sound different from your English voice, or like etc. and stuff. And now I'm starting to take a double back. I'm doubling back. Yes and no. Your Japanese voice is going to sound like, at least in my opinion, if you're someone like me who likes to keep all the perspectives running at the same time, which slows you down possibly, like the whole adverb thing and the English translating back and forth. If you're someone like me, I suppose, I don't know how many people resonate with that. Oftentimes when people really like a culture, they want to become that culture. I don't know if you feel the same way, Kat, about Chinese culture, but generally speaking, those are people they're speaking to who want to be Japanese. And now I'm starting to realize that, much like the grammar thing, how is this related to the whole grammar thing and stuff? I think of all the discussions we talk about and stuff, is I think about them all the time. Like I don't want to be one or the other. I want to be all of the above. So a lot of times, yeah, it makes language learning a bit complicated, for sure. I totally get it, where people say like, stop translating in your head and stop worrying about your own cultural norms, only think like as the Japanese do to truly understand their language. It's like, all right, well, I'm starting to settle on the idea that I won't actually truly understand what the Japanese culture and their language are. I make an honest attempt, but I will constantly frame it within all of the cultures I'm familiar with. I don't want to exclude them from each other. And that, to me, is what provides me my perspective not the perspective of someone who wants to assimilate into a different culture. I want to be synthesizing the culture, because in my life, I honestly think you can still take a subtlety, but instead of creating or compartmentalizing two separate cultures, I think of creating a marry of those two cultures. So that might be blasphemous and all that stuff. And it's also kind of one of the reasons why someone said like, oh, do you plan on moving to Japan? Or, I mean, no, the answer is no. It's actually going to stay no, because in my opinion, I grow up in a country where this happens more often than one in which they are constantly struggling to or not struggling, maybe successfully retaining their identity, I suppose. It's not to say I don't appreciate it. I love seeing and participating and observing other people's monocultural states. I'm just not a person who's very gravitated towards that. That's kind of also the way language learning is kind of perceived too. Oftentimes, language learning takes that approach as well, and I don't really resonate too much with that. Even if it's a sacrifice of being pragmatic or mechanical, I think earnestly, if you contextualize everything with all the other stuff, it breathes so much perspective and interesting. Yeah, because people who want to kind of be Japanese or their target culture. Yeah. I feel like I'm happy with growing up as an American Latina and growing a hybrid of embracing Chinese culture alongside my Americanisms. Yeah. I also wouldn't want to completely become Chinese. I love my culture. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. So 100%. Okay. I think that when you are passionate about something, you might consciously adopt a persona based on your fascination. It could be reduced by practice. It could be reduced by practicing self-awareness. True. You can also become too self-aware. There's also too self-awareness. So I'm one that is incredibly self-aware. So naturally, it would reduce the unconscious decision making. With that said, not only you can let it happen though. As a person that practices, in my opinion, I think I have a relatively high decision making when it comes to my self-awareness. You can choose then to do it as opposed to unconsciously. You can consciously choose to adopt a persona based on one's fascination. So I consciously have chosen to model my English speaking patterns after my mentor. So like consciously adopting and actively adopting their mannerism. I've consciously adopted many mannerisms voluntarily. There are obviously unconscious adoptions, but largely it deals with making a decision that presents itself that way. So like, for example, moving to a different country will greatly increase the odds of unconsciously adopting a persona, like a effective persona, because of the sake of immersion. And in that sense, that's why I have no aspirations of leaving the United States. I do want to visit other countries. However, the persona that I grew up in, the unconscious adoption, when I was not aware yet, self-aware yet, is one of being a multicultural person and not one focused on passionately adopting and assimilating into a different culture. And oftentimes the reason why I want to emphasize that is many individuals who want to assimilate into a different culture, is because actually they dislike their own culture, their transplant, like their culture of origin. Like they have a lot of dislikes and like long-term grievances. Because those conversations I have with people, they always tell me why they moved to another country, adopt a different culture, assimilate a different culture, because all the things that come out of them, that's not to say that they represent the vast majority of people who move, just my interactions with the vocal minority. I'm hoping it's a vocal minority. When they want to assimilate into another culture, it's largely due to grievances with the original culture that they were in. Like, oh yeah, and it can be range from anything pragmatic to anything sentimental. Like, oh yeah, people are idiots where I came from, so I decide to go to a country that aren't full of idiots. Or I know this sounds a little bit harsh, but those aren't the words that I'm thinking of. I'm actually using euphemism. So like, oh yeah, everyone is dumb where I came from, so I wanted to fit in somewhere else, somewhere that's like me. So they're often from a situation where they feel that they belong in a different culture, a culture that they resonate with, however superficially or inexperienced. So they went to that country, and that makes sense if it makes them happy. I don't usually find it like that. I feel like there's room enough for a person to be synthesizing the culture, but there is a lot of self-loathing involved, in my opinion, or entitlement. Maybe self-loathing is too strong of a word. Entitlement. I agree, I dislike some aspects of my country, and I noticed that I was neglecting my native language a few years ago. Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting. And I don't like that. Or what I mean is, I don't like that there are people who are upset about their own country and then motivated to assimilate another country because they don't feel like they belong in the country they grew up in. That screams to me, that's not like, I'm not trying to be righteous or moral grandstanding here. That just sounds like an awful place, right? I'm expressing that I don't have those feelings, for better or for worse, for all of its intensive purposes, because of the way my perspective is regarding my own country of origin. I see other countries in a similar perspective, right? I don't see like a foreign country that I'm not experienced with, assuming that it's like some utopia. It's obviously going to have pros and cons. And I think those passionate people who like focuses all their lifestyle around even the language itself, that this is it, they kind of get hit hard in the face when they realize like, oh yeah, I can never, like, you get comments like, oh, I can never sound like a native Japanese person. I'm like, well, you don't have to be happy. At least I hope you don't. Right? Because you weren't born Japanese. Or like, I wasn't born Chinese per se. Like, I was born to Chinese parents. And some may argue that if I wanted to be Chinese, I may never be. So that perspective helps one be really healthy. And healthy with their relationships and with themselves and their circumstances. I think this whole like language learning thing really took me down that trip for quite some time. When someone comes up to me and say, well, you're never going to be fluent in Japanese, it's like, well, that's okay. I will at least try to use Japanese. I say, well, you're never going to use Japanese if you don't forget what English is like. It's like, oh, that's okay. I will try to hold on to my English and still continue to use Japanese, right? Or try to use. Kind of like that. I feel like it's all connected to some extent. All connected. I wouldn't mind that if in 5 years I envelop myself in more and more Chinese culture and my persona changes, but I would never want to adopt to only Chinese culture. I love many cultures and how bad American culture kind of is to a lot of people, and I can agree in my own opinion, but it's still a part of me. That's fair enough. That being said, there's still a chance if I were to move to mainland for a while, it could still unconsciously happen to me. Yeah. Given my obsession, appreciation for Chinese culture, and kind of an unliking for American culture, fair enough. Yeah, and it matters of perspective. Yeah. So, with all that said, obviously, conscious or unconscious, these are super interesting conversations to be having, especially if you're into language learning and cultural synthesis or assimilation or adoption. You'll never be fluent. Okay, so what? It's my hobby and I keep learning. Exactly. Because I like the feeling of understanding, interacting in that culture without being restricted to my environment. Exactly. Yep. I have literally, just as a really side note, I have literally been told I cannot be Chinese anymore. I'm like, okay, that's okay. Am I gonna stop trying? No. You don't have to be worried. I will continue to try to do stuff and understand things. It's weird about the whole purity argument. That's my 2 cents. And that kind of reminds me of this stuff where how did I acquire some of the stuff that I've acquired? Well, it wasn't necessarily because I was living and breathing a certain thing. It definitely works for other people. I think this is fantastic. Sometimes people's ideals of how much someone can be of something is insane. Yeah, being unborn and being born into another environment. And I'm not saying this like a joke. I seriously think people are very unhappy with themselves. Even though they're incredibly talented and they can learn language really well, they can do things really well, and yet the moment they think about what they're doing, sometimes it upsets them that they weren't born differently or born somewhere else or born with circumstances that they have now. Some of the interviews with some really happy transplants, people who move from a different country, in Japan, you hear this woman talk really well about, I have a lot of they asked her a question. They asked what do you think about all the foreigners who live for 5 years in Japan and then decide to move back to their original country? And the person said something really wonderful, and it was well, I didn't move. That person said they didn't move to Japan expecting that they magically become Japanese, as in just so you know, this person comes from this person appears very, very different. A person, I don't know where they're from, but they have very dark skin, right? And she said that she has a very realistic, with perspective, and a harmonious relationship with her Japanese is really good, really, really excellent. The idea is they were alluding to the idea where some people wish for things to happen that they don't, that may never happen, or just strictly speaking has already come to pass, and they accept it for what it was and continue to do what they want, what they do best, to understand the culture and whatnot. And for me, I think, how does this relate back to the language learning thing? I'm learning the best. I'm learning a way that makes it really intriguing to me. I like translating. I like the idea that language tries to bridge gaps and whatnot. In a way though, there is definitely this like unfeeling commentary on how a language should not be mixed together, right? Especially for learning. I'm like, okay, I'm fully embracing the shenanigans that I'm gonna encounter, just for the record. So I hope no one else feels like they need to go out of their way to tell me that I shouldn't do that. All this English is a part of the experience. And all the Fujanese. Okay, that's a fun little story digression. I like ending these sessions with a cultural discussion, if you will. And for me, this, to give you a context, this was inspired off of someone who is starting to learn Japanese, which is awesome. Not Japanese, Chinese. Someone who's learning Chinese, but they made a comment that they found it weird that they saw an Asian person, me, learning Chinese, because an Asian person normally should have learned Chinese when they're born Chinese, right? Like, because they thought, I guess, I look Chinese, which, by the way, I can't tell the difference. So I'm likely to believe that most people who aren't Asian might not be able to tell either, which is, if you look at someone, it's like, okay, well, they appear Asian, and statistically they might know Chinese, right? Because there are a lot of Chinese people. Just that's where the inspiration came from. Where, like, can other people even appear, like, if you even appear Asian, what is to say that you do need to know a specific Asian language? Now that is a deep cut. And that inspired this. The whole idea that there is monocultural perceptions, and it's neither good or a bad thing. It's just a really interesting thing. It's a very revealing thing about the person. Like, there are perspectives out there. Anyways, thanks for chatting. Thanks for contributing, by the way. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, that's the end of our Japanese session. If you're gonna watch this later, arigato gozaimasu. And until next time, for you Japanese peeps out there, mata ne. And I'm gonna go get up, maybe get a snack, because both of you were eating on my account. I'm gonna go grab a snack, and then I'll be right back for Chinese. All right. Eating too much. Alright, folks. Welcome back. It is day 62 with Duolingo Chinese. 欢迎大家好. So, delicious Mexican food, huh? Took some meds for your headache, which is clearly not sleep related. Oh, that's unfortunate. I hope your headache gets better. Blair. 中文. Yes, 中文. How do we say let's go? Jiao. I think jiao is probably the closest to let's go. For the sentiments for let's go. 中文加油. Right. You know one, but you forgot. Yeah, I think 加油, 加油 is probably the closest. Like, let's do our best, or let's give it our all, or right on. Right. Instead of literally saying let's go, which is really funny. Like, how would you say literally let's go? 去吧. 我们去吧. Let's go. I guess you. I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard that before. 我们去吧. That sounds really weird. Okay. All right. Although I could see in a mixed, like a response to something. 去吧. Let's go. Okay. So let's review. We're talking about hobbies. Actually, this unit is really short too. We've been getting a lot of oddly weird, coincidental short units. There's one that literally translates to oil up. Yeah. Oh, really? So it deals with yo again. And use it to... No, 加油. It's 加油. Yeah, it's 加油. No, that is... Yeah, it's 加油. Add oil. No, we're thinking about the same thing. Yeah, it's add oil. 加油. Yeah. As in, let's go, do your best, you got this. 頑張って. 頑張って. Yeah. It's I don't know how to... Yo? Yeah. 加油. Might be tone too. 加油. Add oil. Add oil. 加油. 加油. You got the funny thing though. Oh, it's high tone? Then rising. Yeah. Oh, wait, high tone? Do you mean 1 2? You're saying 1 2, right? Which is this. Or do you mean it's 4 2? 加油. 加油. No, that doesn't sound right. It's 1 2. Yeah, it's 1 2, right? When you say rising, I guess you mean 2. 1 2. Yeah, 1 2. Got it. Yeah. 加油. Yeah, I say that a lot. 頑張って, not as much yet. I'm not as comfortable just going up to someone and say 頑張って. Right? Same deal. My favorite English, if we're gonna translate it to English, I say that's the spirit. Like an old fart. This is my patented boomer adoption right here. This is the boomer adoption. occasionally you'll probably hear me say that's the spirit. When someone's like, oh yeah, I just nailed, you know, I'm gonna climb Mount Everest, that's the spirit. It almost sounds like the way I say jayo. That's the spirit. We love when we have the spirit, yeah. If I had to link it with something, every time I say ganbatte and jayo, it makes me feel like I'm saying that's the spirit. You know, just smack someone, healthy slap in the backside. That's the spirit. You go get him. Oh, I say go get him too. Go get him, tiger. just go get him. Go get him is one too. Go get him. And also one last one, which it's only if I know I'm talking to an American. Get her done. Get her done. I don't say that too often. Well, I only say that in very specific cases. I say it often, but I say it in a very specific case. Get her done. But go get him. Go get him is another one. I don't think I have extra Chinese ones. 很好. 很好. 非常好. 非常好, maybe. Yeah, 非常好, maybe. Like very good. Very good. Excellent. Keep it up. 非常好. Like super very good. Like that's probably the other one that I would say. 非常好. 最好 works too. 最好. Actually 最好 we got it in this channel. I mean, not in this channel, in this unit. 最好. Wishing you luck. How you say? Oh, is it like 祝你 祝你发财. Or I actually don't know how to say wishing you luck. Is it something like 祝你光阴? Oh, you mean in English? Okay. Sorry. Oh, okay. I thought you were still on Chinese. Yeah. You got this. Oh, you got this. I like that. I like you got this. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so let's do hobbies. I like those phrases. So if Duolingo ever and any other people like teach, like say what their favorite phrases are, I tend to adopt those phrases. Those phrases are great. I've seen some saucy ones. Some really particularly fun saucy ones. Like they want to make it happen phrases. I don't have a catchphrase. I think my only catchphrase is that stuck with most people is so there's this thing, right? There's this great story. But, and I mean a big but with 3 T's, right? That's my catchphrase. I think that's the only phrase that I would say that I said consistently and it stuck. Big butt with 3 T's. Like, wait, guys. Wait. Hear me out here. There's a big butt coming. And I mean a butt with 3 T's. And then I go on. Like, I think that's the only thing that I would say. It's probably something that you probably have not heard other people say. But it's a language joke, Kate. It's a language joke. Big butt with 3 T's? It's an English language joke. Cause like a regular butt is this. And then a normal butt, that type of butt is this. But when you have a really big butt, you got 3 T's. You know? It's an English joke. I don't know if that's what I don't know if that ever resonates with. I don't know if that resonates with language learners, but it was originally meant to be an English joke because we have 3 butts, you know, 3 T's. 3 T's. Each butt has a new amount of T's. No, it is supposed to be out of context. It's a meme. I was trying to make myself into a meme because people are into big butts, you know? I don't know. Oh, you're gonna tell me something out of context. Okay, alright. Give me what's happening? Alright. Tell me what's happening while I'm going over hobbies. Oh no. Oh. Okay. So we had this is so we're gonna use English today. It's only day 1. So we're gonna use English translation. And I will probably recite them. So 电脑 电脑 we have 电脑 and a new word that I haven't ever heard in Mandarin or I haven't used is 游戏 yeah 游戏 yeah 游戏 which is games or like 电脑游戏玩听歌跳舞 You keep saying Yoshi and I'm just saying I know, right, Blair? Yesterday when I was doing the Hanzi section, I keep saying like, man, they really like Yoshi. But it's they're saying Yoshi instead of Yoshi. But it definitely constantly reminds me of Yoshi. You know that sound that Yoshi makes? It's like a high pitch like Yoshi. I'm doing the language from the land of the rising sun right now. Oh. Honestly, I don't even know how to express that in Japanese. The land of the rising sun. It does remind me of that too, yeah. Like Yoshi. Okay, anyways. My favorite language, yeah. My favorite language. You know what my favorite language is? It's kind of a curveball. You know what my favorite language is? It's a curveball, so you gotta think outside the box. Not really. I'm gonna say the reason why I think it's a language to me is that it's the one thing I can do well in person, no matter what language barrier there is. Conventional language barrier. Conventional language barrier. It's also kind of a pun. It's a dad joke. Oh, English? No. It's body language. This is the basis of all my interest. For most things. It's nonverbal language. It's the thing that we don't do very often anymore. Yeah, body language. It's nonverbal communication. So seeing the person helps me identify a lot of things. It's the thing that you do with deductive reasoning. You know? It's like a boomer. It's basically a millennial thing at this point. If you put someone in front of me, you can accomplish a thing that you can't anymore. People are really undertrained in understanding body language and nonverbal communication. You know, when you see someone... Actually, hear me out here. It's gotten harder. It's gotten way harder. Because now, a lot of people don't know how to communicate with their body language. I'm further in Japanese than Korean. It makes me feel bad. You'll be okay, Blair. Go and hang out with Korean every once in a while, you know? At this point, same. It's a little sad because I think Korean is cool. We just gotta get Duo to get mad at you, you know? Anyways, nowadays, it's actually really difficult to understand nonverbal communication. Because, in my opinion, most people don't use nonverbal communication anymore. Like, what I mean is they don't have points of reference anymore. It's not consistent anymore. It's kind of like English. It's not consistent anymore. Alright, anyways. Dance. So, 跳舞. What else? 看书. 书. Oh, I keep saying 书. Sorry. 书. 看书. I'm thinking of Fujianese. She is Fujianese. 看书 and 书. What other hobbies? I think that's about it. That's all we have access to. Then we have 喜欢 I boo I and the phrase 最喜欢 the most 最喜欢 and 最爱. And I kind of get why they interpreted it as like the most or the favorites as a J modifier. So 最喜欢 and 最爱. You can practice both with me if you like. Aw, I just feel like all the Korean fell off of a cliff and I can't read it now. It hurts my brain. Oh. Yeah, you guys can do it together. I feel like anyone under 16 now can't really communicate in general, honestly. Yeah, for communication skills. Exactly. Communication is not the same as language competence, in my opinion. It can be overlap. There's definitely a overlap between them if they choose. But generally speaking, a language competence does not it doesn't correlate very strongly. In fact, knowledge competency does not correlate very well with communication skill. Because miscommunication can happen even when a language is explicit. Miscommunication can happen. Like, for example, you could tell someone like, I'm very happy, and you have like this really miserable look, right? There's this incredibly negative, and it's like, no, I'm really happy. And then, you know, you talk to someone else who might be more cognizant in like body language and all that stuff. Like, are you sure? Because like that's really confusing. You look universally sad, but you're telling me you're doing great. There's a lot of dissonance between these things nowadays. And I don't think that's going to mature more Like what I mean is I've seen some incredibly disheartening things where someone was like, they're like smiling, like kids bouncing up and down smiling, and they were saying like things I can't say on Twitch and things I can't say on YouTube. Like they're like, they think it's a happy thing, so they're like bouncing up and down. Like, why are you like, there's no concordance with that. Or someone being unable to express that they're upset without having to, like, if they can't say that they're upset, they aren't able to express being upset in any other way. It's really scary. Like it's very concerning. It might not be, maybe in the future that's the way they communicate, but the people who are older, right, like adults or like older people from different generations, to me it's concerning because I have no way of communicating with them. Like what I mean is they could say one thing in a language in their competence, but I'm not convinced that's how they're expressing it. So there are things that I have to coordinate with. Like sometimes someone says like, I'm living the time of my life and I haven't seen you smile once. Is that like a disconnect or something? Like I do know that there are people out there who are not very expressive, right? Like in their face and stuff, in their body language. But I think that's more not the norm. So it's really hard when I finally meet people in IRL. It's really hard to know. I'm even more concerned when things don't line up. But that could be me. That could be like the boomer speech and whatnot. I managed to be able to type out, do you want to have dinner at 6 o'clock? Accurately in Japanese before I went to sleep. Whoa, that's nice. Very nice. Do you want to have dinner at 6 o'clock in Japan? Wow, you're that far along? Wait. You are really that... Did you already learn Thai form? That's really far along. If you had the Thai form already. Or is it, would you like to have dinner at 6 o'clock? Maybe. Oh, do you have? Oh, okay. Do you have? Okay. Yeah, this is where Japanese gets a little weird. Or like, what I mean is, Japanese is very specific. What'd you call it? Would you, should, maybe like, should we, and like, do you, and want, do you want, oh no, wait, maybe, yeah, I don't know. You'll probably know what I mean in the once you get there. It's weird. I feel like I wouldn't be able to communicate with anyone even barely younger than me if it wasn't for the fact that my little brother taught me most of today's brain rot stuff. Yeah. Nowadays, I think I've gotten a little bit of handle on it, but I really cannot. Bangohan. Oh, ban? Okay. Bangohan wa ichi o tabemashita. O tabemasu. Plugging in things to see how it changed. So, dinner. 2 o'clock. Eating. You ate at 2. Wait. Dinner. Something. Which is how I found Nakasan somehow translate into Mr. Membrane. I see. So I got a maska. Okay, let's see. So abe maska. So you eat dinner. I guess you're trying to say you eat dinner at 2. Do you eat dinner at 2? Do you eat dinner at 2? So yeah. Or yeah, do you eat dinner at 2? Although no, that works. 6時, not 2時. Oh, that's fine. At 6 o'clock? Yeah. No. I understand. You were just picking a number. Yeah, awesome. Sorry, it takes me a while to read Domaji because I'm under practice. Domaji. I think that works. I think it's a little bit more reasonable if the direct object is near the thing. So, but then it becomes, oh yeah, it's the same. Yeah, so say that 6時, right? 6時に and then 6時に then 晩ご飯 晩ご飯を right 晩ご飯を食べますか? Wow, I haven't wrote Romaji in a long time. So this is 6 o'clock. At 6 o'clock. At 6 o'clock. You eat dinner. Do you eat dinner? So do you eat dinner? So this is the direct object. Whoa. Oh is the direct object. So you're eating the direct object. And then ka is the, that's fine. So 6時に at 6 o'clock. I don't know if it'll still accept if you put it here. I think it's still fine. I don't know. I think that might actually be fine if you pushed 6時に after. Oh, that's what you're challenging me in thinking about. You do need a ni particle though, to say that it's at 6 o'clock. Other than that, that's kind of neat. I don't know if that's grammatic. I don't know what the jury's on. Like the jury's out on that one. I don't have enough experience to know if you can move the time. Anyways, thanks for sharing. It really challenges my understanding of Japanese. Okay, so like love, I think that's it. There really isn't much in this unit. I feel like there's something else. They did throw in 英语 describe like music and songs. 英语 or 书 英语书 英语书 英语歌 英语歌 We'll see. I think that's it. There really isn't much of vocabulary. Unit 14. What was Unit 14? Oh, I missed one yesterday from Unit 14. Unit 14 is directions. So let's start. 边啊边边边面 right 边面 and 右左I didn't double check on this character yesterday. We're just gonna guess it's like this. Pang, 旁边 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 后面后面前面前面oh no. No, wait. Wait. Might be getting these two mixed up, but we're gonna go with... No, that doesn't... Hang on. Oh no. Oh no. Lou. Yes. Lou. What was the other one? Maybe it was a box? Couldn't have been a box, could it? No. Maybe this? That kind of looks... Yeah, maybe this? That looks right. Yeah, that looks fine. Gao. Gao. And then let's combine the other two. 怎么走？走？怎么走？ Ooh, that's a little long there. 学校 Just they use common的 and oh not common 你们的 common No, I think that's good enough. I think we got them all. Or there might be one or two. Let's look. I think we're short +1 +2. That's fine. Let's look. Okay. Oh, that's from yesterday. So let's see. Yo. In 左 前 Peng. Actually, I gotta look at Peng again because oh no, Peng was correct. All right, good. I'm not going senile. Neat. Peng Xiao. Yep, we're good. Lu. We're good on that too. Gao. Joe. Sorry, Joe. I forgot Wang. Okay. Sorry, Wang. Okay, so we did forget one. Wang. I had it. Mian. Che. These two. Yama. Oh, right. 后面 Amanda. Oh man. I guess position. Nah. Like Nari. 这里 and 哪里 Okay, I forgot a few. Not the end of the world. Okay, I don't actually recognize these as well as I want to. So, Ian now. Right? Ian now. 喜欢游戏 Don't give me Yoshi vibes. 游戏 Don't do guys do it. 游戏 run, so we got that. Oh, 听 listen. 跳舞 to dance. 看书 歌 唱歌 英语 and I And then 最 is missing. So 最 最 is missing. You still love the word I? Well, I is I. I, boo I. Da na na da na na. Oh, you like the I. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Here's a notice. Did you notice that I has yo in it? I wonder if there's a relationship between I and this little thing. This character here is in a lot of liking or goodness or motherly stuff. This little cap, and this down here is yo. This one. This is yo, as in 朋友. 朋友. Interesting. That song, dude. I'm telling you, that song. That song. All right.
他在看书.
Oh, we don't need pinyin anymore. Okay. 他在看书. Wait.
他在看书. 他在看书.
Oh, I forgot about this. I need to remember this. This is gerunding. 在 plus verb. I need to remember this for next time. That's a grammar point. 在看书. You can write in traditional with a Windows simplified keyboard by just pressing Control. Yeah. You can do the same. By the way, Kat, since you're doing Japanese, you can also do the same for Japanese. So you like don't know the kanji, but if Duolingo taught you the hiragana, you can cycle through to see what the kanji is. And after a while, you'll probably get used to seeing the kanji while you're cycling through, while you're typing, like the more common and in context too. So in context too. So in a way, if you don't ever want to write, like if you don't want to handwrite anything, if you type a lot and then like type in prompts and stuff, you can probably get used to also picking up kanji that way. It's an interesting thought that I had across my mind. So I was going to try to use it in like a LLM kind of thing, like talk to ChatGPT kind of way, to see if I can create like a extraction mining type of schedule. But that's not for another like 4 or 5 months down the road.
他在看书.
他在看书. So he is reading a book. I need to remember this. This is a grammar point. For 在.
你在做什么？
你在做什么? Yeah. Yeah, 在. That's a grammar point. 你在做什么? You mean to teach myself kanji? Oh yeah, you can definitely teach yourself kanji, but in a different way. In a different way. Don't worry. Plans. It'll be interesting.
你喜欢看书吗？
你喜欢看书吗？
看书吗？
I'm not looking forward to writing wu in 跳舞, because I would have to count the number of strokes. Because you have to make a grid. Oh, I guess, yeah, you would have to make the first stroke. And you have to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you slash across. And I think that's the top radical. In the bottom radical, it looks like I can't see it. No, I can't see it. I need to see it large. Alright, 看书.
你喜欢看书吗？
Oh, you're talking about
看书。
What do you mean? They did.
看书。你喜欢看书吗？
What do you mean they didn't pronounce the tone? 书. No, it's fine.
你喜欢看书吗？
Yeah, it's fine.
你喜欢看书吗？
Yeah, it's fine.
我的学生不喜欢看书。
But it does do wonky things though. Like I'm not saying that might not be quite the example, but oh, you're used to hearing it in your Anki deck? I see. Yeah, it's the right tone. I'm not sure if it's the like if it's like executed in a way that I commonly hear though. It's not natural sounding. It just sounds different. I say shu that way too. So I don't know. I think I'm too used. Yeah, like I'm, you know, like I'm real life, so I say shu that way as well. Actually, Fujianese. Actually, you'll probably catch me saying she instead. She instead shu. 我们学生不喜欢看书。My students, imagine saying this, my students do not like reading books. Imagine saying that. What do you do? What do you do when you have to say that to people?
他们在吃饭。
他们在吃饭。吃饭。他们在吃饭。Oh, one thing I have to admit though, after watching like 3 Body Problem for quite a long time, the interesting thing about the difference between Japanese and Chinese, we kind of talked about this a little bit. Because of the tonal nature of Chinese, it's a bit more dynamic, right? Like the range in pitch is a bit dynamic. And what I can say about the synthetic voice in Chinese, well, there are a few places where the tone is actually just not the tone. Like it's just incredibly, it's a different tone entirely. When you listen to this stuff, you can most definitely hear almost all this stuff in so I know you said that you're used to like real life audio clips, but from my perspective, when you're a little bit more higher up, that's fine. That's a pitch preference. But in a pitch preference on high, it depends on how high you go, right? Shoo, shoo, shoo. Like as long as it's lower than your baseline, right? The baseline would be your neutral. So unless you know what the person's neutral is, you don't know how high they'll go as long as it's higher than the neutral, right? Unfortunately, I think that sentence is too short to know where their neutral is because there's no neutral here. Oh wait, men. So if men was in it, then you can probably find their neutral. Tone 1, yes, I agree, it tends to be higher. However, since you don't listen, you haven't listened to them that long, you might not know where their neutral is. Their neutral is pretty low. Sometimes I almost think it's tone 3 at times. However, I do want to say something about Duolingo synthetic voice. I think Duolingo synthetic voices perform, in my opinion, a bit, I'm gonna say this very carefully, a bit better than the Japanese counterpart. Largely because the Japanese range in pitch. Yeah, I did get new glasses. I did. Japanese, the pitch. Oh, thanks. Thank you. The Japanese pitch is narrower, so it gets even when you go to like native, I suppose, just call it native content. The subtlety is like a slight shift in the subtlety makes it really hard to listen to, like transition from the synthetic voice here to there. But in Chinese, I actually thought when I was listening to Three Body Problem, maybe it's because of my background in listening to Chinese, but I actually thought there are some really it translates pretty well. Now, the reason why I'm mentioning this is, Kat, you think going from the other way around, from Anki audio clips to Duolingo makes it very hard to listen to, and I'm doing the other way where like I guess a lot of my samples are coming from Duolingo. Meanwhile, when I go and watch Three Body Problem, this whatever vocabulary that was captured in this actually is very resoundingly obvious when watching Three Body Problem. So I don't know, it's hard because I also grew up around Chinese, so that can help normalize things. However, the stuff that I'm hearing here, it's pretty clear what tones they are. Now, in terms of pitch, I can understand what you mean. Where shu, the pitch is higher, is probably at least that's like what you're like what I think I understand. The pitch is higher, like shu, like really high shu, but I can't say it that high either. Mine's like more like shu, yeah, shu, and then a third like tone is like shu. So I typically go and then shu. That would be my neutral. Then shu, and then shu. Is because of my range is not as high pitched. Yeah, I totally get that though, because there's no you have no reference for pitch 1. You have no reference for tone 1. And in isolation, that's why I think lots of people comment on longer sentences, right? Longer sentences can also benefit tonality. Then you'll be able to pick up like a neutral sound, so it normalizes the pitch.
他们在吃饭.
I understand what you mean.
他们在吃饭.
你喜欢看什么书?
That one's a little interesting.
你喜欢看什么书?
Because there's a natural uptone because of the they probably normalized it to it's a form of a question. Because that sounded more of an uptone. Like 你 你喜欢看什么书？ Like 书 but 书 like 书 like there's a slight slide, just a slight slide up.
你喜欢看什么书？
Slight slide up, which I don't know if I ever do. In like when I'm asking a question in Chinese, I'm not sure if I do. I'll have to think about that. 你喜欢看什么书？ What do you like to eat? Oh no. Wait. Oh, what? Wait. Didn't I have this problem yesterday? Oh yeah. Oh gosh. Save me. Oh, save me. What books do you like to read? Oh my gosh. All right, let's focus. Oh.
他们在
他们在吃饭 Oh, we're not gonna go into it, but 吃 maybe not high enough as well. If I'm gonna say 书 吃 yeah, 歌 might not be high enough as well for some of the voices. You'll probably end up encountering that too. The baseline is a little bit lower for some of them. For 吃 actually, now that I think about it, probably for most of the one tones, you're probably it makes me think what kind of audio clips are they? Are they all like super? Now I'm just expecting you to be listening to a bunch of Vocaloids or something. 他们在吃饭. Like all I'm thinking.
我的孩子爱英语歌。
Oh yeah, no worries. No. That's fine. We're okay. I know what you mean. Like you don't need to show me to understand. But I think we're on the same page. This is probably the voice that would be fine.
我的孩子爱英语歌。
No. Ga is not high enough for you either. That's like quite low.
我的孩子爱英语歌。
Yeah, that's probably still too low for you. 我的孩子爱英语歌。英语歌。 Oh, this is a good example too, probably for you.
欢
One, not high enough. Not enough. It's not sustained enough actually.
欢
Oh, which by the way, it's all tone ones. Anything with tone ones, and then the synthetic voice also has 1-1 issues. So 1 into 1. If there's two 1-1s, it kind of trips out. And then also ones on E, ones on E's. So like T, T, she, she. Any tone ones on these. Yeah. So they're slightly cut off. Most of them are cut off, for that matter. Yeah. So the most prominent ones are T and Chi. Xi, not so much, but you'll hear it in like Lao Shi. Oh, sorry, Shi. Sorry, Shi. You'll probably hear some in like Lao Shi. 律师 she, probably she, yeah, she, like 学习. Oh no, that's wrong tone, sorry. I'm trying to think of she. 提子 actually sometimes this is fine. 提子 comes out pretty okay. It's all the tone ones though. I agree with you on that. The funkiness is almost exclusively to the tone, first tone.
欢
There is slight R issues too. R issues, but R is just weird in general. You know, like nar, 一点儿, nar, jar. Yeah, R is like Beijing, yeah. So that's understandable. That's understandable with synthetic voices if you're trying to get the R sound. They did well, in my opinion, they did do well with the R sounds though. Like R, roll, R and roll so far are really great. I actually think it might be more consistent than some people who tries to say it. R and roll. Like 肉包子.
我
Speaking of that, what about the R? 我孩子爱英语歌。
爱英语歌
Wait. Oh, dang it. You passed by the two old Chinese folks' neighbors who lived across from one another, and the guy was telling the woman he would treat her to something, and she said, 谢谢 in the most cutest way possible. I literally smiled so much as I walked past him and resisted my urge. That's actually really funny. No, that's pretty wholesome. Honestly, you kind of sound like a crazy cat person right now. I'm just kidding. It's like you walk by two cats and you're resisting the urge to pet them. Like, all right, just walk along. And when I was at the park, this couple passed by speaking Mandarin in an absolute Beijing accent. Possible I can start laughing. Yeah. Understandable. Yeah, Beijing accent. Raw. Yeah, raw. Like raw. Raw is gonna be rough for some people, I think. I think the one that I struggle with the most, way back in the day, or not even like right now, like without like warming up. If you don't warm up, any whens, any like W's. But now not so much because we've been doing it for a while. Now we've been doing it for a while. Like Yuan, right? Yuan or Yuan. 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 Right? Now it's great because it's been like over 60 days of just constantly doing that. So Yuan. Yuan, it used to be like UN, like you know, like a lot of the English sometimes Yuan. It's less smooth until you like do it a couple like months. Do it for a couple months and it's great. Like 公园, right? 公园. Or like 庄, right? 庄. 花, right? 花, 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 花. And 画, right? 我们 it's one thing I have to say is it's kind of a cheat when I kind of have this mental image of what I want to sound like in my head, and as I'm practicing, I'm trying to get to that mental image of what I think I want to sound like. And then when it matches and it clicks, then I have this confirmation that, oh yeah, I practiced and got to it. As opposed to like in Japanese, I'm like, I don't know, I'm just trying my best. Like I have no point of reference other than collectively constantly hearing different people with different accents and different like ranges and whatnot. And the subtlety is so subtle that a person with a different range might throw my meter off everywhere. I'm like that too. I want my Chinese to sound like this Taiwanese streamer I know. I love the Taiwanese and Fujianese accents, so I'm not for that. So I am for that specifically. I see. It's interesting. Can you pick up the Fujianese accent? Occasionally, I slip. I slip occasionally, but I don't think it kind of like ruins the. I don't think it ruins the meaning or anything like that. Like dai da. Dai da is something. Well, okay. 我的孩子爱一元歌. I don't actually know if ge stays the same. In Fujianese. 创歌? No. 音乐? No, 音乐 is music. It's also, I'm happy I can recognize different accents. Oh, okay. Taiwanese accent is very distinct in particular. Yeah, it is quite distinctive. Where I live, the Asian marks are typically run by Taiwanese. And occasionally there's enough slight overlap. There's enough slight overlap that my parents would ask the owners if they're Fujianese. So then, you know, they converse in a way that is kind of like very samey but very distinctively different. And then they usually default to Mandarin when they're talking. But yeah. Fujianese is definitely heavily I think it's very noticeably inspired by Cantonese, and then Cantonese inspired, like Cantonese is like kind of the bridging element between Taiwanese and Fujianese. The thing is still though, unfortunately, I met a few Taiwanese people, and it's still largely unintelligible, and that's understandable. My parents that usually default to Mandarin when talking to Taiwanese. Yeah, you want to sound like that accent? I see. I'll have to listen more closely to Taiwanese people. Like Taiwanese accent. I know what the Fujianese accent sounds like because my parents they have to speak in Mandarin pretty often when we have like social gatherings. 我们孩子爱英语歌 I'm not used to tone 1. I don't think I... How often does Fujianese use tone 1? I actually don't think tone 1 is all that... Listen for that, yeah, that creaky noise. You seem to be hyper-focused on the creaky noise. Even when possibly it's not a... It's just a person's voice creaking. Possibly. I don't know. But... what you call it? I think a lot of times in Fujianese they don't do the tone 1. They don't do the tone 1 as much as Mandarin, and it's the most uncomfortable tone that I have. You even see some bit, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Vocal fry. They drop to a point where there's vocal fry in their voice. Do you tell me that you have you fancy creaky low voice? No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Okay. Let's keep on. Let's see. When Mandarin teachers create a collab video where they create a comparison between mainland. I might have seen it. I might have seen that actually. Possibly. I've seen ones where they also there were the series where they're side by side doing Cantonese and a dialect instead of Mandarin, a Cantonese, a person, and then a dialect. You Mandarin, you interesting.
加
有一次将 Okay, there are some tone ones. I can think of one like eating. E is still very, very pronouncedly one tone 1. Minanya Yango Otoichi. I'm thinking, I'm like having a conversation with myself in Fujianese right now. I'm trying to pick up the tone 1s. Like how often does tone 1 come up? It's hard to know if it's neutral or tone 1. Okay, why minanya Kyanko Toichi Igna Kyanun. Why Tinewai to Kyango. I'll have to think more about your observations and your thoughts.
我们
我们孩子喜欢看英语书。
看喜欢 英语书的
They keep adding the when I omit the naturally. I keep omitting the from personal relations, but they want the in it. Although they'll accept it though. They'll accept it like this. 我们孩子 Actually, maybe they might not accept that one. 我们的孩子喜欢看英语书。You'll send me we can chat about it later? Yeah, sure.
非常
书猫
喜欢女儿
，Oops.
他
在看书
狗哥
中午猫
丈夫
我的学生不喜欢看书你在做什么This is like stock. This is such a stock expression. 你在做什么
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Not right now, Duolingo. You got if there's a phrase 你在做什么 is that is stock. You have to have that in your back pocket. Next to 我不知道
你们玩不玩电脑游戏？
你们玩不玩电脑游戏？Where
玩不玩电脑游戏？
你最喜欢谁？
你最喜欢是谁？The reason why I laugh about this question is I don't usually ask this question, but younger people these days like to ask questions like these, like super direct questions like these. And I don't know if they're memeing me or if it's a natural way to start a conversation, but this reminds me of it. 你最喜欢谁? Like, who do you like the most? I'm like, that's hard to answer. That's a loaded question. Like, what is your favorite music of all time? Can you help me out with some details? It's like, is this the best game you've ever played? It's hard to answer. It's like, what is your favorite book of all time? Yeah. You know, that kind of thing. As opposed to something like phrasing like, what are you currently interested in? Maybe. Oh, I just ended the question in a preposition, like the way Japanese tends to translate. But like, what are you currently interested in? What have you been doing recently? That's kind of thing, right? What are you, what have been on your mind lately? That kind of thing, as opposed to what is your favorite thing of all time? I'm like, well, that's a good question. Is this like among the top 3 experiences you've ever had? Well, let me think about it for a moment. Isn't this the best thing ever? Yep. Who do you like the most?
他的妈妈最爱看英语书。
他的妈妈最爱看
英语书。他的妈妈最爱看英语书。
书。I obviously still stay at a tone 1. But
他的妈妈最爱看英语书。
Yeah, like sometimes 书 ends up sounding like tone 4. 书 like 书. Like it's very close to 书 sometimes if you're not listening carefully on them because it's so short and it have a volume runoff at the end. If a sentence ends at a tone 1. It might be there is a chance it might be like normalizing to a downtone as a natural like ender. Thank you. It's not just me who can hear like tone 4. Yeah. So it's like a natural ender, right? And I don't know if it's because maybe when they're training the volume trails off. Yeah. Well, I can hear it all the time. It's just I don't like it's high long enough. But there might be a reason for that. There might be trail offs because in English or in lots of speech, when you're ending a sentence, you kind of trail off a little bit. And if a tone 1, if the synthetic voice has a tone 1 at the end,
英语书
kind of like just trails off a little bit. So it feels like it's dropping off into a tone 4. And I can understand that. I noticed this quite in many of the things, so it's understandable. Yeah. So you don't really have like I think we're on the same page.
他的妈妈最爱看英语书。
Yeah.
他们的哥哥每天下午玩电脑游戏。
Okay. 他们的哥哥，他们 blah 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 blah. 他们的哥哥 I keep like the duh like 他们哥哥。他们的哥哥每天下午玩电脑游戏 Yoshi is like the newest of words of all time so far. Yeah, Yoshi is all around new. Like, so that's kind of cool because it's actually a word that I have not heard before, and it's an interesting combination too. Yo and Xi. Yoshi. Sorry, Mario. 他们的哥哥每天下午 I guess we can put that then 玩电脑游戏每天下午
系，我的女朋友最漂亮。
我的女朋友 女朋友最漂亮。You should add me on Duo later. Okay, I will add you. Girlfriend is the most. My girlfriend is the most beautiful. 最漂亮。非常漂亮。Just throw it in more, you know. You know, 非常很漂亮。最漂亮。Oh, 很漂亮。Yeah, 很。Yeah, I do that too. I do the repeating, the 很 for sure. 很. And then when I want to like emphasize things like 非常少, right? 非常少. I just go like 一点 like 一点点 or 点点. just repeat to like emphasize. Is increase the intensity by repetition. Very, very common. Like not 一点快，一点点快。我们女朋友，我的女朋友最漂亮。女朋友 Yeah, 一点点。You gotta add more dans in it. Yo. Let's see, where's Yo? Where are you?
Yo.
电脑. In case you're wondering, if you're ever curious, if you want to pick up someone's like slightly Fujianese accent, it's whenever you get nya. I've just noticed that in every instance of like na or anything with an n, it ends up being a nya. So 电脑 is the, so 电 is still the same, right? 电脑 but 电脑. So there is a chance every once in a while I might say 电脑 instead of 电脑. And like that happens a lot. All the N's become like NGs to some extent. And you'll probably hear this in Japanese too, actually. The synthetic voice, I think two of the synthetic voices in the Japanese course has nyals instead of nas. But instead of gas, like this, G's, their G's become nyas from time. So if a ga becomes a nya, which that's in Fujianese too. Lots of nyas everywhere. So notice the way you say hun is a little accented. Yeah, hun, yeah. Yep. I don't think we have a hun. Yeah, no huns in Fujianese, or at least the huns is different. I use something else in place of hun. What is it? Yeah, it's ya. I use ya. So like handa, ya doi. Doi is big, but if it was da, it would be ya da. Ya da, ya doi. So ya doi. Ya no. Ya instead of like hun. So it's not even close. So they're like hun. I don't know. Hun takes a little getting used to. Yeah, it's not even close. The... And you get like I don't know how they get from xiao, right? Xiao to known. Known is small. But it still has the little the no known. The ng. Lots of ngs. You know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I should ask my parents if there's a shao. Like, I don't know how to pronounce it any other way. I'm actually curious if I even have sha. I don't even think there are shas here. Like this syllable. I can't think of one. Like, no sha, sh. Like the sh, right? When you have your tongue on the bottom of your mouth, this thing, sh, like this stuff, like xie is one of the things that I can't say very well without a lot of practice. And recently, because of doing this, this is fine. It comes off as more like sisu. If you wanted to use like this type of sound, it's closer to sisu. But just for the record, 谢了. 谢了 is thank you. 谢了 is thank you. 谢了. And so 谢谢, like most of these sounds are gone. Like I like 香, right? 香, like 香 as in like fresh. 很香, right? 很香 is yeah xin. Like it becomes an S. Like it's more, it starts becoming S's as opposed to shi. So there's no shi. That's why it becomes more like shi. Like shi. Like if it has a Mandarin counterpart, it'd be more like shi, as opposed to, but I would say it's more like sisu, as opposed to this sound, whatever this sound is. It's like a shape that it's probably the most common, one of the more common Mandarin things, and it feels weird to me, so I have to practice it quite a bit. Yeah.
电脑.
I've discovered so many interesting things lately, and it's kind of, I look forward to seeing what else I can fill out.
玩.
Nope, nothing with one. Oh man, one, I don't know if there's a counterpart, because the only word I can think of is kariu. Kariu is to play, but I think wang is a different meaning than kariu. Here, I'll try some.
Yo.
Oh, I don't have a yo equivalent though. A yoshi, no yoshi equivalent at the moment. One, kariu. Hui. 开始 or yeah, I said start. 开始. That's more like start. 凶 why 凶? Maybe no, 凶 is more like yo. Yao. 凶. Oh my gosh. No, like some of these don't translate at all, so it's fine. And this is a typo, by the way. I don't know if you've already encountered Hui's typo. There's a Hui typo in the lesson. the tone marker is on the wrong. The tone marker is not on, like it's on the wrong character. Not that pinyin is a deal breaker, but so.
Huan.
Xi. I kind of like the she feeling.
Da.
New bang you. New bang you. New bang you is 女朋友. New bang you. 女朋友. 女朋友. 漂亮. 漂亮. 好玩. Or yeah, 好呀 or Jan, like a Cantonese, 好简 or 好 is it 好简 很简 I don't remember how it goes. I need to hear the Cantonese again. But it's a different word for beautiful. But yeah, 好玩 is beautiful. At least that's how I go with it.
我
我的女朋友最漂亮哦，
在
最
漂亮。
我的女 You have to switch too often. 我的女朋友我的女朋友我的女朋友也好啊我的女朋友也好啊Oh yeah, 我 like 我 Oh yeah, dude. 我 these O's and stuff become like whiny. You have to add some whine to it. Ngoi. So it becomes like this. Maybe like this. Ngoi. As opposed to wo. Okay. Sha. Yeah, I just don't have a sha. No sha. Tomorrow. No, tomorrow doesn't work. Because tomorrow's Ming. Xia Wu. Man. Oh no, I don't have no idea how to express Shawu. What the heck?
玩游欢喜
你们玩不玩电脑游戏吗？你们玩不玩电脑游戏 Oh, just kidding. I'm already asking a question. You don't need the redundant ma.
电脑
中午 I don't want to say what I was thinking of. 中午喜欢儿子非常你的 no 他的妈妈爱最爱 Why did they add it at the end? 最爱英语书看英语书
他
书 Oh man Oh aren't she No, that's fine. No, that's fine.
的
I'm thinking so much right about comparing and contrasting right now. Common. I'm really curious how many Chinese people watch like American outlet things about Chinese. Like what I mean is I've met maybe 2 or 3 other people, but they clearly are also people who know. I met one person that strictly probably prefers to speak in Chinese, but I am curious how often that happens. I really want to meet other people who have like similar accents or have like delved into accents and stuff or have very high exposure to accents. The closest thing I can probably think of is meeting a Singaporean or something. I've already met, actually by coincidence, one of my coworkers was a Singaporean. I didn't know Mandarin back then though. Like I wouldn't openly speak Mandarin back then. Actually, 2 of my coworkers happened to be, one was Singaporean, one was Chinese. Missed opportunities, I tell you. Not enough time. Couldn't juggle a scientific career while doing language learning, that's for sure. That's kind of one of my excuses, I guess. I'll call it an excuse because if I really wanted to learn Mandarin, I probably would try to make time for it. Back in my day, I was like married to science. So science required the utmost diligence. Exchanging one passion for another, I suppose. Tom and Mama. Wait. Tom and Mama. Mama 最喜欢 Where the heck? The heck? 最爱看英语书。
他们
哥哥玩哦，每天上午每天上午玩电脑游戏的他们的Wait. 他们的哥哥每天 wrong time of day. Wrong time of day. Wrong time of day. I just picked any time of day. I wasn't even reading. I'm like, whatever. Just put in a time of day. It was 下午, not 上午. It was not in the morning. It was in the afternoon. Like whatever, just put in a day.
他们
喜欢 whoa. Oh, that's a way to interpret it.
喜欢
他们喜欢不喜欢
喜欢
玩游戏
玩游戏
Gotta think. Yoshi. I got it. Honestly, if I had to say it in Fujianese, it probably just literally sounds like Yoshi. Instead of saying Yoshi. Probably Yoshi. It's actually kind of far from Yoshi. Yeah, Yoshi. That's a Yoshi being talked about today. I know, right? I mean, Yoshi is really cute, alright? It's cutest not dinosaur in gaming, man. Not dinosaur. Although, I don't know, if you watch a Super Mario Brothers movie, like that live action one, Yoshi was a raptor. Are you subliminally trying to get me to listen to Yoshi's story? Oh yeah, dude. Yoshi's story though. Yoshi's story.
他们
他们哥哥，他们的哥哥 ，what is it？ 每天下午下午玩电脑游戏。Oh no, it's after midnight.
他不会跳舞。
他不会跳舞。
他
We gotta book it. 他不会跳舞。I'm already behind.
我的朋友都喜欢跳舞。
我的朋友都喜欢跳舞。Okay. All of my friends like dancing. This is a grammar point. It's you could interpret it like, to me, I could interpret it as both my friends or all of my friends. It's either. But oftentimes when I think of someone's friends, I don't usually think of all the friends. I just think of the friends they might be referring to. So I often imagine a person, oh, they're talking about maybe more than one friend, not all their friends. Most of the time, I default to some of their friends like dancing, as opposed to all of their friends when they say do. But it's fair. All my friends like 我们我的朋友都喜欢跳舞。
你会唱英语歌吗？
你会唱 I usually read do as many. Yeah, basically. Like many, but not all. Most of the time. Unless it's contextually very specific that they emphasize that it is every one of them. Because oftentimes you don't know for sure. And it's very difficult to know if it's all of them. I don't like gravitating towards extremes. But that word does mean all of, like, can mean all of that. All, like, some, both. It goes up to max, right? However, by default, when I'm thinking and no context and stuff, it's usually like many, like not all, but quite a lot of them, or more than one. Anything between 0 and all, but not all yet, until someone goes out of their way and say, yeah, like everyone, really, truly, like really, every one of your friends. Unless they just tell you, oh, I only have one friend. Rip. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Having 1 or 2 friends is perfectly normal. Maybe for a 40-plus-year-old. Like, I'm getting up there in age, so. Although I like to say conservatively, I have more than 2 friends. So.
你会唱英语歌吗？
你会唱 when I talk about friends, I feel like I want people to have more friends. And at the same time, all I can ever think about is all the times that people joke and meme about what is this friends you're talking about? People actually have friends these days. I'm like, oh, it's kind of funny. Like I know people are saying it in a funny way, but also there's some sadness in the idea that it's being used as humor. That is kind of you though, not gonna lie. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, in a way, it's kind of funny and relatable, but at the same time, it's a little bittersweet for me. Like I don't want it to be funny because it's kind of true. Like, to some extent, the thing about humor oftentimes, especially things like that, is it's more people accepting something that's kind of true, and then that's what makes it a little bit more emotionally impactful. And at the same time, say I don't want to think that's kind of funny anymore. I actually kind of want to think of it as funny, as in it's ridiculous funny. You know what I mean? Like, Nah, everyone has lots of friends. That's kind of what my thought is. It used to be kind of like that. It used to be kind of like that, where like, wait, you guys don't have like 12 friends? Well, you better go make new friends. That kind of thing. That's what that joke used to be like. Now it's like, what do you mean these friends? Ha ha ha. And then you're like, yeah, I feel like it's kind of a deep cut humor. It's starting to become more of a dark humor. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. Like it's becoming more of a dark humor. Yeah, like people are using that meme and it's more of a dark humor. It's no longer the light-hearted thing like, oh, everyone has friends, so it's funny when you say that. Like, friends? What do you mean by friends? And then meanwhile, you know, most of the people in the room will think it's funny because it's ironic funny, right? It used to be a point of, oh, those are the two. So it's going from ironically funny to unironically dark humor funny. And I mean, I'm not ashamed, you know, I'm not like I just said I'm not ashamed. I'm not like a sunshine and rainbows kind of guy for everything, but generally speaking, it's very reflexive of the changing times.
你会唱英语歌吗？
And the jokes continue, by the way. When you have a conversation about friends, then the following joke is, you know, do my virtual gacha collection of waifus count or something? And then someone would like throw another jab out and say like, well, your body pillow definitely doesn't count. That like, you know what I mean? Like the joke has spawned into lots and lots of almost unironic dark humor. Like it's a very common thing when I sit around and hear younger people talk about especially younger people. I can definitely understand if it's like a 40-year-old or a 50-year-old who's like, oh yeah, I have one really good friend, or I have two really good friends, or I have one best friend in my entire life, and that's the person they're married to. That's a different story. But kids nowadays, that is the running joke. In fact, they almost make it a competition to compare and stereotype very real situations. Like, oh, hey, does my friend list on my Fortnite's account count? Right? Or something like that. Like, ah, oh, man. Be friends with each other. If that's possible. I sound like a sap, but please, go make friends. Or, the internet doesn't really help with that, does it? I think there is a future though. I'm quite positive about this. When something really critical hits a big enough group, there are reform to be done. But I think the internet's heavy reliance on parasocial relationships is kind of putting a damper on the commitment and the insecurities that prevent people from trying to make friends. Because why make friends when you can form a parasocial relationship with someone and that person can't get angry at you for messing up, can't get angry at you when you're in your lows, they can't get angry at you when you're highs, and they're always going to be there when you want them parasocially. Instead of, you know, the fear of heartbreak, the fear of it's more like the fear of heartbreak, or the fear of drifting apart, or the fear of having arguments and debate that overshadows all the beauty and the wonderfulness that you can get from having a social relationship with, or two or three, like good friends. The other end of the thing is like super overpowering. Like it's almost to the point it drains and saps the energy out of everyone. They only see energy lost as opposed to be an energy gain. Like I'm still guilty of that, right? However, I'm also quite old now. If I had to start a weight loss journey or something, or a fitness journey, man, a friend, oh, that's like a second battery. That's a second battery right there. Like, if your friend's down, you're up, let's go, right? 加油, right? If you're down today and your friend's ready to go, 加油. But that luxury, it's almost a luxury now, and it kind of saddens me. Even though I make like jokes about, I think about friends and stuff. Back in the day, friends was so common. Like, the word friends was thrown around so commonly. It actually carried less weight. Now, I feel like the word friends is so rarely used in an earnest way that the moment you use the word friend, it almost is like watching a Korean drama, a K-drama, or a Japanese, or like a Japanese slice of life show. Like, the word friend becomes like monumental. It's like, oh yeah, I finally made a friend today. It only took 30 years of my life, and it'll take me another 30 years to like possibly even marry this friend or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of how it feels right now. All work, no social activity, and even hobbies become more of a work-bound thing than having time to invest in it. So weird. Times have changed.
你会唱英语歌吗？
你会唱, and I don't want to go in too deep about this, but it also has a lot to do with idolized personalities. Content creators always put their best forward because that's what draws the views, right? But it also creates a warped perspective of what it's like to interact with a person, because the parasocial relationships you form with your personalities and content creators, they're at their best. They're at their most advertisable. They're at their peak, right? Like, all the stuff that they print out and stuff. Like, for me, I tell people I'm not always this high energy. When I stream, I'm high energy because I'm ready to be high energy. When I'm off, like, most of the time is I'm sleeping. Like, unless you have some weird thing about being friends with someone who's sleeping, who contributes nothing, then that's a pretty terrible friend, right? So that's kind of the perspective that some people think now, like even kids, like, oh yeah, my friends don't really care about me because they also have their own social lives and they can only hang out like 2 hours a day or something. And that sounds like perfectly normal activity for best friends. Like, I barely have chances to hang out with my best friends, but we're still best friends, right? So there's a really reasonable explainer to a lot of the behavior that makes making friends very, very difficult. Why make a friend when you have ChatGPT available to you at all times? Why make a friend when your doom scroll is so conveniently engaging every single second of your life when you're doom scrolling? Because when you go to a friend, sometimes you don't have anything to talk about. Sometimes you don't even connect. Sometimes you have an argument. It's rough because I've been like that forever. I'm sorry to hear. Maybe times will change. I think it's my only empathy or my attempt to sympathize with people in the younger generation is that it is, yeah, very messy. Interacting with another human being directly is incredibly messy, and everything else just feels so much more consistent compared to it, right? You always see your favorite personalities at their best, and whenever you want to see them, you can see them, like, you know, in vicariously. If you go to meet these people, they're going to be a mixed bag. They're going to maybe be too busy to interact with you and all that stuff. And it's really rough to expect that when you think of friends, that you have to picture something better than your content creators, better than your TikTok feeds. That is so hard. A friend does pretty much a lot of things a person cannot see. A friend is invisible until they're needed, right? So if they don't need to entertain you, then their competition is TikTok. Their competition is YouTube. But there's things you don't often think about. Your friend is something that will do something for you, and you have no idea that they were thinking about doing it for you, right? A TikToker or like your favorite personality on YouTube cannot do these things. They cannot one day just say like, hey, you know, I've been thinking about you. So, hey, do you want to like just go to the park and then grab some ice cream cones today? Like, it's kind of hot out. Hey, do you want, like, there's no serendipity. It's consistency, and that consistency is really comforting. The human condition states, in my opinion, that when you're really consistent, something that provides consistent feedback is super safe. You're always in your comfort zone. When you have a friend, it can be the wild, wild west, right? A friend could be busy one day. A friend, like, with that also comes unexpected positive things. Your friend could get you a gift and you didn't even ask for one, right? A friend could see you're in trouble or you're being down or something without you even having to tell them. You can't do that necessarily yet. Maybe a robotic assistant who tracks your entire daily life, perhaps a learning AI would be the next closest thing. But for now, I would rest a lot safer or a lot less hysteria and mania if I knew, if I had the assurance that those people who I talk to, who might be incredibly caring and brilliant, also have a support system with friends. Because ultimately, I think the biggest difference, one of the underlying causes for like negativity and projection and hatefulness and looking to express negative, hateful things often also comes at probably a situation in which there's less social connections with other people. Maybe even having a network of people who care about them and stimulate them in a way that is very positive. So I would say they're intertwined. When you find someone who's aggressively negative and direct towards you with a lack of compassion and maybe even poor communication skills, but incredibly intelligent, you start to wonder how much social interactions with other human beings that they have. A bookworm does not make an elegant speaker. A bookworm does not lead to many friends made, right? That's kind of the really unfortunate reality sometimes, especially digital age. Lots of information, less social connections. I feel like these past 4 days or since I met you and your DC community is some of the most social interactions you have all year. No joke. Well, let's work on that, right? Let's build it. Even though it's online and whatnot, you can still, I'm not saying the online itself will prevent people from having social interactions. It's the parasocial relationship. Like, you can still have a parasocial relationship with like your professor, for example, for real though. Like, your professor, you might go into a class and never interact with your professor. They're like back in my day, prior to the internet, right? When you step into class, you could be that person who is socially isolated and never interact with like your teacher, your mentor. Like, you basically distance yourself, right? That is effectively like a parasocial relationship. Only that one is more of one of indifference. At least you don't see your professor do something or something. That's even less. That's like socially isolated children. And socially isolated children, often, in my opinion, as someone who maybe like to be in psychology every once in a while, those are at risk people. When you see a young kid like incredibly socially isolated, you start to worry because it's a really gigantic red flag. I was one of those. I'm only saying this from experience. I was one of those socially isolated. And the silver lining is I got thrown in with all the other socially isolated kids. And they all happened to be very high achieving kids. And that stuff is called a gifted program back then. So social isolation can be presented in many different ways. You can be gifted. You can just be a rebel riser. You know, either way, it's often dealing, in my opinion, it's dealing with a social network, right? A social network, or their lack of a social network. You know, it suddenly got so zappy, but I actually think you're never. We're gonna leave it on like a more positive note. It's never too late. I don't think. Some people, this is a contentious point, but I don't think there is a time when someone is too old and too stuck in their ways from a lack of social interactions and like a support system that they can't change the direction of their social interactions. Like, you know, like, oh, this person's too old, they're way far gone to re-socialize or something like that. I try not to believe in. Some people may argue that's not the case. You can have such social deficiencies that it would take more than a lifetime to recover. I don't prescribe to that. That sounds very fatalistic. It sounds too predeterministic. It's like people who believe that they can't learn a new language, or being too old to learn a new language, that kind of thing, right? Not in my perspective, or I try not to.
你会唱英语歌吗？
你会唱英语歌吗？你会唱 Where is 唱 Where are you?
唱英语歌吗？
你爱不爱跳舞？
你爱不爱爱不爱 sorry 你爱不爱跳舞I can 爱不爱maybe I should learn how to sing that song. I should look at the lyrics. 你爱不爱跳舞吗Oh, I don't need ma. Just kidding.
我喜欢听歌，不会唱歌。
我喜欢。
我
喜欢。
喜欢。
听歌。
听歌。
听歌。不会唱歌。
唱歌。
我每天听歌。
You are who you surround yourself with. Yes. And the people that surround you are also a projection of you too. So like it's it's a feedback loop. What you are able to express and project also creates the people who originally surrounds you, and then the people who are around you also feeds back on you. So if you look around and you find that you don't understand why everyone is so aggressive and flaky, you might be wondering if you're projecting that, or there's a self-selection for that. Like there's always an interplay between the people around you and the people you attract, right? So my friends, for better or for worse, my best friends and I have gone through a period where we've all been in a situation where we stretch ourselves thin and we neglect our own self. So it's very clear, like this stuff does not even in a sense of negativity, in the sense of like personalities and stuff. If you are projecting properly and expressive properly at any time, that's usually a way to attract people of similar things. And then if you were born into, like, if you walked into and serendipitously encounter friends and they stick around with you, then those people become a reflection. Like, they end up influencing you and the people around. It sounds like it's so obvious. At the same time, we tend to forget that. So what are my friends like? Well, hopefully I'm expressive enough that when you meet my friends, they will not be surprising. As in, like, it wouldn't be a surprise if you met my friends. And since I'm, at least I think, I'm appropriately now expressive. I'm actually expressive because of them. I met my best friends, like lots of my best friends, in college. And they are the reason why I am expressive. So in turn, then I have become expressive in response. So oftentimes we banked off each other for quite some long time. So if you ever meet my friends, which I used to hang out, we used to like talk publicly like this, about like hobbies and stuff. It would not be a surprise. My friends should not surprise you. They more or less just sound like me with different interests. Like, interest is superficial. How we engage in our hobbies and stuff will be very, very similar. So if you ever hear like, oh, but technically probabilistic models, like thinking about different angles, I wouldn't have to say anything. The guys that I typically refer to, they would say all of it without me having to complete any of the ideas, because all of us are expressive enough, and that's how we met. And largely we're best friends because we're very much alike to each other. So I have a lot of most of my best friends are probably as sappy and agreeable as I am. And there are flaws to that too. There are, pros and cons. We've gone through all sorts of like adversity, various different forms of adversity, and they all revolve around that. So if you like someone, right? If you like hanging out with someone and you want friends like that, oftentimes learning how to express that kind of thing can get you access to those people, or it increases the likelihood of that. And that's kind of the whole networking thing, not for business, but networking thing for friends. It starts with the first person. I would say it starts with the first person. Like, I've met a few people on Twitch in the past couple of years, and if there's anything, like, we are friends to some extent, but I'm not like their best of friends. However, since I am their friend and I know enough about them, I'm more likely to help them connect with other people. Like, that's kind of what I actually largely look out for. Like, whenever Foon gets a chance to meet Sub-Zero, there's a chance they could be good friends, because they're both not that I know enough about him, but you can use the information. Like, Sub-Zero's from Norway. It might sound a generalization, but a generalization by coincidence is still more than zero. Like, pretending like you can put two strangers together and they'll just hit it off, that's still less than knowing like Sub-Zero's from Norway and so is Foon. So they're both from Norway. I gathered more information from them because I was sharing across from them. So they could end up being friends, right? So the people that I've met online over time, whenever I see someone who like, oh yeah, this person, they're like just starting up and they're like looking for someone, maybe we should connect two of them together. it's not the same as matchmaking. We're not talking about matchmaking here. We're more talking about like if I see someone who's deficient in interactions and social skills, the natural way to one natural surefire way is to observe their behavior, try to understand them as much as possible, and then see if you can find someone who is also very similar, because it would be too arrogant to know that you're doing it, because obviously I have friends, I have lots of things to juggle, and there's no way I can paint that unrealistic expectation. And sometimes I have friends who I just don't resonate with, right? However, we can care about each other. You don't necessarily have to be joined at the hip to be friends. And you can use that leverage to help them find someone. And then be happy for them when they dump you like a bad habit because you're not. No, I'm just kidding. That happens, right? What brings a smile to my face a lot of times is if I'm not that great of a friend with someone, however, like I saw someone else who's appropriate for them, and then they just happen to kick it off, you can then have a parasocial relationship with them. What I mean by that is you can be that person like, I was there. This dynamic duo, I'm so glad that they hit it off, because I could not be that friend for them, right? Like there are times when you want to help someone, right? And you can see it, and it actually provides a lot of objectivity when you're not interested in being friends with them, kind of like a therapist or something. And then you want to encourage them by using your objectivity. So there are other ways to encourage friendships without actually volunteering yourself, because you probably know it'll eventually create conflict of interest. Like there are people that think being close friends while working for the same things is a great idea. In my opinion, if you can help it, prefer not to do that. As in like professionally. It creates such a headache and a conflict of interest. If you have to, that's perfectly fine. If you want to like take the leap, that's perfectly fine. But there are a lot of times in the digital age, the algorithm enriches for collecting people of the same things. However, they are connected by a common interest, right? And sometimes that common interest might be the only tether they have. So when that falls apart and turns into a conflict of interest, it makes for a very weak friendship. So sometimes I even think that making friends online can be a recipe for low percentage success, because friendships are not only necessarily built on compatibility or common of interest, like a common interest. It is also built upon foundations of understanding. You can explore things outside of common interest. Kind of like two friends getting together because they're very good at video games. Like if you got together with your friends because you're both good at video games, I hope you build more than that, right? The thing about the internet is it gets you to stick with the same things you've been doing. So like, oh, what is your friend like? Well, I have a Fortnite friend. Or, oh, I have this friend, we play Minecraft together. Immediately I would ask, so what else do you do together? Like, do you chat about other things other than Minecraft? Do you ever discuss your disagreements? Like, do you share new things with each other? Because in 1 or 2 years, if that still is, oh, we just hang out whenever we play Minecraft together, then this is going to sound really direct and a bit aggressive. You're not friends. You're not friends yet. You're potential friends. Friends grow with each other. Standing still in friendship means that you are only connected on that one thing. Yeah, friendship grows way beyond that. You cannot like, in a very conservative way, you cannot weigh friendship on the one thing. So nowadays, when you say you have a friend and then you add a modifier to that friend, that means you have more, you need to look for new things, or you need to encourage yourself to look for new things to establish a stronger friendship. When you start saying like, oh, I have a Japanese speaking friend, or I have a classmate, I have a math friend in our calculus class, that's too specific in my opinion. You want to broaden that. They're still your friends for the time being. You want to solidify it because the math thing is temporary. The Japanese speaking thing might be temporary depending on your objective. Like if your objective is to make a friend because you wanted to practice Japanese until you're fluent, that's temporary. You want to make a Japanese speaking friend who you enjoy video games with and share other time with, not for the sole purpose of, that can be a starting point. And that's where the internet does well. They collect people based on common interest, and it ends there. That's it. There's nothing else. It ends there. The common interest is the common interest. So the moment the interest is lost, like for example, I can tell you one about parasocial relationship. When a content creator decides they're going to change directions, right? When a content creator decides to change directions, then immediately everyone the people who only care about that one interest is gone, right? So those ones that have stronger parasocial relationships, I think they are more inclined to develop friendships than the ones that would drop just because the interest no longer aligns. It's no longer an investment in the person. Shouldn't friends also be a way to unwind? It is. So if your only connection is Minecraft, that immediately creates a barrier. Oh yeah, true. Like it. So the thing is, friends. What I'm trying to say is a relationship, a social relationship, wherever the paradigm of your friends are. Like say you just met, so it's there. It has a lot of conditions. Friends become stronger friends when slowly you build more and more unconditional things. Like you lift the barrier. You remove the barrier. Oh, hey, I met a friend through Duolingo, right? And then now you want to say, okay, how do I not have to use Duolingo to be friends with this person? How do I develop other things to lift the time? Like, oh, you only see this friend because when we're Duolingoing or when we're going to work, this is the only time, right? Or this is the only way I connect with this friend. And I don't think it is an obvious thing to do. I think generally speaking is very common, like YouTube algorithm and TikTok, that if you're brought together by that interest, that's where it stops. The interest stops developing. And oftentimes that is acceptable because you're in a parasocial relationship, right? On YouTube, when you're looking at a personality, that is the only value actually. So it's very objective, it's logical because they have no feedback. So that doesn't help you practice what a friendship requires. Friendship requires maintenance. It requires things that you might be thinking feels like a chore, but like a chore, it requires a lot of effort on both ends, right? A lot of misunderstandings, a lot of compromises. There's a big but coming, but hear me out. Big but. 3 T's, really big but. That is unironically the best part about having a social relationship with someone. All the troubles you go through, all the times you spend solving problems together, those things in the long run makes your friendship nearly unbreakable. So that's kind of nearly the opposite of what younger kids spend nearly all of their free time doing. There's so less time ironing out social relationships, and you don't have to give up TikTok and all that stuff. The idea is to have both, like a little bit of both. I think the deficiency in social interactions is so apparent, especially when interacting in a manner that's only one-sided. Like right now, you could yell at me for something. That's still more than yelling at the screen, like, oh my gosh, my favorite content creator is such an idiot right now, and then you're like, you have no feedback from how you're feeling. Like, it's like, don't worry, if you were yelling at me that I'm about to be an idiot, my comment would be something like, wait, hold up, don't worry, I will be an idiot for you and us, and it'll be funny, and we'll laugh together about it, right? So then maybe something that you might think it's negative and you're worried becomes something happy and funny, like an inside joke. I'll show you a big butt, fictitious. I'll show you a big butt. You're not friends if it's just one thing really bringing you together. Yeah, more acquaintances, exactly. However, you can start like that. You can start friendships like that. Yes, flamingo at the window. Flamingo at the window and the building. That's where it all started, Blair. That's all where it all started. Exactly. Yeah, I would love to find a Chinese friend where we can learn off each other, for example, but I would think it to grow into something more. Yes. Have more discussions. Like when you're learning how to speak Chinese or like exchanging Chinese, then you would talk in different topics. Learning a language is beautiful, by the way, because you naturally have to learn how to talk topics, right? I said that there's not a strong correlation between communication skills and, like communication skills and language. That's applying the idea that you're only learning the language. You're strongly learning the language for its mechanics. However, when you engage with another human being, there's a natural tendency to have to express yourself, to have to learn different topics and stuff. So in my way, I tried, if you steer away from that focal point, you'll acquire language, but you'll also acquire a friend. Okay, that sounded like some 4Kids TV thing, but I'm really dead serious about it. Like, engaging in activities is a great starting point to make friends, provided that you engage in activity knowing you're interacting with another human being. Nowadays, when you play video games, that's not what that is, right? Like kids, in my opinion, younger people forget that there's another human being at the other end of the screen. A lot of times, like almost scaringly, a lot of times. Goes for anyone you build a friendship with, needs to be just more. Yeah, you want to work towards more, work towards more, constantly working towards more, because it's another human being. I wanted you to relate it back to language. Exactly. Flamingo at the window is the kanji for Bangohan. Oh yeah, it is. Flamingo wants dinner. Exactly. Bangohan, the flamingo at the dinner. Exactly. Bangohan. It also in Chinese it deals with like late, being like late, like the evening. So that's where that whole dinner comes from, right? Gohan is food, right? And then it's also for meal and stuff. So then you add late and evening and flamingo at the dinner. There it is. Flamingo at dinner. Anyways, yeah, another we'll probably revisit this topic a lot in the future. So let's try to complete this. I talk about these things all the time. I'm very concerned about people's health. It's weird flex. Hold my phone. Weird flex. I think one of the nice things about being concerned with other people's health is that I typically am not concerned with my own health anymore for the time being. Why is that a weird flex? It also means that I think if you're a very healthy person, that you're able to juggle a lot of things, it makes time for you to concern yourself with it. And that's kind of where I am right now. I have a lot of time on my hands and things are pretty good. So it gives me a lot of time to worry, like think about what I could maybe contribute in different ways. Right. I think I want to say that because it's a distinction between someone who's doing something to help their own career. That's a entirely different story. That's a young, ambitious person, and you have to keep in mind that when the motivation is not lined up, it's a conflict of interest. So like, you never know. I might be selling a product tomorrow. Don't worry. I'll sell the secret to life if I have it. I honestly, that's not a big distinction. If I found the secret to life, I would obviously try to distribute it. I haven't found the secret to life, all right? I'm giving you an example of how to be happy, like using my own experience, and that's it. Whether that is helpful or not, I'm not selling anything. Finally, progress in knowing what is meant a month later. Indeed, right, Blair? Good that you can say that without being altruistic. Yeah. Because I don't have to be altruistic anymore. Like, it's also comforting when you go around and say, you don't have to think of me as a saint. I have my motivations. I only participate in generosity when I am comfortable myself. Back in my day though, when I was younger, I had a terrible relationship. Like, when I feel awful, I still think that I should help people. And that's well and good. I largely succeeded. However, that was at the expense of myself. Like, I got worse and worse. So I did less and less. I was unable to perform as much. It's one of those things, like one of those like vicious cycles. If you feel better by helping other people, but you can't help yourself, then you only get progressively worse over time. If you're unable to help yourself, then you become even worse at helping others. And it's hypocritical, because if you can't help yourself, how do you expect to help others? And that is kind of the advice that I tend to do to balance the thing. Like, the person says, oh yeah, I want to do this. I can't help but say yes. It's like, hold on a second. How are you doing right now? Right? And the logical argument is, if you are doing well, then go out there and help people. If you are not doing well, the likelihood of this ending up in a positive place is low. I'm not saying it's not existent. There are many people who end up, they have no way to help themselves, so they help others to get inspired on how to help themselves. That can happen. However, if you can help it, focus on yourself first. Get into a state in which you can help others, right? And that also comes with caveats. You could end up being a person who only help yourself, right? All the mixes. The idea is, though, usually statistically, I don't want to say too much statistics, but if you are unable to help yourself and go through problems and problem solve yourself, the likelihood that a lot of your advice about helping people and encouraging people to help themselves would probably be non-existent. Now, you can help them temporarily. Like, say you have a skill that you can offer, then you create dependency instead, as in you're a person who offers them the solution. However, those people will not be able to help themselves because you yourself have not focused on that part of yourself to begin with. So there's a difference between someone who's offering advice about sustainable lifestyle choices for someone to help themselves, like problem solving skills, versus someone who's offering solutions, as in buy this to solve the thing you don't want to solve. This is the band-aid. This is the thing that will temporarily solve your problems and hope that you live happily ever after as long as you continue to pay for that solution, right? And it's well and good. If you have a lot of resources, I would totally pay to save time. Like, sometimes things go fast when you have money, or you can just buy the solution. People pick what is important to them. For me, it's communication and problem solving. That's what's worth the time. For others, maybe not so much. They just want to make a lot of money. Sometimes they skip that one. Yeah. All right.
我每天听歌。
我每天听歌。我每天听歌。Oh. Like in prepositions. 五 I listen to songs every day. Okay. I just
我每天
听歌。
听歌。
听戏听跳舞欢戏跳欢舞听跳戏
唱
中午狗
跳舞
学校
他最喜欢听什么音乐？
他最喜欢
高兴
I didn't do that.
喜欢什么音乐？
Sorry, 音乐。
他最喜欢听什么音乐？
行。
他最喜欢听什么音乐
？Lots of drinks, yeah.
他最喜欢听什么音乐
My voice is drying up. Past that time.
歌学校
中午唱
书
你
会唱 Oh, I forgot that grammar point too. So I need to know the 会 and the 在 The 会 and 在 grammar. 你 你会唱你会唱英语歌吗？
英语歌吗？
对，
老师
会唱no 汉语歌。Oh no. we only finished 3 lessons. Oh no. Okay. Alright, focus.
他们
他们哥哥他们的哥哥
对不起
That's not it.
晚
哦每天下午下午玩
电脑游戏
Speed run in before I make
我们的
errors.
孩子喜欢看英语书。
我们的孩子喜欢看英语书。加油！加油！ I don't actually know the characters for it because they're probably different characters. The only Ja that I have right now is Ja as in, oh wait, I do know one of the characters. Ja. I know one of the characters. Ja. I don't know Yo or Oil. No, yeah, I didn't get this character yet. Okay. Yeah, I didn't get this character yet. Now Hanfang. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get this character yet. But Ja or Ad.
他们在吃饭。
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 我不喜欢听他的音乐。
Imagine going this. That's like talking behind someone's back. 我不喜欢听他们or 听他的音乐。I don't like to listen to his music. Oops, I've got light. I don't like to listen to his music.
他最喜欢听什么音乐？他
最喜欢
他最喜欢听什么音乐？听什么
音乐？
电脑。
你在做什么？
你在做什么？
你做在
做
什么？
他在看书。
他在看书。对。
你最喜欢谁？你最
喜欢你最喜欢谁？ That's kind of funny. I remember someone asked me, who is my favorite viewer? Okay. Imagine a stranger asking you as a content creator, who's your favorite viewer? What music do you listen to?
你
你听什么音乐？就是什么音乐？ Yeah, 你听什么音乐? Kind of an insecure question. Well, I have a response to it. Typically when someone asks me what's my favorite, it's based on recency. So if I recently and frequently interact with someone, then that's the person that's on my mind at the moment. So in that way, they are tentatively and currently my favorite viewer. So not only is my favorite viewer everyone I interact with, it is everyone and anyone at one time. And that is actually my stock psychological logical question and answer to whenever someone asks me, what's my favorite thing to do right now? Or what's my favorite thing in general? And I usually rely on recency, because at any one time I can revisit someone that I have. The idea is to focus on the present, be appreciative of the present. However, you can visit things from the past in the present. So naturally, whoever is around me right now, I pay attention to them the most. And if they fade away, I am not focused on what was, but what could be in the future. So they leave, I like what I have now. If they come back, I still will focus on the present, what we have now. And that's kind of my stock response to things. It's not that I fall out of favoritism towards someone. It's knowing that the favorite moments are the moments you share in the moment. And what you can garner from the past is to elevate whatever is happening in the present. My interaction with the people I have now is dependent and owed to the privilege of all the people that I have interacted with prior. So I thank them every day by carrying their experience with me into the next relationships. I would not be great at knowing how to make friends and interact with people if I didn't continuously cherish the memory I have with the people before me or the people I interacted with, because I bring that experience with me. So when I play a video game, I don't discard old video game experience. They are one in the same most of the time. So the things that I like, the favorite things, are the embodiments of everything before it. So when I make a friend, all the experiences of my prior friends, long lost friends, friends that are still with me, are going to be channeled into the current friend, right? They are the summation of my favorite things. I don't exclude my favorite things from the things I like. So when I'm learning a language, I don't exclude English from learning the language. I don't exclude. This isn't a pragmatic thing. We're not talking about like mechanics, objectivity. Favorite is subjective, right? So trying to imbue objectivity into it, in my opinion, it may be helpful, but ultimately it comes down to subjectivity. So know that when I'm interacting with someone, I'm using all the collective knowledge that I have from all my favorite friends, like all the friends before me. So whoever I'm interacting with now is getting all the attention. That's how it works, right? For me, my eye is on the present. And I don't pine about the past. I use the past. They are always there with me. the things that I forget are the things that aren't important to me. That's kind of a little cold feeling, but generally speaking, if you have to be brutally honest with yourself, your life is filled with a lot of privileged things. Being very insecure about living in the past and things you forget, things you can't experience anymore. If you're someone like me, you don't miss that because it's always with you. I bring all those things with me. My friends are with me. The good, the bad, all the different, I bring them and I will share them. I am the collective body of the stories. So when someone asks me, what's my favorite thing? The current thing I'm doing. Most of the time. The way I can empathize with another person is I ask them, what do you think is your favorite thing? So I can get an idea of what they think they measure their favorite things by, and then I can offer an answer that coincides with what they think. If they're asking me personally, that would be my stock answer. And then I would ask them, what do you think is your favorite thing? What makes something favorite to you? And then my answer can change, because then I can figure out something that fulfills the requirements. Usually I would say something like frequency, or something that makes you unwind, or something you watch every day. Then I can answer those questions. Those are more objective, as in you can actually measure them. Otherwise, there's no favorite thing like the present. You can build for the future with the present, and you can bring the past with you in the present. So that is my stock default question to that, like answer to that. If I had to really concisely answer all the loadedness of the question. Sometimes I get a little sassy and someone asks me like, what's your favorite game? The current game I'm playing. Like they want me to answer like they're fishing for something, or they're setting me up for something. But really, like, you have to know that if you're asking someone who's playing a game, what are you getting at? I'm playing a game. It's probably my favorite thing right now, to me personally, obviously. Because if I'm playing a game and all I'm thinking about is my favorite game, then you don't really like the thing you're playing. Gonna be real. If you are voluntarily doing something and the first thing you're thinking about is, oh man, I wish I could be playing my favorite game, why aren't you? You see what I mean here? Like, I know this sounds a little bit like a bit passive aggressive, or maybe a little bit too direct, but generally speaking, I don't want to encourage people or give people an idea that I do something constantly thinking that I could be doing something else. I don't talk to people like, man, dude, I wish I could be hanging out with my friends right now instead of talking to you. That's how I interpret things. When someone says, oh, like they ask me like, oh, who's your favorite person? I'm like, wait, why are you asking that? Right? Like, the reason why is I think people who are capable of asking those questions are individuals who, when they're doing something and they're choosing to do something, sometimes they're more preoccupied with what it could be than what it is. Like using Duolingo, like using Anki and stuff. You're not thinking about what you can do with it in the present because you're more focused on what it could have been and it's not. So that's the only thing, in my opinion, that's one of the major things preventing you from making use of it, something. You're not building a future for it. You're basically stuck in the past. You're thinking about all the things you want and this thing doesn't have. So instead of seeing it for what it is, you're seeing it for what it could have been. And I know this is going to end on a serious topic. It's not too far from thinking about a tool and then having that behavior transfer to how you picture people. I want to make friends with this person because I think this person will be X, will fulfill X for me in the future. And then you become friends with this person and you realize that this person doesn't fulfill your idealistic future. And now you're concentrated on what you thought this person should have been, as opposed to what they are now. And that is very distinguishable when you ask someone, like, oh, hey, oh, you wanna be in a relationship. I see. Why not? Why not? Just go out, meet some new people. And there's this one person who said, like, oh yeah, you know, I would be in a relationship right now, but all the people, they're just so obsessed with me. And I'm like, what do you mean they're so obsessed with you? Like, well, you know, they're like very clingy and I don't want to, like, okay. So is it because that's what you're projecting and that's what you want? How is it that everyone around you is clingy all of a sudden? Like, I don't understand that. That is a symptom of what I think happens a lot, where they don't observe the present, they observe what's happening and what they want to happen. So they want people to not be clingy and be helping them and supporting them and being intelligent and whatnot, but they keep thinking that based on their past experiences, what they're doing is not the problem. But yet in the present, all I hear them describing is that they might be the problem, or they might be the one that is creating this situation, as opposed to the other way around. So you stop living in the present, you start pining for the past, and you start constantly looking so far in the future that you have no solutions or problem solving in the present. And that's kind of weird. It's a weird situation. I really have no idea. Well, I do have some idea, but it's a very slow process, obviously. And I'm not a therapist, so this is not professional advice. It's just anecdotal, right? It's served as a storytelling thing. I would probably have less of an extreme interaction if I was a therapist professionally, because you would have different ranges. You would have people who are open-minded to help, right? Because they go to therapy voluntarily being helped, or being open to help. The opposite end happens when you're a content creator. People come to you with their minds made up. Like, those individuals tend to already have their minds made up. So it's not my place, and I'm not a trained professional, and this is not a professional setting, in an appropriate setting, to offer any sort of commentary. My only thought was, that's unfortunate. I hope you find clarity or whatever that makes it possible. I actually was a little bit more direct to the person. I say, well, it kind of seems like I want to encourage people, like, if you are constantly surrounded by what you think are unnecessarily clingy people, then the odds are it's you that creates that attraction. Because the odds, if you're telling me that you're meeting new people and all those people happen to be the same type of people, that is so statistically unlikely that the simpler, you know, thing that you might want to entertain is that you're the person that's doing that. Something about and that's kind of roughly victim blaming. I don't know enough about the person, but that is very suspicious. Yes, it is very suspicious when someone, and it's not a happy thing. Like, I don't get any kick from it. I only see a person who can't find someone to hang out with, right? And there's also plenty of times where I've encountered people who say like, oh, I have friends, but they eventually just keep flaking out on me, and they keep like abandoning me. Like everyone keeps betraying me and lying to me. And I start thinking, that is such a crappy place to be. However, a person who's like weak already and having problems, the last thing you want to tell them, in my opinion, not professional again, the last thing you want to tell them is like, if a lot of people are constantly lying to you, and you're saying everyone always lies to you, and you always can't trust anyone, don't you think that's very unlikely to happen if you're meeting random people? Or you're meeting various people? The chances of everyone being liars except you, and the chances of everyone taking advantage of you, is very unlikely. The common denominator here is the person. The really problematic thing that I get very uncomfortable with is the idea that they need to seek someone who's objective and have influence over their life in order to break out of that cycle, because you can't counter by slapping the person harder, right? Lots of people might say, oh, but you can do tough love and kick them in the butt. It's like, I'm not that kind of person, so, and I'm not in a position of power to do something like that. I've heard that story many times before, and it represents a lack of ability, like that one betrayal, that one flakiness, and then somehow that person continues to project that and continue to push people away, so only the people who are flaky and opportunists will be attracted to that person, right? And they tend to continuously have more tenuous relationships. It sucks because friendships and relationships kinda evolve with a mutual vulnerability. But if you don't have enough going on in your life, like healthiness and resilience in your life, it can be incredibly difficult to be vulnerable without the insecurity of being betrayed and not finding value. It's kind of the really vicious cycle where, you know, how do you make money? Well, with money. But how do you make money if you don't have money yet? It's like, well, you need to get money, and that's one of the vicious cycles. How do you make friends? Well, you get friends, and then you work on making friends. But then if you lose friends, how do you keep friends? Like, with friends. And it sucks. It really does suck. There comes a point where you just need therapy, yeah. And it's not, obviously, it's not my place to do that. At least I don't think it's an appropriate place. It's an appropriate place for their parents, hopefully someone, at least someone close to them, right? And that's why I go back to the whole friendship thing. My first question often is, do you have someone? Like, I hope, like, someone had a heart problem recently, and my first question immediately when they were describing all their problems, like, do you have someone with you right now? Like, maybe someone, a friend, a neighbor, someone there with you. And that, in my opinion, is probably the first thing I would go to. Do you have a support system? Otherwise, you have no agency. No agency as a random person, regardless of your expertise, regardless of like how much you're qualified to do something. Personally, if you're like an expert and you have a lot of credibility, the last thing you want to do is try to risk your credibility when there are other more qualified and closer people to handle that, the support system. Otherwise, you can like do it professionally and handle it professionally. I don't have a license to practice. That's not my thing. I wouldn't weigh my credibility like that, even if I don't work in it. Yeah. Kate, I understand. Yeah, not in bad faith. Obviously not in bad faith. We wouldn't be having these long discussions about these things if I didn't already probably glean that your perspective is probably from experience. Yeah.
Me?
A lot of people project their own fears and insecurity onto other people, and it ruined their relationship. Indeed. Here's something that sounds kind of off the other way. I think things like that, situations like that, could benefit so much from an active social system created by the internet, an active social system of people who can turn that around. As in, like, you know how like an unstoppable force meets an immovable wall situation, right? There can be so much more. There are content creators who do this, by the way. Probably not more than the ones that project fears and insecurity and escalate fear and insecurities for like profit. However, in this case, if the insecurities and fears are met by an equally and more overwhelming powerful force of problem solving and understanding and tolerance, we can see a reverse trend in these kind of things. Do I believe that's in the future? I actually do believe that's in the future. There are quite a growing uptrend of this, like services, accessibilities for that type of thing, because it is trying to catch up with the the digital age. It's catching up. I think human related social dependency is far slower than the technological revolution that is the digital age. So the exacerbation of fear, flaws, gluttony, all that stuff is getting triggered by technology far faster, far more stimulating. And I think the social relationships, the social relationship paradigm between people are playing catch up. And I don't think it will be this way forever. At least I'm optimistic. I don't think I'm going to live long enough to see it though. Maybe I might. That's how like long social relationship paradigms happen. They happen like in a lifetime. So I wouldn't try to hold my breath to say that I would live long enough to see it. However, it would be really wonderful to witness it happen. I don't think humans are just going to sit and relax and find out that their entire species just ends up failing to form relationships with. That sounds like a wild dystopian future. A dystopian future that I hope does not come to pass.
最
你最喜欢谁 right what
喜欢谁
okay. That question. What books do you like to read?
你会
你喜欢wait 你会看 Just kidding.
喜欢看会看什么
I'm not thinking straight. Sorry. It's fine. We got to the end of our lesson. All right, we do have to do some of these before 15 minutes, and then I'm gonna review the pinyin for day 2 and then call it a day. If I get to write any, that is.
游戏
She. Oh, you guys get to hear Yoshi over and over again, I think.
电脑游戏游戏
Oh my gosh, this one's actually kind of complicated.
游戏
电脑游戏
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 游戏
电脑游戏
电脑游戏
Okay, okay. I would love to
游戏
hear how that experience
游
turns out.
戏
游戏
I would love to hear
电脑游戏
your stories.
游戏
Both self-taught and, you know, both self-experienced and whatnot.
One.
Okay, one.
One.
玩
That's the wrong tone. I wasn't thinking.
玩
Okay.
玩
I think I've been saying the wrong
One.
tone for a while, actually.
玩
玩玩
玩
玩
Yeah, I've been saying the wrong tone today. That's why we look over things.
玩
歌 Okay.
歌 肉
roll
歌玩 王
That's a good one.
女 歌
歌
歌
Okay.
玩歌
歌
歌也
也
歌玩
那
买 玩
I will not be in the chat much more. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries.
玩
That's how it
One.
works, right?
玩男
难
你都
有都
歌
歌
歌玩
玩
歌
歌
零
零
键
键
口
电脑游戏
然后游戏游戏
电脑游
电脑游戏
游戏
戏
游戏电脑游戏
Oops. Stroke order.
电脑游戏
游戏
游戏
电脑游戏游戏
Yeah, take care. 加油加油你晚安 Yeah. 明天见明天见Just reading everything.
电脑游戏
电脑游戏电脑
电脑游电脑
诶
电脑游戏
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 电脑
电脑游戏
电脑游戏，
电脑游戏，
诶，他们的英语书，他们的英语书，汉语书课 ，oops， 汉语课，他们的老师的，
他们的，他们的，
对，
英语书，他们的，我们的，老师的
，OK， 老师的。
英语书，他们的英国人，
英语书，
对，
英语书，
学校，真的吗？
真的 ，blah blah blah， 真的吗？
英语书，他们的。老师
的 ，OK， 他们的
英语书，汉语课，
你们的 ，It's fine. There we go.
电脑
游戏。
电脑游戏
I keep wanting to put the wrong tone.
游戏，电脑游戏，
this is
游戏，
电脑游戏，
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 游戏，
oops.
电脑游戏
I totally blanked out. Don't do that.
电脑游戏，
电脑游戏，
Okay.
玩，
Okay.
玩，
玩
What the?
玩
玩，
Okay.
电脑游戏，
电脑游戏，
游戏，
电脑游戏，游戏，游戏，
电脑游戏，
游戏，
电脑游戏，
电脑游戏，
Okay.
英语
，Whoops. 英语，
汉语课，
汉语课，
伦敦课，英语，医院，
I see you.
汉
语课。对，汉语课。
英语。
英
语汉语课。
汉 Monka? Oh no, Monka. Okay. Sorry.
汉语课。不对。
英语。
早上。汉堡包。Okay. I panicked for a moment, temporarily.
玩。
Okay.
玩。
Fatigue.
玩。
Fatigue.
玩。
Sharpness. Sharpness
玩。
fading.
玩。
玩。玩。
Okay.
玩。
It's kind of nice closing your eyes and then just writing it every once in a while. Okay.
电脑游戏。
游戏。
电脑
游戏。
对。
游戏。
对。
游戏。
游戏。
Tracks. I want
游
tracks
戏
first.
游戏
Okay.
电脑
That
游
was
戏
kind of bad. Just based on how I lost
游戏
track of my hand position.
电
Alright,
脑
let's
游
try
戏
again.
游戏。
Soon. Okay, here we go. I don't know how
游
close
戏
that was. Let's try again. Right.
电脑游戏
That felt off too.
电脑游戏
Okay. Oh my gosh. I saw myself slip all the way to the top. That's not good. That's not good. Okay. 电脑游戏
游戏
电脑游戏对钱包
房子
玩
游戏电脑
电脑对
游戏
电脑早上红茶游戏
下午
游戏
电脑游戏
电脑游戏
姐姐明年
电脑游戏
游戏台湾电脑右边
Ooh. Okay.
英语书
汉语英语书 The reverse
英语书汉语课
数学汉语
英国人
OK 汉语
汉语
OK 汉语
英语书
英
英
语
语
书
汉语，
汉语，北汉，
英语书，英国人，
汉语课，
图书馆，汉语。
I'm just double checking because I'm kind of fatigued, so I'm more likely to slip. 空调 interesting. 电视，空调，
空调，
电视，
我们，
中文，
空调，你呢？
空调，空，调。
I totally forgot that's what the character is. Okay.
电视，
空调，
对，
电视，漂亮，跑步，韩国，空调，
电视，
我们，空调，
不对，
电视，不要，
空
调，
对，
公园，电视，空调，妈妈，你呢？
这是
电影院，
电视，对，电影院，
汉堡包，绿茶，真的吗？电影院，电视，
对，电视，对，电视，
电影院。
影，对。Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, it's fine. 电影，
影，院，
电视，
电视，还没有，玛丽，服务员，电影院，
对，看电影，OK, sure, 看，对，兵，
大学生，看电影，看
电影，
看电影，
看电影，
看，
对 ，sure，
看电影，
影，哦，
看，吃，看电影，咖啡馆，
口。
Okay. Can I get the other characters, please? No? Okay, common. Alright. 电话。common. 电话。他们。我们。他的 whoops 他的电话号码。
他们。
他们
他们
电话
电话
他们
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 对快乐
他们
也是
电话
明天
电话电
电话
话
他们电视
电视 oops
他的名字电话
对他们
他们
电话你们
电话号码
名字
Alright, can I get the others? No? Alright. We'll try a couple more times before we review and then call it a day.
看电影
看电影电视看电影
英国人
不客气
电视看电影爸爸
电视
电视
看电影
影看电影
看电影
电视
是
看电影
看
电影院
Oops
客气
电视
Can I get it? No? What is this?
看电影
狗
看
电影电视面
Okay
看
电
影
Okay 看电影
看
oh that's too high
看电影
I got a little hyphy there just a little bit
看电影
信
电影院不
I'll keep I guess I'll keep going a little bit since I only have one heart left, right? Eventually I'm gonna slip up, I think. Naughty. 最爱哪里
哪里
最爱请问
哪国人
哪里
客气
哪里
最爱
哪里
哪儿
什么
Whoops
最近哪里
最爱
哪
okay
最爱
哪里
不在
谁的
哪里
谁的
OK
不在
请问
最爱
Okay.
电视
How many exercises are outside the 3 dudes? What the heck? 电话电视
看电影儿子电视电话
公寓 Okay.
电话
Okay. 电话
电视
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 Okay.
电视不长电话电影院英文
Okay, hold up. Oh, okay. All right. I'll do a couple more. 电话 Okay. 电脑电话
电话号码电脑游戏
电脑游戏电脑游戏
看电影电话电脑
All right.
电
电脑
脑
电脑
电话
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 电脑
电话看电影电脑电影院
电脑游戏
听
Oh, there it is. Ping. Okay. Ping. We got it.
Ping.
We broke in. We did it.
Ping.
Oh, wait. Oh, no. That's fine.
Ping.
Oh, it's not quite the same as the other ting in this thing. Wasn't there? Oh, no.
Ping.
Actually, I'm gonna have to look.
听
As in a cutting.
听
Like this right radical. Is it really that?
听 听
Second wind. Second wind activate. Wait, let me look at cutting. Cutting was what? House stuff? Talk about price, blah blah blah. Clothing, house, trip. Here we go. Oh, it was slightly different. It has a lip. It has a little lip. Okay. Maybe that's a stylistic thing. I'm not quite sure.
跳舞
Okay. We finally got it. 跳舞
跳舞
Okay, 跳 Okay.
跳舞
No surprises, so it's okay.
跳舞跳舞
Wait.
跳舞
Oh, I don't think I can do that with my eyes closed.
跳舞
跳舞
Oh, that's too hard.
跳舞
Okay, hang on, let me try again. No, I don't trust myself.
跳舞
we need more experience with
跳
those
舞
those strokes. This one's okay. The left one's fine.
跳舞
This one, not so much.
跳舞
That was okay. Let's try again. I don't know how close that was.
跳舞
Let's try it. It felt really messy. So.
Ting.
Okay. Ting.
听
Okay. This one's okay.
听听听听
听听
听
Okay. I like doing these like eyes closed things. 可爱
可爱
and let me guess. 可爱 and 最爱 yeah 最爱
最爱
可爱 okay
最近
推荐
电话请问可爱
最爱
最爱最爱
最爱
最爱
可爱
可爱 oh no I okay. Fine
可爱
最爱
最爱 okay I okay
电话爱可爱
不在最爱
最爱OK
跳
舞
跳舞
Alright, let's try this. That was ugly.
跳舞
I felt it.
跳舞
跳舞
Okay.
跳舞
Not sure. Okay.
跳舞
Okay, let's try again.
跳舞
跳舞跳舞跳舞
It's gonna be hilarious. I think it's gonna be funny to look back on this and see how off I am and how lax it is. But I think that's a really fun, engaging way to practice strokes.
跳舞
跳舞跳舞
Oh, okay, let's look at this. Yeah, okay. Oh, wow, that's different.
跳舞
Okay. This one, not a chance.
跳舞
No. Well, maybe.
跳舞跳舞
Okay, here we go. Oh, I was close. I kind of forgot the bottom right-hand radical. This is different right here. That's really different.
跳舞
Okay.
跳
Alright,
舞
we can get the top part though.
跳舞
Oh, rip. I messed up the stroke order there.
跳舞
Okay. No, I don't got this.
跳舞
The spacing's weird.
跳舞
跳舞跳舞
Okay. It's so off.
跳舞
Okay. Oh yeah, it's just a little. Yeah, we need some time with this one. That's so different. Those radicals are so different. Except for the bottom left one.
Ting.
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 Ting. Ting.
Ting. Ting. Ting.
Ting.
Okay.
Chang.
Ting.
Ting.
Ting. Ting. Chang.
见。听。道。
Well, that's the end of that. All right. So we got pretty close. We're not responsible for the Hanzi today. Not Hanzi today. Just pinyin. So no. So no. Yo. Si. No, yo. Si. I keep trying to make it into tone one. Si. Yo shi. Yo shi. Yo shi. One. Ping. Not 跳舞喜欢 or 喜欢 one as a standalone 看出歌电爱英语唱 and then we also have 对对 okay. So let's put together the vocabulary on the side. Add some key phrases that we want to combine all of them with. 王电脑游 wrong 游戏游戏玩电脑游戏英语歌 we can do 最喜欢什么歌no 出 that works 出 we're integrating like all these vocabulary as much as we can Ooh, remind ourselves of 在在看书，在看书，在看书。最爱跳舞，最爱跳舞。像汉语歌，像汉语歌。Have we tried to incorporate? Oh, maybe like 你会看英语书，你会看英语书 That's fine too. It's not too bad. I'm trying to remind myself of 会 and 在 as helping modifiers. So like 在看 在 plus verb, right? Going like doing that action right now. And 会看 able to, ability to. What was another vocab? What was another grammar thing? Was there another grammar thing that I might have forgotten? No, I think we've covered most of the grammar things. Oh, kind of like你看不看汉语书 right? Something like that. The vocabulary is pretty small, so I was yapping a little bit too hard today. The vocabulary is very tiny. So the thing I wanted to remember in yesterday's vocab, like the last unit's vocabulary, I forgot about positional. So 这里那里哪里I forgot Lu. I was stuck on Lu for a while. What does Lu look like? Keep forgetting the right side of Lu. Oh man, so it's this. I gotta remember that. It kind of reminds me of Tiao. Okay. Blue. That's fine. Just Lu. Oh, I forgot one. Wang. I forgot Wang. Wang towards something. Wang, which I messed up. That last one was. I got Dao and Wang mixed up again. I need to stop doing that because going to something is also towards something. So when I'm thinking in Chinese, or when I'm thinking like the interface between Chinese and English, either of them are okay in the sense of if you're doing it towards something. When you're going to something and towards something, they're similar in English. But I got Gao and Wang mixed up. So I need to make sure I don't forget that. All right, that's a wrap today. We had some really wonderful discussions. I think there is most definitely a take-home message today. And I was generalizing a lot. You know, there was a lot of generalizations, but there was also a lot of disclaimers, right? These are observations I see a lot of times. And I am a person who kind of runs towards problems because I like solving problems. It would be awesome. I don't know what this is going to look like in another year or 2 years or 3 years, but I could imagine myself entering the professional field again to be able to do like a more productive role, a more outreach and productive role in affecting people's livelihoods. However, I haven't really considered how I'm going to go about that. I think a lot of times this is probably one of my insecurities that I shared a bunch of times because of medical school, or like why didn't I pick medical school? Lots of times I myself am a little bit of a coward, or like a little bit more of a concern, insecurity about being unable to, right? And that responsibility is a heavy burden. I think anyone who passed up medical school in search of like scientific, trying to get more into like objective evaluations like scientific research and whatnot, you still write and try to contextualize the value of your scientific research, but there's something about the pursuit of knowledge and intellectual discoveries while promoting a positive intellectual enrichment, like future seeking and stuff. So working with younger people, working with intellectuals, encouraging them to learn, further enabling them, is like the near complete opposite of being in a position where someone's livelihood is dependent on you in a real way, in a very real way. Like a teacher, in my opinion, is more of a first responder versus not in the sense of emergency help or something. Like it's a first choice, or like a safe beginning choice to enable and lead someone to a successful life and like benefit. Teachers are more like a preventive measure, right? It's for quality lifestyle and stuff. And it's still, that lifestyle and those choices are still incredibly beneficial for people who are in trouble, right? But then the difference is the capacity is different, because now you're kind of the end choice, as in when nothing else works, or it's a place where I think right now stereotypically they see it as a last choice. I think the paradigm for mental health, lifestyle choices, and interacting with a professional or that may actually rehabilitate interpersonal skills, it's become less and less more of a treatment than it is more for a preventive lifestyle. And I don't actually think it was this way because something dramatically changed. I largely think the roles have shifted. Now, in my opinion, more than ever, just to ground the context, all the things that I was talking about, my concerns is that formal education, like teachers, they're no longer the first default response for preventive. The responsibility has shifted to, for lack of a better word, therapists or other experts, right? Or like communication experts or something, or motivational coaches, life coaches, executive function people. Those are now the preventive defaults. No longer is it desirable, perhaps, or even or like taught, or at least in the United States, it feels like formal education is no longer like the default. So teachers, mentors, and whatnot are no longer seen as kind of the default or the preventive measure, the one where you go into that environment, you're going there in an open mind to be influenced, right? To be influenced in a manner that promotes problem solving, critical thinking, and communication skills. I don't think that's the default anymore. For whatever people believe, I don't actually know how education scene. I've been asking around whenever I bump into students what the educational scene is like for them, try to get a collective knowledge. But it seems like due to lots of conflicts of interest and maybe ideologies and whatnot, the default is no longer coming from teachers, mentors, and now it's going more like preventive things, and skill development comes from interacting with like life coaches and, I don't know, your favorite content creator that's selling some self-improvement program, or master classes for that matter, right? Master classes, any of the numerous and thousands of people who are repackaging their own master classes, those are becoming the default. So there's no shade in there. They're doing the responsibility that now has a demand, right? Self-voluntarily help and choices are more common now than obligatory enrichment in school. So that's kind of the concern that I've been raising about interpersonal skills and communication skills. Now it's become voluntary. Lots of things are facilitated by a machine or a tool, which can work, provided the two are mutually in agreement. It doesn't stop from my constant interactions with people who think they interact sufficiently with another human being based on all of the interactions they have predominated by not interacting with a human being. So in my opinion, that's kind of where all the concern. And what's even, I mean, I'm guilty of that because I obviously didn't use Chinese to interact with anyone at the moment. Nor did I use Japanese to interact with a Japanese speaker at any time. And in fact, I actually do plan on trying to see if I can leverage large language models in the future in order to negotiate an alternative to people developing language skills, at least in my opinion. Like how to apply and try to be creative with yourself through a large language model that may enable one to bridge that inevitability that you're going to interact with a human being or lots of human beings. And that to me is how one can productively, I envision, can productively change tools that we have today to encourage the natural bridge to aiding in forming interpersonal relationships. Because honestly, the computer, like, there are plenty probably would be okay with that. I don't really know what the current experts' opinions on. I think, to me, anecdotally, I was pre-digital age, so naturally when people talk to me, it seems like there is a big disparity between someone who's in education or in a position that they interact regularly with clients or different forms, different levels of familiarity, and then one who is possibly incredibly intelligent, but the way the communication skills and whatnot is something I'm not familiar with. Now the question is, am I living under a rock? So I've been testing this social experiment for a while. It's also why I decided to language learn. One of the underlying things about learning a new language, but in the idea of trying to interact with people of this whatever the generation of language learners are considered, and see how I resonate. And so far, it's been okay. I'm genuinely still a little bit, I require so much more experience to know if it is normal for, like, how normal is it for people to learn something, and this is the type of like environment they usually get. Because as a streamer, I'm accelerating the opportunity, right? If I was a viewer, like if I just chat and go to someone's channel and try to chat and get feedback that way, I think that would take a very long time to get a better exposure. Of course, this is the nuance of this situation is quite a bit different. However, it's similar in a great way. Like, I'm still reading chat, right? I'm still reading text comments. I can respond to them. I can interact with them. And it's far more frequent. It's far more frequent as opposed to writing thousands of comments and then seeing how that works out. Because honestly, I'm pretty conservatively, I can say pretty conservatively that I think I'm the one that is not normalizing how people talk to each other, especially online, where like when someone makes a comment and it's like some hyperbolic statement that somehow is placed with absurd certainty, and then there's no like reservation to determining if that might be contextually appropriate or not when they're talking and stuff. It seems like the natural rhythm of commentary and demonstrating one's own credibility is way out of my comfort zone at this point. And the question is, do I want to embrace that? And at the moment, after what is it, almost 4 months now, especially in language learning commentary, I think I'm more resistant and wanting to create a different change, like a different direction than the current direction. I haven't really done that before. It's been a while since I've been the edgelord where I think I can affect like a direction in which people interact. Might be interesting. I would love to collaborate with someone who has a bigger vision than me. Also, the fact that you are in front of the camera and have an audience serve as a regulator of goals you have set. Yeah, indeed. Yeah. I like that. I like being able, like, that's a great thing actually. That's the reason why I want to do it this way. It's a way I can try to connect the audience, like get myself more grounded, because I don't think a person is very good at eventually, like, I have a goal at some point. I want to do it in a manner that I actually will consider applying for some sort of practice for executive function or something like that. However, without participating and experiencing and interacting with how people debate or discuss or overcome problems and whatnot, I think that would limit someone's ability to be effective in those situations. It's been a long time coming. I always wanted, I had loved being in a mentor position. Academia just wasn't there, and knowing that I'm 5 years out of academia and how crazy, at least in the United States, how strife oriented and politically inclined, all that mess, like all the current things are going on in the United States. It's I've been following it tangentially, but I don't have any ties to any of that stuff anymore. It seems, I like to think, I hopefully, fingers crossed, right, in 2 or 3 years, I'm gonna be saying something different. Like, oh yeah, now like YouTube or Facebook and stuff have these things, and I could tell people about these things. Like someone would come up and say, you know, it's really nice that I met you and whatnot, and then I'm like, hey, hold on. If you think some of the stuff that I say about interpersonal skills and like concern for yourself, you can go to these resources, which is like going to be extra available, and change the direction of your life. Because I think the topic today, the take-home topic today, is really, I think language learning is incredible vehicle for this kind of thing as well. So it is really linked to language learning. Some people, I think one of the biggest barriers, what is it, how is this relevant to language learning? One of the biggest barriers is communicating with another person. I could sound completely incompetent, but I wouldn't be afraid to interact with someone. I can make mistakes, pronunciation mistakes, but I can make that other person feel comfortable and know that I'm earnest about it, as opposed to someone who's constantly in the fear of being exact, perfect, or being ready to communicate with them. I think one of the biggest underlying, maybe unforeseen consequences of the digital age is the large aversion to communication in general. Like a lot of times when I hear someone say, oh yeah, you know, I'm learning Japanese for a very long time now, I just want to be prepared for it. And my question, often I ask them indirectly a lot of times, like, how are you with interacting with people not learning language? Like, do you have lots of friends you hang out with, you discuss topics, you learn from each other and whatnot? Because honestly, if you're not doing it that comfortably in your native language or your common language, I think there's not much that will not much preparation that you can do in your target language that will promote that underlying skill development. It's a great incentive though, and I think that's where the conversation came from. The intersection. What's a great way to get people excited for, or get like kick themselves in the butt to motivate themselves to eventually find potential friends, like people you can first seek based on interest, then collectively learn together, learn a new language. I think that is a very provocative thing that even maybe the leading expert, like maybe Stephen Krashen can get behind, where language learning can be interesting and unexpected, honestly, an unexpected catalyst and platform to keep in schools. I'm speaking in the United States, of course, because the United States have this slow diminishing focus on developing another language. And that, in my opinion, is an interesting counter argument to keeping language, secondary language, in schools, especially one that in a country that is incredibly predominantly monolingual from a pragmatic standpoint, right? So that, in my opinion, I can see a future in that, where for me anyways, for me personally, where I could leverage the aspects of language learning to get people excited about interacting with other human beings. in the future, there won't be Skynet, but there will be GPT crawling through your electronic footprint to develop interpersonal skill development programs just for you. Oh boy. I did, honestly, for only $20, $21, yeah, per subscription. Actually, I saw the early moments of that. I think there are other services that are doing quite well. Like, was it mental health, like Better You or something? There's some ones going around where I hope it's not just AI. Like there's panels of professionals, and I think a lot of the teachers that may not have the greatest time in academia, they could shift and pivot to a place of developmental skills with such services. So I don't necessarily think formal education is gonna go anywhere in the anytime. They might reform. However, at the moment, you can see all the building blocks of skills. I think there's so many. One of my deep cuts here is I have no concerns about the level of difficulty of the language. I am more concerned that it's not even the language's difficulty that is stopping people from acquiring the language, or like especially young, enthusiastic, and maybe even older people, but generally young, enthusiastic language learners. I have no problems just willy-nilly throwing out and plugging sentences together, because largely I'm very comfortable in my skin communicating with other people. You might be chalk it up to like being in a multicultural household or whatnot. Man, sometimes I think the people I talk to, they know so much about a language, and yet when they talk to me, it's almost as though like I'm having the hardest time understanding them. And not in the sense of what they're literally saying, but more like they're not necessarily communicating their intent, and then like having this back and forth conversation regarding like, oh, I see what you mean. Is this what you mean? Like, oh, let me try to describe it again. Like, I can be overbearing at times, but like Kat today was trying to say something, and I basically tried like 2 or 3 different ways to say, oh, you mean this, like, or this. And then as we kept going, I'm like continuing to like grow the perspective so that I understand where she's coming from. And it didn't quite matter if we knew like all the jargon or whatnot. That, in my opinion, cannot happen in like a YouTube comment you decide to write, or the many YouTube videos you watch. Probably not even the masterclass that you pay for, right? And I genuinely hope that there are at least 2 or 3 people in everyone's lives in which even if they don't speak your target language, you can be excited to share your discoveries with them. That's not quite ideal, obviously. However, you gotta start somewhere. And I think so many wonderful language learners, right, are incredibly closed off in the last stage in language learning. They could be so proficient, and being Asian, by the way, like, you know, being in an Asian household, the Asian culture does kind of prevent you from being very talkative in the first place. So it's already difficult that if you're interested in Chinese or Japanese or Korean and you're language learning, that means you're a foreigner, right? When you're a foreigner, it can still be a cultural barrier for Chinese, Japanese, and Korean, especially Korean. Japanese comes second, and then Chinese, where culturally you don't get the opportunity to do that because they don't necessarily participate in pleasantries, and so you gotta have a lot of interpersonal skills to navigate it. Practice is key. And it's kind of sucks right now that I feel practice is being superseded by fear and insecurity. Like, this is gonna sound sappy, but I don't think there's enough love and compassion in one-way relationships. There are too many one-way relationships. One-sided parasocial relationships are not enough to promote like practice and compassion. Like there's not necessarily cynicism. There's not a plethora of distrust. There is a plethora of lack of trust, as in trust has not been consistently reinforced. So it's so tough. Like, I see people who, like, you help think about jobs, and then the first thing they talk about is like they list 4 or 5 things of the worst case scenarios. I'm like, I understand you're conscious about the worst case scenarios, but you got to balance it out with what are the best case scenarios and also what would realistically happen. Without constantly practicing doing that, you can rationalize out of anything. And even your love for language learning will get superseded by your insecurities. Like how the perceived difficulty of a language is. Technically, that can be informative, but you never know. You know, the perceived ease of the language, the perspective that when you're doing something easy or hard, that comes up so much in language learning. I don't understand that. That one is a little tough. Whether it's hard or easy, that's a mixed bag, because you have to really read the person to know whether that's good or not. Yet it's not about learning the language in order to use it. It's more like, what is the prestige that comes from it as well. Sharing or teaching a bit of the language you learn is practice too. Indeed. And anytime you get an opportunity, in my opinion, if you get an opportunity to share it, be able to express it accurately, no matter how little you have learned, it reinforces. It also demonstrates that you have acquired the knowledge. Whether you practice, and that leads to natural practicing and whatnot. So use whatever, engage in it. I don't think that should be emphasized really rapidly. Like, it's not a secret, and it takes time, right? And it takes time. Seems like this is something that people who choose to do something but never share it forever or never thought of. Exactly. Yeah. I think that might be a thing too. But anyways, I wanted to leave it on that note, because I'm gonna be doing this for the tentatively. I have so many projects and plans that I can see where this is going. Perhaps one day we'll just write a story write a like catharsis story, or like a word of wisdom paragraph in both Chinese, Japanese, and English. I could see this going so many places. So for now, I'll continue to do this stuff and build up a basis. But man, I would love to see then. I would love to be able to collaborate with other people, because everyone's learning a different language. Like, I met so many people with different languages, and that is a room for collaboration. I could even see maybe a year down the line, we'll start a community project where I write a prose about how to overcome something, like overcome a fear of approaching someone. And then I want all the people that I meet over the next year write their own version in their target language. Oh man, there's just so many different ways to like, I can think of so many different ways at the moment, but I don't have enough competency, right? I'm just not competent enough at the moment, and we'll see. Like, all these discussions I have so many ideas now from all these discussions. Anyways, we'll leave it on that. Be excited for the future, right? But always try your best to keep your eyes on the present. All your past experiences can be pushed into the present. The things that are important to you, integrate that. What is important to me about Chinese? Well, everything I know about English, everything I know about Japanese now. There are parts, and it constantly reinforces all the things that are important. Obviously, the things that aren't are going to be forgotten, but can be reminded, right, at any time later. So keep that in mind, and I hope everyone is continuing to learn, have fun, enjoy, reach out, network, engage in interpersonal skills. It doesn't even have to be like studying interpersonal skills. Practice is saying hi and trying to spark up a conversation, whether with or without your target language. So until next time, right? You're gonna watch this later. 谢谢. And until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll catch you guys on the next one.